Omniscient First-Person Viewpoint Chapter 1-40. By Unjustly. Chapter 1 No Country for Criminal Men. The carriage came to a halt at the end of the road, a dry wasteland not having a single tree, without any shade to protect from the scorching sun's rays. Every living thing groaned in response to the heat. In a land where even a mound of dirt heaved wavy breaths, a single sign marked the end of the road. The two officers spotted the sign, understood that they had arrived at the right place, and realized they would need to begin their next task. The officers split up. As one approached the sign, the other fiddled with his retractable steel baton while heading towards the back of the carriage. The officer that approached the back of the carriage nervously gripped his only weapon tightly in his hand. The sweat from his hands made the baton slippery, but there was no time to worry about that. Escort vehicles were normally used to transport criminals, and people who were brazen enough to disobey the law were bound to act up at every opportunity. Until now, the officer had given the criminals a taste of his baton and had been satisfied with its effect. Yet today, for the first time since he had donned the insignia of the law, he worried that the baton might not be sufficient. They had arrived at Tantalus, the Abyssal Prison. It housed nefarious criminals that should never be allowed to step foot in society again. The prison was one in which countless entered, but none left. It was said that the criminals held at Tantalus were more easily found in history books than the newspapers. The only reason they were imprisoned was because they were unkillable. A wretched place where monsters, beast kings, and warriors who single-handedly slaughtered entire armies wandered around like any common civilian. What the officers brought today was a prisoner sentenced to imprisonment in the said prison. Damn, what kind of crime do you need to commit for you to get sent to Tantalus on your first offense? I agreed completely with his thoughts. Just what did I do to have been sent to Tantalus without a trial? An innocent, honest man like me. There must have been some sort of mistake. The officer took a deep breath before banging on the back door with his baton. Back away from the doors or I'll beat you to a pulp. The manner in which the state treated its prisoners was akin to that of an explosive wrapped in tight packaging and with the utmost caution. No matter how light of a crime one committed, handcuffs and shackles with blindfolds were the very basic measures taken when handling criminals. Officers would often use gags and straitjackets in addition. After hearing that they would be escorting a prisoner destined for Tantalus, these officers restrained me with everything they had: cuffs, blindfolds, gags, the entire package. It could probably kill normal people from asphyxiation, and because I'm a normal human, I am about to run out of breath. Help! The officer didn't lower his guard, even against the prisoner who lacked the freedom to strain his lungs. He couldn't ever let his guard down. After all, it was a prisoner that was to be sent to Tantalus, the worst prison in the land. The prisoner probably wasn't extremely dangerous, since he had been entrusted to a low-ranking officer like himself. Even then, he couldn't slack on his job, not for the sake of duty, but for fear of his life. Well, he would have been fine if he had taken his time. I couldn't untie myself from the flimsy rope, much less these sturdy restraints. I'm opening the door. The damn officer remained vigilant. He quickly retreated after opening the back door of the vehicle. Tensing up, he gripped his baton and aimed it at the prisoner. As the door opened, the wretched criminal revealed himself to the world again, a broken bar still trapped in his restraints, rolling around on the floor. Slightly relieved by the sight, the officer began to approach. Then, he suddenly raised the steel rod high above his head. As I read that thought, I let out a cry that would go unheard. Hey, wait, Stark. The baton struck deep into my stomach. I let out a painful cry at the piercing blow that reached my bones, but it didn't make it past the gag. I got decimated by the baton, unable to retaliate. As if he were confirming his kill, the officer struck several more times, satisfied with my reaction. It looks like his restraints are completely intact. I won't need to worry about being attacked. Feeling assured, the officer tugged the belt of the straitjacket. My helpless body, sprawled across the floor, slammed against the wall, and rolled on the floor. The officer raised a question in his mind as he witnessed my meek state. Huh? I thought he was supposed to be a criminal headed for Tantalus. He feels no different from any low-life thug. After reading the officer's thoughts, I twisted my body in sorrow. And oh shit, I'm not some criminal meant for Tantalus or some crazy terrorist. I've done nothing close to being recorded in history. All I am is just some back alley swindler that can read minds. I was playing cards with some dolts, getting them to put their houses on the line as usual. It was a misconception that gambling sucks. If you had money, power, or something special like me, gambling was like sweeping money off the ground. There were plenty of idiots willing to bet their life savings for a couple minutes of thrill. To them, I was like the priest in the confession chamber, listening to their dirty desires. I just happened to take half the money I got from them instead of a tithe. It was just like any other day, milking some fools of their homes. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. The neighborhood granny, who was always freeloading off my winnings, signaled to us. The idiot that I was handling cleaned up the table, rejoicing at the intervention. Putting aside my dreams of purchasing my own house aside, I hid the evidence and remained stationary as some soldiers I had seen before ushered in. Soldiers on patrol and gamblers who had just finished cleaning the scene. It was a regular sight, and as usual, I slipped a small complimentary gift into the soldiers' pockets. At that moment, a soldier grabbed my wrist. In the name of the law, you are all under arrest. The guards that barged in arrested everyone there after beating them up. The state was a country way crazier than I had thought. I tried my absolute best to defend myself, but they threw me past the trials without any witnesses or evidence. It took less than a day for me to become a criminal. In a court with no jury, I was sentenced to Tantalus without any chance to defend myself. My ability to read minds did nothing for me in the court. The soldiers claimed that we were plotting treason while pretending to gamble. The judge pounded his gavel despite being fully aware of the lack of evidence. Thud, 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 guilty. Not a single voice was raised when the symbol of justice bowed to the floor thrice, apologizing for its injustice. Logic, fairness. If something like that existed, the military state would never have raised a coup. I was thrown to the cold, damp floor of a holding cell and hoisted to the worst prison in the world at Tantalus. It depressed me to reminisce about the past while being tied up, but the officer showed no regard for my emotions and continued to drag me along the ground. Thanks to him, I was able to feel the earth with my entire back. Each tug caused the gravel and sand to tear through my back. Oh dear Mother Earth, your skin really is quite rough. We must moisturize it right away. As I raised a blasphemous prayer, the officer that was waiting at the sign spoke worriedly to the officer who had been dragging me. Inspector, is that okay? What's wrong with it? He's a damn criminal. No, I mean, he's someone meant for Tantalus. Will we be okay? What if he escapes and we've blindfolded him since the very start? He doesn't know my face or name. The inspector hoisted me up and dropped me onto the ground again. Slamming against the ground, I grit my teeth at the impact that shook my entire body. I can read minds, you know that, dear Inspector of Unividal Fight. I'll see you when I get out. I'll take my revenge on you first. And how will he ever escape from Tantalus? Quit worrying and send the telegraph. I'm worried for you, sir. You heard about the rumors of an incident at Tantalus that time. If this guy breaks out a broken bar, if he could break out of Tantalus, he would have escaped from our escort vehicle. Stop wasting time. Let's hand him over and head back. Even a single trip here is one too many. I've sent the telegraph. If we just wait for the replay broken bar at that moment. The white arrow painted on the metal sign shook. The two officers and I tensed up. For some reason, the arrower, which should have been nothing more than a painting, was rattling like crazy, as if it were affected by an isolated earthquake. We all stared silently at the sign. The arrow continued to tremor, and it began spinning around and around until a broken bar it pointed at the ground. Clank. The sound of something shattering reverberated. The officers stared at the scene before their eyes and doubted what they saw in their minds. The place that had been nothing but an ordinary wasteland moments ago now had an endless and bottomless abyss that carved itself into place. The abyss was incomparable to anything, an open plain, in the middle of a sandy land without any vegetation. A bottomless hole existed for no apparent reason. It was too large and deep to be an artificial trap. and it was also too unnatural looking to be called a natural land formation. The officers and he, after reading their minds, questioned if it was a hallucination, but the darkness that only a true void could produce firmly supported its reality. The officers gazed into the abyss, speechless, as they pondered whether they were in a dream or not. A broken bar verified. A monotonous voice emerged from the sign. As the officers freaked out in response to the voice of unknown origin, the sign carried out its task in a mechanical manner. Completion of mission monitored. Please complete the task by handing the prisoner over to us. The officers saluted the sign. It was almost a humorous sight, but they were petrified as if they believed that the sign was responsible for creating the abyss in front of their eyes. I am Inspector Vian of Idlefight. Where shall I lead the prisoner to? Magic. Your job is to escort the prisoner to Tantalus. Tantalus, the prison of the abyss that gods created to seal the Titans. It had obviously borrowed its name from the myths, but I wouldn't have doubted that the darkness in front of me was the real deal. The officer gulped as he gazed down into the bottomless pit. Do we need to go down with him? There is no need for you to accompany him. I shall leave the method of transport to your jurisdiction. Hey, sign, hold up. The officer grinned. No need to accompany him. He had figured out what that meant. In fact, he had been filled with a desire to toss me into the hole from the very start. The sign simply justified his plan in a lawful manner. Hey, get his legs. The other officer realized what he meant and hesitantly grabbed my ankles. Is this okay? There's no way he'd survive the fire. Broken bar. Who cares? We're tossing him into Tantalus because he's an irredeemable piece of shit. What does it matter if he dies? Wait, sir, please, calm down. I swear I'll be good. I'll read fewer minds and swindle a little less. At least lower me with a rope or a broken bar. Even so, broken bar, do you want to carry him down there, huh? The other officer was too frightened to perform such a task. He hoisted me up by my legs. I tried my best to resist, but I couldn't do anything in the tightly secured binds. They matched their breaths as they swung me side to side. 1, 2, 1, 2. I swung higher as I went from right to left, and on the third swing, I reached the peak. They let go, and a complete sense of overwhelming freedom filled my body. A broken bar row, and so, I plunged into the bottomless abyss. TLN. The prison is called Tantalus, an inhabitant of Tartarus, despite it having the same description as Tartarus itself. Tantalus attempted to serve his own son at a feast with the gods, which infuriated Zeus, and thus he was imprisoned in Tartarus, where he was punished. The reason why the author chose Tantalus instead of Tartarus is because, just like Tantalus, who was caught by Zeus and sent to Tartarus, our protagonist was also captured and sent to an abyssal prison. Now you can say he could have used the names of other convicts of Tartarus, but it seems to have been a personal choice on his part, since both Tantalus and Tartarus sound similar. Pain engulfed my body, as if every part of it had been beaten repeatedly. I winced as I tried to stand up. It hurts everywhere. My limbs were bruised and sore, and I could feel the crunch of sand in my dry mouth, rubbing my sore eyes. I looked around, but all I could see was darkness. There was a faint light from afar, but it was nowhere close to illuminating the world. Groaning and scratching my head, I realized something strange. A weird, who took off my straitjacket. I was definitely tied up when I was trussed in here. Broken bar. I was bound and unable to move a single finger, blindfolded, and gagged, without any freedom of movement over my body. I was flung into the abyss. Although I tried my best to escape even as I fell, the military's bindings weren't something somebody like me could break loose from. I mean, it'd be weird if someone like me was able to destroy an invention designed by the very best scientists. I gave up, exhausted from my attempts to move in the straitjacket. Mother Earth should have ended me in a single blow, but I survived, even though I fell for hours without anything to cushion my fall. No. Before that, a broken bar. This is supposed to be the abyss, a place born from Mother Earth's curse. It's supposed to be a bottomless void, so how am I standing right now? A bottomless abyss and a floor. These two things were paradoxical. A place that had such contradictions shouldn't exist, even just by envisioning those words together. After pondering for a moment, I realized that there could only be one conclusion. There could be nothing else other than that. I died and arrived at hell. No, this is not hell. The voice came from directly behind me. My legs gave out in surprise. Trying my best to control my fear, I shouted at whatever it was that stood before my eyes. Who is it? Two round lights shone in the dark. A figure as faint as a ghost was staring at me. It was undoubtedly a human. If it weren't, I would have been able to read its mind. What could it be, then? A ghost? An animal? Or a hellspawn? As I trembled and awaited a response, the pair of eyes approached me. My eyes had adjusted to the dark, and I began to discern a silhouette. Recognizing what it was, I called out its name. A golem? Not a ghost or beast. Hellspawn, a broken bar. Maybe that wasn't too far off. The creature in front of me was a military-grade magic golem made by the hellish rulers of the state. It seemed to resemble a human, constructed with only cubes and cylinders. The golem stared at me with its marble eyes. A speaker in the golem's mouth relayed the message that was being read aloud. This is Radioman Captain Avi speaking. As of today, you have been assigned to the education sector, and you must follow our tasks under our jurisdiction. A magic golem that could sync with its user, allowing it to be controlled from afar. It was a tool that the military state often employed due to its ease of use and versatility. Looking at the golem, I let out a lament. Golems can come to hell too? Ska broken bar. Just how many people did you kill? I guess you can only blame the fact that you were born in the military state. This is not hell. If you cannot believe me, I suggest you take another look around. I listened to the golem's advice. The floor was made of concrete, which was easily found in the military state. Who the hell knows what was underneath, but the concrete layer was firmly keeping his current world afloat. Obviously, no vegetation could be seen. Colorless, artificial constructs took their place instead. I looked up. Not even a single ray of light or patch of blue resembling the sky could be seen. It was only pure darkness, a one that not even night could create. A light-devouring darkness, only forgeable by the absolute void that rested above. Lowering my eyes again, a familiar structure greeted my eyes. A searchlight waved back and forth, lighting up the dark. A beam of light scattered across the concrete ground, and the moment it grazed my foot, every single searchlight jerked to focus on me. The artificial lights glared, as if they were trying to burn me alive. Trying to shield the light with my hands, I gazed upon a gigantic construct I didn't notice earlier. A cubic, 5-story building designed with purely a purpose in mind. The concrete, reinforced by steel plates, had lights scattered across its walls to locate any escapees. A large light hung above, but it did nothing to replace the sun. I couldn't see 10 meters in front of me without the searchlights. An island isolated from the earth, the symbol of the military state that I had only ever seen from afar, was now to be my home. Standing unflinchingly in the rays of light, the golem's speaker buzzed once again. Do you understand your situation now? I slowly nodded. It appeared that Tantalus was a place worthy of being notorious as the legend of the military state. What a fucking country. They constructed a floor at the bottom of the abyss just to build a prison. It was to be expected of the military state. No other place would do something as unhinged as building a prison from the bottom of the abyss. The golem heard my muttering. You should watch what you say. Watch it? You locked up someone innocent here. Do you expect me to salute and bow down? Magic, we are running out of time, so I will brief you on your duties. I advise that you listen carefully. If you don't wish to die, that is. The golem cut me off as I was about to continue my mockery. When my mouth closed, the golem resumed talking. You are currently in the Security Level 5 Mental Education Facility, Tantalus. A mental education facility was the state's other name for prisons. According to them, using words like "a prisoners" and "a criminals" was bad for society based on some studies. As such, they called prisons a mental education facilities, and its prisoners were called a trainees. It was a bad joke at best, and censorship of language at its worst. Not that the state would ever admit to either. Tantalus is a facility meant for trainees of high danger rankings. Because of their dangerous abilities and violent nature, the trainees were supposed to be prepared for rehabilitation within the facility. They were, however, Due to an unfortunate incident, a majority of trainees have escaped. What? Escape? They escaped the abyss? Leaving my rebellious behavior behind, I tried my best to concentrate on the Gilem's words. I couldn't read a Gilem's mind, so I put all of my concentration into analyzing the radioman's speech and choice of words. The fact that dangerous criminals had escaped Tantalus probably to wreak havoc on society and its participants was none of my concern. Who gives a shit if this garbage country falls into chaos? What was important was that a jailbreak had occurred. That word implied that it was possible to escape from the bottom of the abyss. How'd they get out? The Golem stared back before replying. That information is not accessible to you, TSK. I guess there's no way a radioman of the military would be loose-lipped. I wished dearly that I could read the Gilem's mind. Unfortunately, I lacked the ability to read the electronic signals passing through the mic, and so, it was time to do it the old-fashioned and boring way. I signaled for the Gilem to keep speaking. A majority of the trainees caused a riot and slaughtered the containment unit. After taking over Tantalus by force, they escaped at once. The state is currently chasing after them and plans to recapture and punish them as soon as possible. However, 3 model trainees did not assist in the barbaric act and chose to stay in the facility. A model trainee was the state's term for an exploitable fool. It meant that only cowards were left in this prison. It was ironic that the most famous prison in the world had become the shelter of such cowards, but due to the riot, the facility had been severely damaged, and all the management had been slaughtered. We would like to avoid leaving trainees unattended in our facilities. That is why you have been brought here. Oh, I get it. Now I finally understand. Even if I was framed, there was no reason to put someone like me in Tantalus. I was wondering why the city was full of soldiers. What had just happened to me all makes sense now. So, in other words, they ran out of people and brought in tons of low-time criminals like me to use as workers? Using prisoners to take care of other prisoners seemed to be the state's favorite thing. Nobody cared if criminals died, so they filled in gaping holes with people like me. Anyways, the key thing I learned was that I might be trapped, but I was free in here. There was nobody present that would prevent me from doing something. If there is no warden, and the only worker is me, what will they do to stop me from lazing around or building a bomb? What if I don't do my duties? Will you come down yourselves and beat me up? That won't happen. You'll need to do your responsibilities if you want to survive. The Golem looked back at the prison as it finished talking. Amidst a couple searchlights, a small silhouette flickered from the closed doors. The Golem muttered, "A broken bar, they're coming." They? Ignoring me, the Golem continued talking. "The ones who stayed behind, we're running out of time. I will now explain what you need to do. Please listen carefully." A broken bar. Carefully, my ass, it's probably just doing the laundry or mopping the floor. I stretched my back and relaxed. 3 prisoners, was it? That's doable. Maybe if some of them were real stupid, I'd be able to swindle them too. Even if they're criminals locked up here, if they were scared enough to not break out, they must be really meek and passive. I may be a low-time criminal, but I spent days in the back alleys. Along with my mind-reading powers, not many people managed to have their way with me. Plus, I may not be strong, but I'm a smart guy. I'll take over this place if I need to. As I was cheering myself up, the Golem finished its sentence. Survive. We won't interfere. No matter what you do, your actions are of no significance to the state. Your duty is to fill up the head count. Of course, it would be unfortunate for both of us if you died. The Golem's news was puzzling. I don't need to do anything. The state who brings in not only criminals but regular law-abiding citizens into their labor camps doesn't have something for me to do? I could not rejoice, since I knew the state too well. Unorthodox actions meant that I needed to find the hidden meaning within them. I was about to question the Golem, as I felt anxious from the news. However, the prison gate swung open with a roar, and something sprang out at lightning speed. As the being made it past the garden, the alarms blared, and the searchlights began their attempt to track down the escapee. Yet it was meaningless. She ran so swiftly, the searchlights couldn't even catch her shadow. The moment the lights attempted to illuminate their target, the girl had already landed in front of me. Both the golem and I were speechless at the abrupt entrance. A second later, the girl barked as she wagged her tail. Woof! Hello, hello. Triangular ears and a puggy golden tail that swayed side to side. Her large eyes contained nothing but affection and joy as they stared at me. Her luscious locks swayed back and forth, a descendant of a bloodline that shouldn't have been bred over a millennia ago. It was a dog demi-human. The dog girl was crouched down on all fours, gazing upwards at me from around my ankles. What's going on? I held up a hand half-heartedly. You are broken bar. Hello, 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 hello. She jumped up and down in response. There was no desire to attack, and her tail was indicative of that. Rather than a person's behavior, it was akin to that of a well-trained dog. In response to the pure-hearted and innocent behavior, I was unable to feel even the slightest suspicion one would normally have when meeting people for the first time, and that was why it took me longer than usual. The fact that a being that I had seen for the first time held affection for me, and that I, a mind reader, couldn't make out what this creature was thinking confused me. Let's play, play, play. What? Why would I? Woof. Let's play. The dog beast human dove her face towards the ground and sunk her teeth into the hem of my pants. As I was about to shake her off a puzzled I was knocked off my feet by a force akin to that of being tied to a carriage moving at full speed. The leg that supported half the weight of a grown man flew off the ground without any resistance. I fell to the ground, and the dog beast human who ran out dragged me with her jaw. Thunk, thud. My body bounced up and down at an incredible speed as if I were a rock being skipped across a river's surface, as if a wagon with several horses dragged me along by one leg. The pain caught up to me moments later. I expected terrible things from Tantalus, but I didn't expect to be dismembered right off the bat, especially not from someone who appeared to like me. Trying to grab onto something was futile. A much higher force snatched them out of my hand. The friction began to singe my clothes. Droplets of blood from my skin, decimated by the rough surface, made a trail on the ground. I'll die. I'll actually die at this rate. I waved my arms as best as I could and shouted, "Wait, stop." Woof! A miracle followed. The dog demi-human, who had the power to pull me by their jaws, stopped at my request, without a moment of hesitation. I was completely shocked. Huh? She listened to me? Regardless of whether a person could read minds or not, most people would probably have experienced that there were way more people who ignored what they said than those who listened, especially if it was to prevent them from doing something they liked. But the moment I made an order, this girl followed without a shred of hesitation. What's going on? Confused, I tried to read the girl's thoughts again, yet I couldn't. Wait. To be exact, I could make out what she meant, but I couldn't exactly pinpoint her thoughts. It was as if I were reading a book in another language I barely knew. I could only make guesses from the mood and emotions associated with the thoughts. Is she broken bar not human? Someone who waits on another's command without any doubts or hesitation, just like a child. A broken bar no, in the sense that they didn't even question the order. They were like a dog, a loyal, well-trained dog magic, yet their appearance was that of a human girl with dog ears and a tail, and their strength easily surpassed that of any grown man. If she wasn't a mentally ill demi-human that believed herself to be a real dog, was she broken by a beast king? Ever since the two-legged humans became the ruling mammal of the lands, the beast kings gained the bodies of human beings. They wore the bodies of humans, talked like people, and became the diplomats representing their respective races towards all of humanity. However, their essence was that of a king of animals. The dog girl in front of me was the king representing all dogs of the world. She was fucking hell. A beast king is a sacred entity. Why is one locked up in prison, in Tantalus, at that, of all places in the world? Had the state completely lost their marbles? As I was about to turn back to the golem to protest this ridiculous situation, I heard a thought from deep within the prison walls. A broken bar. I sensed the scent of blood. Every hair in my body stood up and I froze. The blood droplets flowing down my wounds quivered, Darkness engulfed me. Unable to even move my head, I watched through the corner of my eye as my blood moved. The blood on the concrete vibrated and began rolling off like marbles. They didn't even leave a trail in their motion. As if the floor were a sheet of ice, the drops of blood made their way into the dark, gaping doors. I felt a remarkable sense of satisfaction from behind those doors, the feeling a predator got once they bit deep into the flesh of their prey. A broken bar, and I trembled, realizing that the feeling was a response to my blood. A broken bar, such a muddled taste. I've not considered myself to have a picky tongue, but this blood is not something I can stomach. Complaining about the taste of the blood you stole. For someone in prison, their palate is strangely refined, yet I couldn't voice a single one of my complaints. There wasn't a need to read the mind of whatever dwelled behind those doors to understand its origin. A vampire who had lived a millennium and would continue to exist until she was erased. The queen of the sanguine, the progenitor of vampires, Tikanzyaka. The oldest vampire who had barred herself in the abyss after countless quarrels with humankind. Fucking hell, a broken bar no criminal could compare to those two. The Dog King was a sacred being that surpassed regular animals, and the vampire was a monster that could rival the Beast Kings, beings that one couldn't fathom meeting in their mundane lifetime. Though I felt fear towards the sheer scale of the events unfolding in front of my eyes, I also felt relieved. Thankfully, the two beings were either friendly or apathetic towards human beings. The Dog King adored humans, and the vampire would keep me alive as a blood pack. As long as I didn't offend them too heavily, they would spare my life. Maybe I could even turn them to my side. A broken bar at that moment. Fly. A strong yet sharp voice cut through the silence. It was a voice with enough glamour to turn heads on the street, yet it was laced with malice. As I read the mind of the person who possessed the voice, I flung myself as far away from the golem as I could. Chuneng, a fracture in space, in a realm of only light and dark, the two powers warped as if trying to consume the empty space. A diagonal crack formed in the darkness. Sparks flew from the cut into the air until a spear of lightning irradiated the abyss. An imperceptible blade had completely split the golem in half. The magic that fueled it, the intricate gears and circuitry, the apotheosis of human creation had ceased function. The golem lost its light as it was cleaved by a single strike. The halves parted as they slid in different directions towards the ground. Crackle. With a simple affricate sound, the golem's body slumped. It was such a clean cut that the cross-section could have been part of a diagram on the golem's blueprints. I wondered if putting the two parts together would bring it back to life, but the orbs of the golem never regained their light. The remote-controlled golem's lifespan ended there. A second of static persisted from the mic before it went silent. A voice comparable to a sharpened blade spoke in place of the golem. "There's more golems? This is almost as bad as cockroaches. Hopefully, this is the last one." A girl with short-cropped, black hair and loosely fit clothes walked up to me. The girl snatched the invisible blade out of the air and scowled at the remains of the golem. A few seconds later, her eyes switched their focus to me. "Now a broken bar, who are you?" My instincts blared red flashing lights, screaming that I would die if I didn't act fast. I subconsciously used my powers to read her mind as thoroughly as I could, as detailed as I could. She wasn't a special person. She was born in an orphanage, grew up in the back alleys, and died after being exposed to the usual violence, sickness, and crimes that occurred in the slums, an extra so common that they would take up less than a paragraph to describe. She lost her head to a wandering swordsman when she tried to learn the sword and was reduced to ashes by a mercenary mage when she attempted the path of arcane. No matter what she did, she remained talentless, an average person who couldn't succeed, even if given the opportunity. The only difference was that she could try an infinite amount of times. A broken bar, huh? Did I read that right? I don't understand. She overcame her lack of talent with 5 deaths and gained the technique to challenge a sword master. During her other 7 lives, she studied magic and gained enough magic power to grasp at the feet of the strongest mages. Of course, she had merely stepped foot into their realm. She would be utterly defeated if she were to challenge them directly. However, that was not the end. "Answer me." The girl retrieved Chuneng, the aerial blossom, The legendary blade that could only be obtained in the highest mountain, the blade which resembled the sky and couldn't be retrieved by anyone besides those who could see the future, resonated in her hand. She pointed chunning at me. Having already conquered death 13 times, she was a being who regressed to save the world. Shy, the regressor, gazed at me as she held her invisible blade. If you don't answer a broken bar, I'll kill you. In order to become stronger, to stop the end of the world, and to achieve eternal rest, the regressor had arrived in the abyss, in search of power. She was genuinely weighing the value of my life, deciding whether to kill me or not, wondering which option would be the correct choice to take in this run. If she deemed me worthless, she would eliminate me to get rid of A variables. A broken bar sigh. One could run faster than light, the other could control blood from several hundred meters away, and the last could destroy a military-grade golem with a single strike. Despite the existence of these monsters, I felt relieved. I waved my hands high in the air as a sign of greeting. Hey there, everyone. Yeah, the people left in Tantalus are all insanely strong. They can probably exterminate several thousand of me in a few seconds. They all have the ability to do so. So what? Since when did I need to be strong to survive? I wasn't even close to being the strongest in the back alley dump I spent over 10 years in, but in the end, I was the one who survived. The superhuman capable of crushing builders with his fists lost his head to the swordsman who could slice steel. That swordsman burned to death in a trap set by a random mage. That mage then died of poisoning after drinking from the wrong cup. Only I, the mind reader, could kiss up to the swordsman, avoid the mage's trap, and pick out the unpoisoned cup, thus securing my life. It was the same game here, even if I was playing with monsters, as long as I could read their thoughts. A broken bar if I played along with their pride, avoided their sensitive triggers, and built up trust. A broken bar. What reason would they have to kill no? What reason would they have to let me die? I had lived my entire life swindling people in the alleyways. Nobody could catch people's attention and manipulate them as well as I could. Those were my thoughts as I shouted out into the sky, waving my hands in the air. I gazed into the future, but there was only a broken bar. Everyone, Tantalus is safe. I'm your ally, I shouted with full confidence in what I uttered, but the regressor snickered at my heartfelt speech. Our ally? Don't shit me. Does the state consider anyone as their allies? She doesn't trust me. Let's try to create a positive impression. All girls love animals, right? If that's the case, he broken bar. I grinned as I shifted my focus to the Dog King. I kicked the broken golem, and a magic orb popped out of the golem's eye, rolling on the floor. I flicked the orb up into my hands with the use of my foot, and proceeded to toss it up into the air repeatedly. Woof, woof. The Dog King wagged her tail as she approached. Although her body was like that of a human, her heart was that of a canine's. She wouldn't be able to resist the urge to play with a ball. The Dog King fixed her gaze on the orb, bobbing her head as I tossed the ball in my hand. I could feel the exhilaration from her perky ears and sparkling eyes. After sensing that I had gotten her attention, I threw the orb with all my might. Fetch, woof. The orb drew an arc in the air as it soared far away. At that moment, the Dog King slammed the floor as she took off to chase it. Nothing could beat a ball when it comes to playing with a dog. I put on an amiable smile as I shifted my attention to the regressor. That's a cute puppy. Did you guys raise her? This should lower her guard. I briefly looked at her with a sideways glance, gauging her reaction by reading her mind. Let's see. A broken bar. Our broken bar puppy? He's treating the Dog King like a mere puppy? Weird. I was trying to loosen her up, but now she seems even more suspicious of me. Did I mess up? I thought people trusted those who were kind to animals. A broken bar. Let's try it again. Dogs are great creatures. They're loyal and most importantly, cute. Not many animals besides the ones that we raise for food are as useful as dogs. A broken bar. He's regarding a demi-human as inferior to humans. And what's that about meat? Is he a racist human supremacist? I didn't expect to increase the suspicion. Either way, I didn't do anything like treating a demi-human as subhuman. The Dog King may look like a demi-human, But she is just a dog who looks like a human. What's wrong with treating a dog like a dog? You wouldn't bow down to a queen bee. Likewise, you wouldn't eat on the same table with the dog king, would you? You see, I'm here to have a positive exchange with you all. I am a broken bar. The first step to getting close to someone was having something in common. I'll be fine if I tell them that I had been captured as well. They wouldn't be wary of me either. Just as I was about to utter these words, a thought emerged from the regressor's mind. In a year, Tantalus will fall, the abyss will collapse and many lives will cease to exist. Only a handful will end up surviving. A broken bar. Wait, what? A Tantalus, a broken bar. Tantalus will fall? Azzy the dog king, and Tikan's Yarka the progenitor, they'll survive the collapse. A broken bar, but they would become corrupted in the abyss. On top of that, the progenitor of vampires who terrorized the world as well as the dog king who stood for all dogs in this world, a broken bar, would become corrupted. The apocalypse is set to occur in 10 years, and the corrupted seeds of corruption will make it happen earlier. The two would then massacre innocents, bringing the world into an age of chaos. And a broken bar 10 years at the latest. If that forsaken day were to arrive, a true apocalypse would occur, and the world would come to an end. After reading her mind, I was in shock. When I was captured and thrown into Tantalus, I thought that I could somehow find my way out of this predicament, that maybe I could use my powers to suck up to the guards and prisoners, then try to create a favorable position until I would somehow escape. Yet with what I just learned, my plan was in shambles. The disparate future had been preordained. If oracles saw an unchangeable end to all things, it's no wonder that so many of them went mad or ended their own lives. A broken bar. What do I do? And in none of the futures I experienced have I ever met this man. Well, duh. I'm just a regular, low-time criminal. Why would I ever get involved in a fight with a scale so large? You're really too wary of people. Broken bar. However, the next thought I read completely changed my outlook on the situation. In the previous attempt, when I had arrived at Tantalus as soon as it collapsed, this man was nowhere to be seen. All I saw were corpses filling the abyss. The regressor glared at me as she continued thinking, a man who arrived in Tantalus so late. A broken bar could be the seed of corruption. He could also have been a casualty. A broken bar. But one thing's for sure, this man doesn't exist in any future I've experienced. So, to summarize, this world ends in 10 years, and I'll die in the abyss even before that happens. Ha broken bar. Ha broken bar. A bewildered chuckle slipped out of my mouth. My life had just been spoiled for me. Not only that, considering that I would die in Tantalus, there was no way my death would be peaceful. I had successfully foreseen the future by reading the regressor's mind, practically like the oracles. However, I was different from them. I had the regressor in front of me, the one who could traverse time and alter the past to make a non-existent future reality. Now that I had read her memories, I could change the future that contained my death. An ambiguous prophecy that could be changed by man. Relax, keep smiling, use it as my mask and go forth. Nothing's changed. When have I ever been sure of my life? I made the strong my ally, and ran away if I needed to face them. What I used to survive was not power, but knowledge. The colossal enemy known as fate was the same. I didn't need to fight it, I just needed to make sure I didn't incur its wrath. Thankfully, I had all the necessary tools at my disposal: the progenitor of vampires, the Dog King, and the regressor. I'll become close to them, craft a friendship, and make sure that they protect me instead of trying to kill me. I'll survive, no matter the cost. Alright, I know what I need to do now. In a previous timeline, I probably told them the truth that I was a worker and had been captured by the military state, and that I wasn't their enemy. I probably tried my best to stay inconspicuous because it was the best thing I could do. However, now that I had the chance to see the future, it'd be idiotic to do the same thing again. I had to do something drastically different in order to arrive at my desired future. Let's trick fate. I'll become a different man, one that fate has never accounted for. I held my head up straight and shouted, because I'm a warden sent by the state, here to oversee and teach you trainees. A warden? The regressor asked with a sharp gaze. Impersonating the military was a grave crime in the military state, but who am I to care? I'd rather get arrested for impersonation than die within a year. I had already chosen to proactively change the world. If I was going to poke my head into all these affairs, it would be nice to have a name for myself. I continued my lie without any remorse. Indeed, dear trainees, due to your dangerous abilities and violent conduct, you are scheduled to receive rehabilitation to rejoin society in Tantalus. However, an unfortunate event has deterred our duties. Reciting the information from the Gilliam, I continued my facade. Following the massive prison break, the state has determined that the re-education of the trainees of Tantalus is of utmost urgency. That is why they have deployed me here. I will stay here and oversee you all. Let's start off on the other foot. My path has only changed slightly. However, even this would change the future in the long run. Starting with my situation right now, a broken bar. But wait, if we're talking about the variable as a broken bar, I grimaced as I stared at the regressor. She's also a variably broken bar that was absent from Tantalus in the previous timeline, isn't she? Did I actually need to do something? Should I have just stayed silent? When I was beginning to regret my rash decision, a broken bar, a warden, a broken bar, so that's who you are. A cold ray of bloodlust pierced through me. Huh? In that split second of confusion, she had already gripped Chuneng. Almost like a reflex, her instinctive hatred towards the state became a spear pointed right at me. I messed up. Knowing that she had the ability to go back in time, I overestimated her. Her cold gaze was not a calculating, analytical stare, it was one of apathy. The fact that she had gotten stronger after experiencing 13 different lives also meant that she had died 13 times. She was a walking lump of PTSD, and in 7 of those 13 lives, she had been killed as a result of the state's actions and sought vengeance against them for those lost lives. I'll kill him. The bloodlust soared to undefinable heights. It was a change in emotion so drastic that it could almost be described as bipolar. I guess it wouldn't be weird to have a couple of mental disorders after dying 13 times, but she was awfully quick to draw her sword. Not only that, but my right arm would be severed by her sword's arc. Let's start by slicing off a limb and then I'll torture him. I'll squeeze out the answer as to what business the state has in an empty prison. Did I just flick the self-destruct switch, or is this that concept about preordained events? Whatever it was, what I was faced with now was a weightless blade that had been swung, aimed at my right shoulder. Chuneng was a weightless, widthless sword. Compared to its speed, my body was laughably slow. With a mere twitch of the reggressor's wrist, the invisible blade would extend. I could already see what would happen next. The invisible blade would slice through my shoulder and my arm would drop to the ground. If I were a normal person, I would have lost my arm before I could even react. However, I am a mind reader. A moment before she swung, I began to ponder the best course of action. Should I block it? No, she has the power of 13 lives. If I tried to block it, the rest of my body would be sliced along with my arm. Dodge? No, the blade will be too fast. Even though I had the upper hand by reading her mind, her aerial blossom was too fast. At worst, it would change from losing an arm to losing my head. What else can I do? Nothing. Wait, I'm gonna die? I thought I had at least a year left. But I'm about to die within a minute broken bar? I can't let that happen. I need to survive. I need to continue my worthless life somehow. I've done so much to stay alive. I've sunk to the lowest. I could go in the back alleys. I didn't do all that just to die here. I lashed out my arms. It was a futile struggle, a last-ditch attempt at survival, and those who seeked opportunities were the ones who received it. What? Cling. A clear sound reminiscent of a bell's hum echoed in my ears. Waves rippled across the invisible blade's surface, and its salted trajectory aimed a hair above my shoulder. Magic. A spark flashed across the surface of the invisible blade. Chuneng could cut even air molecules. The gases cling to the invisible blade's surface, engraving a bolt of lightning into the air as they ruptured. A moment after the spark, The deafening roar of thunder assaulted my eardrums. Every hair on my body stood up. I couldn't tell if it was from the static or because I was terrified. He deflected Chuneng. Huh? Did I survive? Arms, okay. Head, still attached. Pain, non-existent. A broken bar. I lived. The aerial blossom missed. Wait, number. Did I deflect Chuneng with my hand when I swung my arms? What exactly happened? A broken bar didn't even need to block it. A broken bar, and he changed the trajectory with only his finger? No way. A broken bar. He didn't seem strong at all. A broken bar. Was he hiding his strength? I read her mind and was able to understand what occurred. I could see people's thoughts. Whoever it was, I could see why and how they were going to attack. This was one of the few benefits of my useless ability. When I read her intention to slice off my arm, I swung my arm instinctively. The only problem was that the regressor's blade was as fast as my comprehension. Because of that particular overlap, the regressor's blade barely touched the tip of my twitching finger. It was completely unintentional, but Chuneng was a weightless sword. It curved at the touch of my finger and allowed me to prevent myself from being struck. Wow, a broken bar. I did it. This is one of the biggest achievements in my life. Wait, back to the point. The regressor sprang back, once again raising her blade. The level of caution was completely different from before, as if she were about to face off against a deadly enemy. A crazy bitch, why the hell are you so afraid? Shouldn't I be the one who's afraid? I was just attacked out of nowhere. A broken bar. I messed up. No shit you did. I almost died. She continued to glare at me like a nervous cat that was backed into a corner. A warden sent to Tantalus would obviously have combat abilities necessary for the position. A broken bar. I apologize for underestimating you. Aren't you apologizing for the wrong thing? I'm thankful that she thinks highly of me, but this isn't good. If I get marked as her enemy, my life in every timeline will be threatened. A broken bar. Fuck. It's so unfair and enraging that I was attacked out of nowhere, but we have to work things out here. We're going to be stuck in the same prison for a couple more months. So, no matter how much I wanted to punch her in the face, I needed to head towards a positive relationship. You shouldn't be apologizing for looking down on me. Instead, apologize for attacking someone out of the blue. Do you lack basic manners? The regressor frowned at the sudden lecture. I shook my head, pretending to be disheartened by her reaction. I understand your suspicion. After all, something terrible happened just a few days ago. Broken bar. A riot led to a massacre in the facility. No wonder you lost faith in the state. Your lack of trust is part of my responsibility as an official who serves the country. I never trusted the state in the first place. Who would trust a country like this? However, I don't either. Just go along with it. I interrupted her thoughts. That does not justify your aggression towards me. What do you expect us to think of you when you display such hostile behavior towards someone who came to help? A broken bar. To help? Indeed. The Dog King had just retrieved the ball and dropped it by my feet. She was wagging her tail, waiting for me to throw the ball again. Yuck, you're interrupting my speech. I aimed the orb directly at the prison this time. Fetch, woof. As the joyous dog girl chased after the high-flying ball, I turned my attention back to the regressor. You all followed orders and did not escape the facility. They say the purest light emerges from within the darkness. Despite the chaos, you have all retained your morals. As a result, the higher-ups of the state have taken an interest in the progress of your rehabilitation. Well, the Dog King was waiting for the promise, and the vampire was just sleeping. As for me, I just had some business to take care of in the abyss. She always has an excuse. Huh? Just accept it. Accept what I'm saying, for Christ's sake. She loved playing devil's advocate. People like that would take any opportunity they received to come up with some way to counter anything other people would say. I didn't give the regressor an opportunity to come up with a rebuttal. That is why I have been deployed. In order to support your re-education, the state has sent me. It wasn't a complete lie. I was supposed to do manual labor here, and the state did technically send me here, although what they were looking for was a worker whose life they could disregard. But if I focus on talking about myself or Broken Bar, so I expect great things from everyone. Just trust me and follow my teachings, trainees. Broken Bar, it would make them think that I'm someone of greater importance than I actually am. And if everyone believes it, Broken Bar, I can't make sense of this guy. Broken Bar, I will truly become someone worth mentioning. Woof. The Dog King approached me once more with the orb. No matter how far I tried to throw it, she would easily retrieve it. I just kicked the orb as hard as I could this time. My toes stung from the impact, but the orb went further than before. The Dog King panted as she chased after the ball again. That manner in which he treats the Dog King a Broken Bar and his ease in deflecting anger Broken Bar, I can't judge his strength at all. As of now a Broken Bar, I don't think I can take him on a Broken Bar. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to grasp my strength, a strength that's as insignificant as an insect. It's the life of a rat that you would never be able to imagine. The strong can never understand the weak. However, I know everything you're thinking. Whatever it took, I succeeded. I clenched my fist in joy. Humans still had animalistic instincts. If they faced the unknown, they would remain wary and afraid. Just as knowledge was power, the lack of it was a weakness. Staying away from the unknown was the fundamental law of survival. She won't attack me so abruptly like before. However, things would never proceed with such an attitude. I needed to stay on a neutral footing, at the very least. Putting on a soft smile, I held my hand out towards the regressor. She flinched, almost cutting through my arm with the aerial blossom. If she had used more pressure on it, my arm would have been sliced like butter. Yet, if I panicked here, I would display my weakness that could possibly be exploited. I pretended to be relaxed as I offered her a handshake. For good future relations, let's shake on it, shall we? She glanced back and forth between my face and my outstretched hand before turning away. A Broken Bar, who knows what might be in your palm? Weren't you the one who attacked me? It's strange that the person who swung their sword is acting like they're the victim. Thanks to the regressor, who would normally only be able to read people's minds, had just successfully read the future. Just like a prophet, I would have inevitably perished had I not seen the future. But it's different now. They say that the future is shy, and it hides itself when seen. Hopefully, it would never come back from hiding. I didn't need a shy but feisty future to deal with when it might end up killing me. Then let's perform introductions. You can call me the Warden. I rapped my knuckle against my sternum as I introduced myself. I'll survive at any cost, even if it means fooling fate itself. The regressor, who had been so tense until now, tossed her blade into the air before answering to my request. A Broken Bar shy. At the same time, her inner monologue was whispered into my ears. I'll observe him for now. At worst, I'll just move on to the next run. Thankfully, she had decided to just observe. People who had lives to spare thought differently, I guess. Despite thinking that I was a threat, she was willing to observe. Such was the flaw of someone who had too much leisure. She raised her brow as she concluded her thoughts. A Broken Bar, it worries me to stay in the same facility as a frivolous man, but I doubt the others would give in easily. What does she think of me? We have a little dog and a corpse that's been dead for 1,000 years. Does she think I'd be interested in something like that? I'm not some gross pervert. I have normal tastes fit for a normal human. And my cross-dressing is perfect. I look perfectly like a guy, so it'll be fine. Our Broken Bar. I see. I need to live with a regressor who believes she's passing herself off as a man for several months. This is going to be a pain. Mumbling within, I tried my best to maintain my smile. Tantalus was a place that only detained the most nefarious criminals, or the strongest of beings, who couldn't be contained within any other facility. It was a place that people entered endlessly, yet none ever left. Considering how nobody came out, it was inevitable for the rumors about Tantalus to snowball. Claims that the state was performing human experimentation in order to create a super soldier, or that mythological demons roamed the facility, or that everyone sent there was secretly executed. I was able to look around Tantalus with my own eyes to confirm the authenticity of these rumors. Tantalus certainly lived up to its name, the Abyss. a bottomless hole cursed by Mother Earth herself, an inescapable chasm. Inside, the truly resided mythical, historical, and transcendent beings like the Dog King, the progenitor of vampires, and the regressor. According to the golem, a prison break had occurred, but I questioned that too. Just what did they do to escape this inescapable abyss? Of course, there was evidence of an outbreak. Most of the walls were shattered, and bars that were bent like candy canes were sprawled everywhere. The signs that a massive riot had occurred were evident, yet, not even a single drop of blood could be found. But I already knew the answer to that. The progenitor of vampires, Tantalus, the oldest vampire that slept within the depths of Tantalus, had complete mastery over blood. Any bloodshed would have been collected by her. It was likely done without her even realizing it, just as an apple was naturally drawn towards the ground. Without blood, all that was left in the prison was the rubble. Thinking that far, I murmured to myself, a broken bar. Could the beings who remained here be the scariest of them all? It was an ironic yet frightening thought. If this were a normal prison, I would have scoffed at the wimps who didn't have the guts to escape a broken bar, but I could clearly see that the only ones left were monsters. Tantalus was known throughout history as the one who could match the great power of the sanctum itself, and the Dog King was amongst the strongest of the Beast Kings. It's a relief that neither of them had any malicious feelings toward humans, or else I would have lost my life the moment I stepped foot into Tantalus. Although, I don't know how much longer I'll be able to last a broken bar. Either way, there's only one thing to do. They don't hate humans and didn't kill me, so there is only one thing I must do. I need to get on their good side so that if something happens in the future a broken bar, they'll take my side. After deciding on my goal, I began to move. The three prisoners left in Tantalus are the Dog King Azzy, the progenitor of vampires Tantalus, and the regressor Shy, who amongst the three was the least dangerous and easiest to get close to. The answer was obvious. It was undoubtedly Azzy. Even before history started being recorded, dogs and humans had been friends. Dogs were loyal to humans from birth, and the representative of that species was loyal to all living humans. That was how the state was able to imprison a beast king within Tantalus. Azzy was the kind of dog who would wait with bated breath in a cage forever if she was ordered to by a human. If it were a different beast king, like the Wolf King or Lion King, they would tear through the metal bars instantly. It was not a matter of strength, but a matter of how domesticated they were. As to why Azzy was imprisoned by the state a broken bar, I don't know, but I can easily guess why. The Dog King Azzy was loyal to all humans. That included not only the state, but its enemies as well. The state worried that if the resistance or neighboring forces got their hands on her, she might turn against them, so they put her in Tantalus, where they could retrieve her whenever she was needed. Ha, idiots! I couldn't stop laughing at their idiocy. To think they would leave a weapon lying around in a storage unit for fear of their enemies using it. I'll show them. Weapons that anyone can use aren't meant to be hidden. I picked up a lamp and opened the doors to the storage unit. Thick layers of dust flew off the boxes like fallen snow, shoving away a couple of skulls that were in the way. I grabbed a few poles, a steel net, and firewood. Upon closer inspection, the steel net was tattered at its ends, as if it had failed in attempt to capture some large beast. It had sharp hooks sticking out of the other side, and they were caked with dried flesh and bundles of fur. A broken bar. Let's not pry any further. The wooden poles had sharp hooks attached to the ends. What the hell were they using all this for? Whatever it used to be, I brought all the equipment out to the field. I wiped all the flesh and fur off with an oil-soaked cloth. I delicately balanced it on top of the firewood like as if it were a grill. After finishing the preparations, I placed the lamp next to the wood and flicked my finger toward the pile. Magic bolt. The state's magic, designed with nothing but practicality in mind, brought forth a flame. Sparks flew from my finger, and the mana-surged lamp began burning brightly. I began opening a can as I watched the fire spread across the pile of wood. After I took off the lid, I saw a dry black lump inside of the can. After dipping it into the water, it began rehydrating at an extraordinary rate, growing into a piece of meat 10 times its original size. One of the 7 great inventions of the military state, the military-grade compressed can. It completely removed all moisture from the food, increasing the shelf life by 20%. It was processed using preservation magic. They even claimed that it tasted and smelled just as good as real, fresh meat. At least, they claimed so. Of course, like all else, it lacked some flavor and texture compared to the real meat, but it was more than enough to use as dog food. I placed the rehydrated piece of meat on the grill. Meat as thick as this took an eternity to cook, but I didn't really care, since I wouldn't be the one eating it. I also doubted whether it would even matter to the person who was going to eat it. What truly mattered was the smell it emitted as it got cooked. Leaving the meat on the grill, I rattled a bell I had brought back from the storage unit. Jingle, jingle. After a round of ringing the bell, I put it aside and continued to cook the meat. The burning flames appeared to be stealing the meat's redness as it began to turn brown. Its succulent juices dripped onto the firewood and turned into smoke, wafting far away. The smell of cooking meat spread throughout the facility. It was almost time. I shook the bell once again. Then I heard it. Yummy smell. Food, food. Despite speaking continuously, each syllable appeared to be said from drastically different locations, as he ran at a speed that was comparable to that of sound. Guessing the time it would take her to arrive, I tensed up my arm and lightly tugged on the net. The fire exploded a moment later. Ash and smoke flew everywhere, cinders fell to the ground, and the remaining firewood roared with its newfound supply of oxygen. Azzy, who had jumped onto the wood in search of meat, flailed around in the fire. Woof! Hot, hot. Without saying anything, I picked up a cloth and swung it at her. After beating off all the cinders, Azzy groaned as she picked herself up. Tears glistened in her eyes, and her fur was singed. Yet, as soon as she saw the meat in my hand, her eyes sparkled. Nope. I stretched out my palm and shouted, "Stay, flinch." Azzy looked at my hand as she lowered her body. Her tail wagged frantically, and her eyes were restless. She twitched as if she really wanted to lunge at the meat. Fortunately, I managed to hold out my palm forward before she became too restless. Azzy whimpered as she stared at me, unable to move. "Wait, how long?" Instead of answering, I took out the bell and slowly shook it left and right. Intrigued by the new object, Azzy completely forgot about the meat and looked at my hand. I slowly swung it from side to side until she was on the verge of losing interest and shook it hard whenever she started to turn back to the meat. Jingle jingle. Once she had been made aware of the sound of the bell, I chopped a bit of the half-cooked meat and tossed it at her. Azzy caught it with her mouth despite the surprise. Even while she was chewing the meat, her gaze didn't leave the bell. Using the simulation training method, Azzy had completely understood the meaning of the bell. Now, it was time for a reward. "Good job. Well done. I expected as much of you." Azzy's eyes widened at the sudden barrage of compliments. Despite her confusion, I continued to praise her. "You're the ultimate dog. You can identify the bell, and you listen when you're told to stay. You're amazing." "Huh? I did good?" "Yeah, you're the perfect dog. You're so lovely." I continued to praise her. Most people would have gotten suspicious by now, but Azzy was open enough to others that she responded to every compliment. She soon finished swallowing the meat and started shaking her head as she pranced around. "Woof, woof. Right, Azzy, should we play ball?" "Awoo." At this very moment, the Dog King looked like the happiest dog in the world. I was grinning with malicious intent inside as I continued to clap my hands for her. Witness this. State, tools that anyone can use aren't meant to be hidden. You just need to use them better than anyone else. I put the bell back into my pocket. It wasn't quite enough yet. A single piece of canned meat wouldn't truly reach her. However, after a day, a week, a month, if I kept showing her the sound of the bell and connected it to positive stimulus, the bell would become a remote that could control the Dog King. Just you wait. You guys think you've trapped me, but you've also given me time to train the Dog King. Ha ha ha. Woof, woof, woof. As he didn't seem to notice the ominousness in my laugh and instead barked along as she circled around my feet. She seemed to be itching in anticipation for the game of fetch that would eventually happen. Alright, I'll play fetch as much as you want. If a sore shoulder is what it takes to get closer to the Dog King, I'll do it. As I was about to move to a more open part of the garden, I heard another thought. I was wondering where he was, but he was with Azzy. I can't tell what this man wants to do. Oh, that's a surprise. The regressor had been closely following me. As I was about to turn my head to say hello, that's fine, I'll camouflage myself and sneak up on him. If he tries to corrupt Azzy, I'll slice him right away. I turned back, but there was nobody to be seen. I couldn't sense any sign of a person. Nevertheless, I could hear the thoughts of the cross-dresser about 3 meters to my right. She appeared to be cautiously following me while crossing her arms, acting like I didn't notice. I turned my head back to face the front. Oh, so you're supposed to be camouflage. A broken bar. I guess I'll have to pretend that I didn't notice a broken bar. Humans were mammals that used tools and had the ability to create tools and weapons from the materials they found. Before I went to get Azzy, I roughly sewed some tattered cloth I had found into a ball. It was a crude ball that probably wouldn't have been used in a real game of baseball, but it was plenty to play fetch with a dog. I spun it around in my palm, and Azzy orbited around me as I walked. Her body moved up and down, her eyes glued to the ball. While keeping her attention, I was able to bring her to an open part of the field. In addition, a broken bar. While I hide myself under this veil of darkness, I'll make sure to find out every dirty plan you have. Resisting the urge to glance back, I continued to walk to the field with a strange being following me. How troublesome. Why is she following me around? Doesn't she have anything to do? What did I do this time? All I wanted to do was to train the Dog King using the A carrot and A stick method. They said that the carrot and stick method was the best way to domesticate an animal. There was nothing weird about it. However, now that the regressor was stalking me, there was a limit to what I could do. The Dog King is one of the few beast kings that are friendly towards humanity. If the Dog King goes against humans like last time, we would be in a disadvantageous position in future battles. If he tries to do something to hear a broken bar, I'll need to take him down. I don't know how strong he is, but it must be done. After reading her mind, I shoved the military-grade whip I had brought deep into my pocket. Shy probably wouldn't like me using the whip. The fundamental concept of training involved alternating positive and negative stimulation. A reward was given for listening to orders, and a punishment if they went against it. By imprinting feedback in specific actions, I could train her in my favor. I was planning to use the ball and meat as the A carrot, and the whip as the A stick. However, a broken bar, if he tries to torture her or put her on a leash, a broken bar, I'll give it my all to kill him. I could feel the bloodlust from 3 meters away. No whipping today, I guess. The lack of negative stimulation reduces the efficiency of training, but it's better than me losing my head. Let's stick with carrots today. After arriving at the field, I raised the ball high and shouted, "Go!" Woof! As soon as I got into a throwing position, Azzy lowered her body to the ground, taking a stance to catch the ball. Her tail spun round and round like a propeller. At first, I let the ball roll on the ground. Azzy dashed and drew a smooth curve as she retrieved the ball. Despite having human legs, she had no problem running on all fours. I feigned excitement at Azzy as she returned. "Good job, Azzy." Hand. Woof. "Alright, left hand." Woof. Okay, so this doesn't work yet. It's fine, don't show disappointment. A dog doesn't need to differentiate their left hand from their right. I pulled out another piece of meat I had cut off earlier. "Alright, you can differentiate hands and feet. You're the best, Azzy." Woof. "I'm the best." Woof. Woof. "Good dogs deserve a prize. Have a treat." I grabbed the piece of meat in my hand and held it out. Azzy shoved her nose into my hand as she tried to frantically dig into the meat, almost as if she was searching for treasure. She kept sticking out her tongue into the obscured meat between my fingers. Almost. I kept pushing her to the edge as I shifted my fingers, barely keeping her away from the meat. Just as she was about to get frustrated and force her way in, I opened my palm wide and exposed the meat. Seizing the opportunity, As he quickly snatched the meat away, she seemed to have thought of it as another game, so she satisfyingly yipped as she rubbed her chin into my hand. I guess a broken bar he's just playing with here. A broken bar. It was a beautiful sight, as if out of a painting, an interaction between dog and man. A beast king, a symbol of natura, was interacting with a human. What do you think of that, regressor? It's a perfect scene, right? It's almost like a broken bar. He's training an ordinary dog. A broken bar. What's wrong with her this time? The dog king may be a dog, but they look like a regular dog girl on the outside, treating someone who looks human like a dog so easily. A broken bar. I better watch out. I had never been more frustrated in my life. She had an issue with everything. It's normal to treat a dog like a dog. It's strange to treat a dog like a human. Treating a human like a dog is for weird perverts. Besides, if you treat another being as a human, they'll try to take advantage of you. I'm speaking from experience, so the only thing that is right to do in the world is to treat dogs like dogs. I'm just doing the right thing here. I continued to feed as he treats and tossed the ball. Shy watched my every move. Repeated routines caused laziness, but as he was still focused on playing with the ball, rather than training, I needed to start using the whip soon, but the regressor wasn't leaving. Just how long does she plan to watch? If she's done observing, I wish she'd leave. If you treat a dog too well, even the dog king might become spoiled. I changed my mind. Fate needed to be carved by my own hands. I couldn't just wait for her to go away. That's too passive. I could just chase her away, not by force, obviously, but I had other ways. I shook the ball again, as he excitedly prepared herself to pounce on the ball. Let's go again. Woof. She jumped up and down. I let her retrieve the ball a couple times, and then, I tossed the ball straight towards where Shy was. I can't even see her. I don't know how she's hiding. But even though I know where she is, I still can't see her. But as long as I know her general direction. A broken bar. Fetch. Woof woof. I don't need to dodge. It missed. Butte. A broken bar. A broken bar. I can keep her on her toes. Weirdos who used stuff like stealth or cloaking abilities were all stalking creeps. Their greatest fear was their existence being revealed. You want to relax in that little veil of yours? Not a chance. Let's give you a taste of your own medicine. Azzy. Fetch. Woof. Good job. One more time. Woof woof. Woo. Each time I threw the ball, Azzy happily dashed towards it. Shy flinched with anxiety each time the ball left my hand. Azzy was completely unpredictable, flopping around everywhere as she ran. On the other hand, Shy had her hands full trying to move out of her way. She was too busy to worry about monitoring me. As always, messing with people who weren't the brightest was always enjoyable. Let's go. Woof. The ball flew straight at the regressor this time. She stared at the speeding ball as she thought about her options. Shit, if I make any sudden movements, the veil of darkness will dissipate. Sudden movements would end stealthing abilities. Shy clenched her teeth, crouched down and quickly rolled on the ground. The ball swept past her head, and as he skipped her way towards it, the regressor let out a sigh of relief as she slowly stood back up. Phew, made it our broken bar, but it's getting dangerous. Alright, my plan was a success. She's slowly backing away. I'll have to leave for now. If he finds me here, he might become wary of me. A broken bar. I still couldn't see her, but her thoughts began to fade away. It meant she had traveled a large distance away from me. Phew, now I'll be able to train Azzy without interruption. It's fine, as long as I don't get caught. I have plenty of opportunities to spy on him. I heard a disturbing thought as the regressor walked away. She's going to try to spy on me again? Is that all she's learned from her 13 deaths? I wanted to run up to her and shout that I had seen through her stealth, but I resisted. It was better to hide the extent of my powers for now. And just like that, the regressor vanished. She probably had other things to do elsewhere. My only company now was Azzy, who was running back to me with the ball. Woof, woof. Getting impatient that I wasn't throwing the ball again, she rolled the toy to my feet. She was urging me to keep throwing, I picked up the ball and directed a stone-cold glare at her. "You like playing fetch so much? Woof, woof, I love it, I love it, yeah? Well, my shoulder feels like it's about to fall off, and you're just having fun, huh? Nobody's watching now. All that's left between us is the law of nature. I'm a human, and Ezzy is a dog. I am completely her superior. Just as oil rises above water and smoke floats to the sky, this was a natural occurrence. It's called knowing one's place." I pulled out the military-grade whip from my pocket. "The fun ends here, mutt. A broken bar, woof." I put the ball back in my pocket. Ezzy's eyes widened in complete disbelief. She appeared to be shocked that I no longer wanted to play with her. I clearly drew a line. "The fun's over. You don't get any more treats. Go back to your doghouse before I chuck you into the oven." Bark, bark, bark. She began barking, wanting me to keep playing with her. I caught a slight sense of frustration in her howls. I knew it. Dogs don't know any better. They only wanted to indulge in pleasure forever. Words can't persuade them, so humans came to use whips. I cracked the whip into the air. A small crack erupted where it struck the ground. "Here's the thing, do you actually expect me to play with you all day?" "Yep." "Wow, you act so entitled to it already." I raised the whip high. Today was the day the Dog King would be properly disciplined. "I'll change your way of thinking." Soon after, I swung the whip towards Izzy's back. The whip was not made by me. It was a military-grade whip, engineered by the state themselves. The state was notorious for making bad things, but the whip was one of their best weapons. It was a luxurious item that had steel plates woven into the hard leather and was a weapon that could be used in real battle. The crack of the whip incited fear, and the steel plates brought forth pain. If used well, it was perfect for inflicting only pain without any serious internal damage. Know your place with your new scars, and witness the greatness of humanity. A broken bar off. Then, as he moved, her head turned faster than the tip of the whip. She was so fast that I could only trace her movements as if I were watching a movie with a low frame rate. She looked directly at the approaching whip and chomped down the exact moment it was about to hit her. She tore through the whip with her teeth. Crunch. Magic. Her canines tore through the whip made from hardened leather and plated steel that could have easily been used as a real weapon in war. After chewing on it like bubble gum, she soon spat it out. Rah, yucky. I looked at what was left of the whip in disbelief. Whips couldn't be blocked with the body. When flicked, the tip of a whip surpassed the speed of sound, causing that signature crack. It would tear through one's flesh if they tried to catch it recklessly. However, the Dog King perfectly bit down on the tip of the whip headed towards her and bit it off. If she could break off hardened leather and steel with a turn of her head, a broken bar. Oh, she's a dog, but she's still the Dog King. I naturally put the whip back in my pocket and took the ball out again. A broken bar. Normally, I'd stop playing here, but since it's the first day, we can play a little more. A broken bar now. Fetch. A broken bar. Woof, woof. Azzy perked up again as she went after the ball. Alright, let's leave that part for later. I'll play with her till she's satisfied. I didn't lose here. I was simply having so much fun with my dog that I decided to extend the playtime. I'm showing generosity as a human by continuing to play with this dog. What a great day. Life is like a book, one that begins with birth and ends with death. The rest is filled with the time you have spent alive. If we thought of it that way, my mind reading could be compared to reading a book. I could simply skim what was currently being written through the character's current thoughts, or just flip through the pages from start to finish. If I wanted to, I could read it completely, from start to finish. However, it would take too long and could also pose a risk to me. Amatingrad, the capital of the state, was a monster that grew by devouring nearby cities. The explosive growth of the city pushed everything else outward: people, houses, money, and even culture. All of the things that were pushed out had their own stories to tell, and I had met plenty of interesting people while living there. Yet, as they said, there was always something greater than you could ever imagine. Within the great underground prison of Tantalus, There resided prisoners far beyond anything I had ever experienced, the Dog King, the progenitor of vampires, and a regressor, beings who could obliterate a city by themselves. Their books were extremely unique as befitting of their strength. Azzy's book was akin to reading cave scripture out loud. I could read it, but I couldn't make sense of it. It was jumbled. She didn't care about concepts like left or right, or why someone would ever not toss a ball. Those types of worries didn't exist in her book. She never thought about them, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Maybe it is to be expected. Dogs certainly don't think in the same logical manner that humans did. As long as I am a human, I would never be able to fully understand Azzy's book. I might be able to read her mood if I tried, but I could do that by just looking at her expression. The vampire's book was thick. As an ancient monster that had lived for over 1,200 years, the number of pages that exceeded a normal human's by over a dozen times overwhelmed me. Even skimming it would be an ordeal. Furthermore, it wasn't only thick, but it was also packed full of crazy events. How she became a vampire, the history of discrimination, her time on the battlefield, her regime, her downfall, escape, and the time she spent sleeping a broken bar. Judging from the names of the chapters, I couldn't even dream of touching the rest of it. In addition to that, the style also changed according to the time period it was recorded in. A historian might have fallen in love with it, but unfortunately, only I could read books of the mind, and I am no historian. Lastly, the regressor. Shai's book didn't fall under any of the aforementioned categories. The regressor's book A Broken Bar was a 14-long book series that shouldn't exist. Despite having met an end to her story, she continued on, almost like a bad author dragging on a series, without any sign of it ending soon. A broken bar, that was what got me confused. I read it, but I couldn't fully understand it. She may live her current life, but all her experiences and strengths were from her previous lives. Her motives, enemies, and dreams were all already brought up in previous books. Unfortunately for me, all I could read from her mind was the latest installment. The previous books didn't exist in this world. Imagine if you picked up the latest book of a series you have never read. You can't really follow the story fully. So, although I knew I would die in the future and the world would end, I couldn't see the exact details. I could only predict it from her flashbacks or actions she had done in this life. In order to find out, I needed to hear it from her own mouth, a broken bar, or force her to reminisce about her past. Either way, I need to get close to the regressor. Understanding my situation, I let out a sigh. Not like it would change anything. In a prison with nothing to do, people were naturally drawn to the field outside. I pushed open the steel bar doors and headed out into the field. I was greeted by a peculiar sight. "Tikanzyaka, I've come to meet you. Open the door." Shai was shouting in front of the underground armory with her arms stretched out. The underground armory, it was a place meant to store the weapons that could subdue the prisoners in the case of a riot. It was made with 3 stages of security in order to access it. Although in the case of Tantalus, where they only kept prisoners they couldn't handle, it stored something else. You could call it the strongest weapon of them all. Either way, it was a zone no normal prisoner should access. Execution was justified even for merely approaching it. In front of the underground armory, the regressor was performing some sort of peculiar ritual. What's she doing? I suddenly remembered that I had introduced myself as a warden. If I'm a warden, should I stop a prisoner from trying to get into the armory? I don't want to lose my head though. The regressor was like a terrorist, a mad scientist who performed experiments on the entire world. If things went haywire, she could always just move on to the next trial. However, she would suspect me more if I didn't perform my duties. If she believed me to be more of a variable than a warden, she may try to eliminate me. Alright, let's stop her. She won't actually kill me, right? I spoke out with an angry voice. "Trainee Shai, did you TSK? He's here, but I can't let him stop me. If he does, I'll have to get rid of him somehow." A broken body. "Did you have a good night's sleep?" "Good morning." It was my first time sleeping in a prison cell, but I slept well, barely stopping myself. I started smiling as I approached her. I didn't think she'd actually try to kill me. Alright, from now on, I'll let her do whatever she wants. A broken bar tsk as I continued to watch her with a smile on my face. The regressor scrunched up her face and turned away. Fortunately, she had the courtesy to not spit in my face. Alright, thanks, good morning to you too. After exchanging greetings to myself, I walked towards the closed-shut armory doors, screaming in the middle of the morning, "Just what the hell are you doing? That's none of your business. You want to meet the person inside?" The regressor clicked her tongue in frustration. It seemed that it was her way of saying yes. "Why do you want to wake up someone sleeping so badly? Don't worry about it. I can't ask anything, huh?" The regressor was so wary of me that she didn't try to take any actions while I was watching. It was quite annoying to deal with. Only the regressor knew the answer to how the world would end or what exactly happened there. So, I needed the regressor to think about the past while she was next to me. However, with her current attitude, I doubted whether or not I would be able to get any information from her, even after a year. Yuck, what to do? Broken bar. I looked back in the direction of the armory. Tantalus lacked weapons in its underground armory. Unlike other normal prisons, an outbreak was almost always impossible for the prisoners here. With no fear of the prisoners escaping, the facility didn't allocate any weapons to subdue them. Instead, something else was placed inside: the first vampire, the sinful beast, and the Queen of Darkness, the progenitor, Tikanzyaka, a palace and a prison for the vampire who refused light and slept deep underground. This was the being that the regressor was attempting to wake up right now. For me, the awakening of a being who feasted on human blood was not in my best interest, especially since I was the only normal human around. However, in the process of trying to get close to the regressor, helping out with tasks like this would better our relationship. What to do? Broken bar. My hesitation was short-lived. I'll help shy. The vampire won't kill me. Now that everyone else is either dead or gone, I'm a precious commodity for the vampire. I doubt she would cut open the belly of the golden egg-laying goose just to quench a moment of thirst. At worst, she'll turn me into some half-dead drone to pump out blood for the rest of eternity. A broken bar. It's not the best future, but it's better than dying. Having made my decision, I made a proposition to the regressor. Magic, why don't you break the doors down? This door is under Tikanzyaka's control. Looking in the direction she pointed, a glowing red blood stain replaced the position where a keyhole should have been. I couldn't read energies or auras, but even at a glance, I tell that it was something ominous. That blood engraving, as long as that stain glows red, the steel doors are akin to one of her familiars. It won't open without her orders. I'll let it slide this time, so you can try to break it down if you want. Who knows, maybe after a week, it'll go down. A broken bar. It's possible, but I don't want to. I'm trying to ask Tikanzyaka for help, not to fight. Huh? I was just teasing her, but she can actually do it? Normal humans can't slice through steel doors. This one in particular has a strength level of 3 and was strengthened by the state's special alchemy. It wouldn't budge even if it took a cannonball at point-blank range, but she's claiming that she can break it down if she really wanted to. A human can break those doors if they really tried. At that point, it's just true to the person who designed it. You have more common sense than I thought. Obviously, killing someone's familiar is even ruder than breaking into their house. Funny, coming from the person who tried to slice off my arm out of the blue. What? Nothing, I was just mumbling. Ignoring the regressor's suspicion, I began to think. The alchemic strength level of a typical bunker is level 3. If I use that, it might work. Should I try? I dug through my pocket to find the item. It was the bell I had used to train Azzy yesterday. What's that for? It's a dog bell. A dog what? It wasn't too loud, but it would be clear to Azzy's acute senses. Normally, she would have ignored the sound of the bell. There were too many sounds in this world to pay so much attention to a single one. However, Azzy spent the entire day training with the sound of this bell. That was why I kept ringing it as I played with her yesterday. I raised the bell above my head and rattled it. Jingle, jingle, woof. Woof! As the clear chimes resonated from the bell, I heard barking from afar. Soon after, as he started scrambling down the side of the building to get to me, she was actually running down the wall of the building. It was several times the rate at which she was falling. Tracks were left in the concrete walls as she pushed off them, indenting the stone. With a loud crash, she bounced off the floor immediately as she touched the ground towards me, almost like a rubber ball bouncing on the ground. Her change in velocity was that drastic. If she had hit someone, they would undoubtedly die. I rushed to rummage through my pocket to find the piece of meat I had prepared beforehand. Just before Azzy arrived, I managed to toss it toward the doors of the underground armory. The Dog King chased after the piece of meat and slammed directly into the steel doors. Boom! A grand vibration echoed throughout the prison. No bell could produce a sound as large as that. It felt as if we were within the body of a percussion instrument. I could feel the air itself vibrating. I also wasn't quite sure about this, but I thought I felt the ground tilt a little. Shocked, the regressor grabbed me by my collar. "What a broken bar do you think you're doing? Just wait. I told you, I need Tikanzyaka's help. Our doggy just happened to run into her doors by accident, and Azzy, who produced that impact, a broken bar. Yum, yum, woof." A broken bar was lost in her own world, happily chewing on the meat. I took a glance at Azzy and then the doors. It was more than enough to destroy level 3 alchemic steel, but it looks like the stain's enhancement far exceeded my expectations. It's level 4 at the very least. Despite Azzy impacting the doors at max speed, she only left a footprint on it. Maybe if she had somehow gotten mad and punched it with her full paw strength, it would break. Unfortunately, there was no reason for the carefree Dog King to be mad at steel doors. Now that I verified it wouldn't work, I didn't need Azzy anymore. "You heard the bell, good job. Now head back." "Awoo." After violently shaking her head, she wagged her tail and yipped beside me. "Woof, let's play." "But we played yesterday, so let's play more." Yesterday and today are two different things to her, huh? It's a very positive way of thinking to not worry about the past. "I'm busy today, go home." "No, let's play." Azzy pretended to gnaw at my calf, trying to show her frustration. Sigh. Does she think I'm the pet here, trying to boss me around? This is all the regressor's fault. I should have fixed her manners yesterday, but the regressor prevented me from using the whip. I glared at Shy. What are you looking at me for? Ugh, don't worry about it. I was the only one who looked out for the dog. Only I actually played with her. However, unlike dogs, humans actually worried and improved by learning from the past. I had already prepared for a situation like this. I couldn't let myself be some pitching machine like yesterday. "Now, Azzy, sniff my hand." "Woof." Azzy rubbed her nose on my outstretched hand. After making sure she could remember the scent of my entire hand, I pointed at the prison. "Azzy, I'm sorry, I left the ball over there." "Woof." "You remember the smell, right? Go find the ball for me, then I'll play with you." "Woof, woof." Without a shred of doubt, Azzy bursted off the floor toward the back of the prison. I grinned as she went further and further away. Hey, I thoroughly washed the ball and hid it deep inside some concrete trouble. It'll take ages even for the Dog King. I bought time. I turned back towards the regressor. There's a limit to brute force, I guess. Now, let's look for different ways. Aha, she's giving me that weird look again, as if she has a problem with me treating Azzy like a dog. The regressor glanced at Azzy running far away before turning back to me with a confused expression. "A broken bar. When did you get so close to Azzy?" "We're not that close, it's only been a day." "No way. She barely acknowledges me even though I've seen her for over a week." "A broken bar? That's because you keep trying to treat her like a human. Waving and asking a dog how's the weather today means nothing to them. You need to train them like me." Enough small talk. For now, I needed to figure out how to get into the armory. Anyways, the doors won't break with a dog missile, and if you don't want to knock it down a broken bar, we'll need to make her open it. I've tried everything. I've screamed and knocked, but she hasn't responded. "Don't worry, I know what to do." "You do?" The regressor raised her brows in disbelief. Putting her aside, I thought about when I had first arrived at Tantalus. At that moment, the vampire had briefly woken up from her slumber. I could faintly make out her thoughts. Why did she wake up then? To give the new inmate a warm welcome? There was only one answer: we need to offer her blood. Back then, when Izzy bit my ankle and pulled me, I bled from skidding on the hard floor. Just as water flowed downward and ripe apples fell from trees, Tikanziaku absorbed the blood on the concrete. Wait, didn't she complain about the taste? What a picky eater, especially considering she had taken it from me. Regardless of whether she woke up because it tasted bad, she did react to blood. We need to offer blood to awaken the vampire. As I proudly announced that, Shai scoffed as she thrust her finger at me. You think I haven't thought about that? I already tried. Her fingers were still light and delicate. She had not yet swung the sword much in this life. I could see the thin wound already beginning to close up. I cut my finger and offered my blood, but she didn't wake up. The blood was just swept inside. Huh? Ha, you acted like you were smart, but I guess you don't have anything else planned, do you? The regressor crossed her arms as she teased me. My failure seemed to have made her happier. Why is she happy that a plan to get inside failed? If the blood was absorbed past the doors, Tikanziaku can undoubtedly sense blood, but a little drop wasn't enough to wake her up. To vampires, absorbing blood was done unconsciously, just as breathing was to humans. Well, that leaves us with only one option: let's write in blood. What? When it came to the Dog King, the sound of metal clashing against metal was a meaningless noise. However, after ringing the bell each time we played fetch and giving her treats, the ringing began to evoke positive emotions. Quite a poetic expression, but in reality, it was plain training. The same logic could be applied to the vampire. She would absorb blood normally, but she would undoubtedly notice if the blood formed a word. It's clear that trainee Tikanziaku can sense blood. However, typical blood lacks meaning, so she just absorbs it without thinking. If we write words in blood, we'll be able to at least see if she wants to meet us or not. A broken bar TSK. It makes sense. A broken bar. He's not so dumb after all. I wish you'd give compliments out loud instead of just clicking your tongue at me. Alright, I'll try it. Shai clutched the air behind her head. It was only then that she began to imagine her weapon floating behind her head. I was wondering where she kept it, but she just levitates it in the air using her mana. It was such an unconscious act that I didn't even notice it with my mind reading. I thought she was unarmed, but she had her weapon besides her at all times. She did that unconsciously? Although Chuneng is a weightless sword, it still requires precise control. That's not a level achievable by talent alone. It's an instinct gained by carrying a single sword for several years or decades. Just how many cycles had she experienced holding the aerial blossom? I'll need to be careful from now on. Her empty hands aren't as they seem. As I had that thought, slit, the sword was drawn into a horizontal arc. In its path was the edge of the regressor's finger. With extreme control, she barely grazed the surface of her finger. A barely visible cut formed on her slender white finger, and red began to bubble out of it. Soon after, blood began to rush out like an open tap to the point where I was worried that she would suffer from anemia. It was a sickening sight to watch, but I was completely calm. It was because the regressor didn't even feel any pain from the wound. I was overwhelmed by the strange calmness. What should I write? As if she were holding a brush, she raised her finger and asked. I could see the droplets flowing from her finger. Write down what I say. G, Ra broken bar. G, Ra broken bar. The regressor carefully made sure to not let the loose droplets interfere with her strokes. A, Na broken bar. G, R, A, Na broken bar. N, Y, G, R, A, N, N. Yeah. When the regressor realized what she had written, she whipped her head back up. A granny? Yes. A granny, it's time to wake up. Write that. Hold on, what are you trying to pull here? What do you mean? I'm just trying to wake up an elderly grandma. It appeared the regressor was not very familiar with Tikanziaku. Maybe she didn't have a chance to meet her in her previous lives. I tried my best to explain it to her. Tantalus is a trainee who is over 1,200 years old, especially back during her time. How you treated the elderly was a very important value to have. It's only appropriate to treat her with the necessary respect. No, what kind of woman would enjoy being treated like an old hag? What are you talking about? A woman who's lived 1,200 years isn't just an old hag, they're an ancient relic. They've lived longer than most countries. You really think someone like that would dwell on such things? At that moment, how bold of you to broken bar. A dark, deep voice rumbled as the steel doors opened with the clean echoes of metal. Pitch black darkness waved past the doors. The searchlights that lit up Tantalus made up most of the light here. Since the lights were focused on certain areas, places without them were rather dark. However, the darkness in the armory was different from just a simple absence of light. It was a darkness that seemed to suck in light. Nevertheless, I could see a shade of blood red glistening within. It was dark, yet red as blood at the same time, an irony incomprehensible by common sense. Yet the monster that resided within defies common sense. Days, months, years, centuries of broken bar legends and history, the harvester of all the deaths that faded from history, the condensed culmination of the history of blood coiled beyond the darkness. Before mentioning strength, it was a matter of mythology. She was mentioned in fairy tales and took up an entire page of a history book. The woman who became a legend, the progenitor, Tantalus. Goosebumps appeared throughout my body. The monster inside the armory had survived over 1,000 years on human blood alone. That darkness had single-handedly waged war against the sanctum. As I was questioning my decision to wake her from her slumber, a broken bar come on in. The sturdy steel doors swung wide open, revealing a shining mark of blood that gazed down upon me and the regressor. I'm screwed. I came to that conclusion after careful consideration. I'm pretty sure I'm totally screwed. The moment I took a step into the armory, I could feel a surge of regret washing over me. I would probably feel safer in a whale's mouth. At least whales didn't feed on human blood, the land where a vampire had resided for several decades. The moment I took a step in, the blood that coursed through my body was no longer my own. I could feel my blood shifting to one side of my veins. The liquid that should be carrying my vitality kept attempting to derail. This wasn't something I could solve with reading minds. If the vampire wished for my death, the moment she set her sights on me, a broken bar I'd dry up in an instant. Is the regressor alright? She must be under even more pressure than I am, given her sharp senses. It's an amazing amount of power, just as strong as last time a broken bar, but this is before that event happened. Will she become more aggressive, or more passive? Will she lend a hand before that matter is resolved? What is that event? What is that matter? Could you have a flashback for me instead of just thinking about stuff only you know about? Let's not worry about it. I haven't recovered the strength to fight against Tik's anchor yet. If I die, I die. Alright. It's been proven that it's best to not get involved with the regressor. She may have plenty of lives left, but I'm on my last one. If I die, I die. If you follow someone who thinks like that, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. I turned around and headed for the door. All right, I believe you were the one who had business to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Noah. Slam. The steel doors slammed shut in front of my eyes. The red sigil flickered as if mocking my attempt to leave. Seeing my expression, the regressor chuckled. Sure, if you can, that is. The exit was gone as pitch black darkness engulfed my body. It obscured my vision to the point of me being unable to even see my own body. I sighed as I followed the regressor. What? I thought you were leaving. Come to think of it, I'll need to observe in order to verify why you needed to come to the armory. Let's go together, shall we? Whatever, since we were here together, our fates were intertwined. The regressor nodded. I clasped the wall, trying to navigate my way through the darkness. It was strangely slippery, and it required immense concentration to take even a single step. Shit, there's a staircase coming up. Will I end up tumbling all the way down if I slip? It'd be more suspicious than a simple mistake if a warden of the state slipped on the stairs. What's Shy doing anyway? 7 colored eyes. Activate. As you rise, the regressor poked her eye with her finger. A glistening tear gathered in her eye and began to burn blue. Even in the ravenous darkness, the blue flame illuminated every nook and cranny. As you rise, the fifth of the 7 colored eyes perceives depth. It can even see through the darkness manifested by a vampire. What an array of skills. It feels really unfair compared to someone like me, whose only skill is reading minds. The as you rise could see the world as lines and surfaces, and while it couldn't detect fast-moving objects, it can see the general layout of a location while in the dark. The regressor shone her blue gaze everywhere. A stark ceiling and wall obscured her view. The only path was downwards. In her vision, a zigzagged line headed downwards faintly appeared. It was the staircase. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, the regressor stepped onto the stairs. After taking a couple of steps, she glanced back at me. Now, let's see if you can navigate the darkness. Thanks for looking my way. I wasn't aware of it until now, but I had already arrived right in front of the stairs. The step was half broken. If I had taken another step, I would have fallen down the stairs. Phew, that's a relief. I made sure not to step on the broken step. I heard a familiar tongue click in front of me. He even saw through the excessively thick darkness created by a vampire. I can't see the limit of his skill. To think someone who looks so daft would be able to do so make a broken bar. This was why people needed to experience being at the bottom. She spent so much time with extraordinary people like saints and sword masters that she couldn't judge regular people properly. Regardless, the regressor and I headed down side by side. Why is he walking so close? It's annoying. She was uncomfortable with our distance, but I kept sticking close. I was borrowing her vision right now, so I needed to be close to her to see my own feet. Feeling as if I was being carried. After we arrived at the underground bunker, she looked around using her as you rise. Within the bunker was a long hallway with a large room to the side. In the case of an emergency, you were meant to hide in that small room and wait for help. In this case, a guest was already there. The regressor glared at the misty shadows that watched us from within the room. A horse tall enough to reach the ceiling was staring at us. Is it her familiar? I thought she had lost most of them during the war. A broken bar but sanguine horse rallion seems fine. What the hell was she using the armory for? Why is a horse that large taking up the whole bunker? More so, why does a familiar get a better room than me? Where are my human rights? After tossing the sanguine horse a quick glance, the regressor began walking again. I quickly followed after her. At the end of the long hallway, a peculiar door stood out. The state, which prioritized function over form, did not ever integrate art into its doors or walls. A door was for opening and closing an area, and walls were to divide the area. Any more than that was considered a luxury. Maybe you could hang a picture on the door, but something as inefficient as engraving art into the wall itself was considered a sin. However, it appeared that even the state wished to gain the favor of the god known as the progenitor of vampires. The door, cast from steel, was engraved with a mural that was worthy of a biblical excerpt. The walls had angels blowing horns painted onto them. With the horns pointed at the door, they felt as if they were ready to punish whoever opened the door. Although the underground armory was dark, I could make out the door and walls clearly, as well as the sculptures and murals you would typically see at a church. Because in this darkness, the holy works of art were slathered with glowing red blood. Facing them, I slowly turned my head back to the regressor. A broken bar. Hey, Drainishai, what is it? Should we head back? Are you scared or something? Yes, the regressor looked puzzled at my honest answer. This is way too scary, you know. I'd have preferred not being able to see it at all. If the Sanctum had been notified of this, they would have immediately declared it blasphemy and dispatched their inquisitors, but if they heard who did it, they would immediately cancel their orders. The inquisitors would end up as mere blood offerings. That was what the progenitor to all vampires signified. Regardless of how strong you were, the progenitor deserved to be feared. The regressor stared at me. You're more fearful than I would have expected. That's why I'm still alive till now. Fear of danger is essential to survival, is it? Maybe that's why I died 13 times. Oh, that's right, you don't mind dying. The realization made me resentful. You called her a granny despite fearing her? Is she not one? Ugh, I won't even bother. The regressor marched forward and placed her palm on the door. Although she didn't push on it, the door easily swung open, as if it were the gaping jaws of a beast awaiting its prey. Oh, bloody Mother Earth, it was inevitable. If we had already been eaten, the mouth probably wasn't too different from going down the throat. Without a choice, I followed the regressor into the final room before the door slammed shut. A torch, somewhat outdated compared to the modern lights and electricity, hung on the walls. It was hand-carved from stone and had a unique shape, like an inverted birdcage, with the intricacy that went into chiseling each detail. I could almost expect a phoenix to rise out of the flames while spreading its wings. Blood-red flames thirsted for the sky and roared upwards. However, the flames were short-lived. This was the lowest place in the world, an underground floor in the abyss. It was too harsh of a place to fly to the skies. The corpse of light dissipated as it touched the ceiling. Ironically, light had its meaning in being able to fade. The fragmented embers birthed red shadows, lighting up the walls. Thanks to the embers, I was able to see what the room looked like. The room was not just red because of the flames. Blood, several thousand liters of it coated the room. It was slathered on the ceiling, the walls, and the ground, as if the room was a living, beating heart, pulsing with blood. However, despite all the blood, I couldn't smell any of it. The smell of blood fell under her control as well. Unless she allowed me to, I wouldn't be able to smell the scent of blood. For what reason have you come to meet me? A black wooden coffin was in the center of the room, a treasure crafted with precious juniper and carefully coated in lacquer, and engraved with a winged red cross. A voice echoed from within it. My blood raced. The blood that should be dedicating itself to preserve my life was ready to run out to greet its new master. Overwhelming power. Faced with it, the regressor, a broken bar, Tantalus. I've come to offer you a deal. A broken bar. She firmly stood her ground and boldly asked, teach me bloodcraft. Asking her out of the blue to teach you a skill. A broken bar. The vampire may have been phased, but she didn't show it. She had gotten used to it. After all, in her millennia of existence, there had been thousands of people who had approached her in search of a something, the ability to control blood. After hearing the name for the first time in a long while, Tantalus quietly replied, do you wish to be my servant? Accepting the blood of the progenitor would turn you into a vampire, and naturally, gain the power to control blood. There had been countless people who coveted her blood over the ages. Feeling a bit bored, the vampire asked the regressor if she was just another one of those people. However, the regressor had no intention of becoming a vampire. Instead, she wanted something deeper and more fundamental. No, I don't want to gain it that way. Teach me what you learned before you became a vampire. For a split second, the vampire's emotions surged. Deep confusion emanated from the coffin. All the blood in the room drew close, waiting to pounce. Still, she was a vampire that had lived for over 1,000 years. It took much more to make her blood boil. The vampire composed herself before replying. How did you find out about that? The regressor turned to face the vampire with a thought that only a regressor could have. You told me yourself in a previous life. With a faint smile, the regressor momentarily basked in her memories. Before Tantalus became a vampire, she was a normal girl who had the ability to control blood. So many people had preserved their lives due to the little girl helping out her father, who was the local doctor. As a human, all she could do was stop blood from flowing, but that was enough to make people smile. The vampire from Shy's previous life told her this and advised the regressor to learn from here a broken bar before dying a solitary death. The flashback ended. I ran a hand through my hair, feeling as if I had just been yanked from the depths of the sea. So this is a flashback. It was extremely short and fragmented, but it's an improvement. I've read a few of the regressor's memories, and I've gotten some information about the calamity. A calamity was coming. A calamity, so powerful that even Tantalus would be unable to defeat it. I'll ask again, how did you find out about that? If you teach me, I might let you know. A broken bar. How intriguing. A short pause, followed by deep thoughts. Thousands of emotions and grievances passed by. All of a sudden, the vampire's focus shifted to me. "You, what do you think?" What, me? I made sure to stay quiet. Why would she single me out? I stuttered out a reply. "Do as you please, Elder." "A broken bar, Elder? Huh?" My blood just pulsed. Did I offend her? I rushed to resolve the situation. "Since our positions come before age here, I'll address you as a trainee. However, since your age is, well, a broken bar impressive, and the state doesn't wish to enact harsh restrictions on the elderly, a broken bar, I believe the same. As long as you don't think about leaving the facility, you are free to do as you please. If you want to keep resting here, that's also fine." Swish, something dark grazed my cheek. A tiny slit opened up, clutching its freedom. Blood gushed its way out of the wound, fluttering to the vampire like a butterfly. I couldn't even see it. I didn't try to dodge as there was no intention to kill, but nothing would have changed even if I tried. Feeling my hairs stand up, I took a deep breath and stopped talking. A faint but clearly angry voice came from within the coffin. "A broken bar," I moaned. "So I should just stay inside?" "No, not particularly, if you just did as you had been doing all this time." Silence. The black lid opened, just like its exterior. The coffin's interior was also filled with pitch-black darkness. Parting the darkness, a white and delicate hand emerged. My blood, which was flying across the room, perched on the back of her hand. It sucked in the red droplets, like rain on scorched land. I felt a slight sense of disgust from the vampire who harvested my blood. "A broken bar, as expected. Even your blood is tasteless. It's the complete opposite of my preferences. You really have no redeeming qualities." A broken bar, however, because of it, the coffin stood up. It pushed itself up into the wavering darkness and faced me and the regressor. "I usually only prey on the blood of virgins. The blood of boys like you, a broken bar, I typically use as material." The inside of the coffin remained dark, with only a pale, lifeless hand poking out. A new ball of blood flew in. It was the regressor's blood that was used to open the door. Soaking her hand in the blood, she continued speaking. "But your blood is all right. That's a first, a broken bar for a man. To think I would voluntarily drink a man's blood, a broken bar. That's because the regressor is female, broken bar." Even with such a terrible attempt at cross-dressing, the vampire didn't even consider the possibility of the regressor being female. Shy clenched her fists, rejoicing that her disguise was perfect. The vampire continued. "Fine, I will teach it to you. Thank you. A broken bar, having a guest after so long has tired me. Take your leave now." After saying that, the vampire closed the lid of her coffin. Having gotten the answer she wanted, the regressor desperately resisted the desire to jump up and down in joy. "I did it. I didn't think it'd go so smoothly." Attempting to suppress her excitement, the regressor carefully asked again, "When are we starting?" "I'd like to start as soon as possible." "Then a broken bar, let's start when the next moon begins to wane." That meant in about a month. Obviously, the regressor refused to wait that long. "What? That's too late. Let's start tomorrow." "What's the hurry? It makes little difference whether we start now or next month." "A broken bar, there's a huge difference. Have some patience." The cycle of the moon waxing and waning is the goddess of the night slowly opening and closing her eyes, and only then can one observe things properly. They're quarreling again. I need to step up to defuse the situation. Trainee shy, I blocked the regressor, ready to give a sermon. "A month may be a long time to you, but it's only a second for trainee Tantalus, who has lived for over 1,200 years. Please be more considerate of who you're speaking to. Time may seem fair to all, but it's more subjective than any quantity in the world." Tantalus Isa, "A broken bar, shouldn't you be more considerate about the other person?" About what? I'm giving her as much consideration as I can. Why else would I treat her this way with so much emphasis on her age?" While we were arguing, a slow voice came from the coffin. "A broken bar, so I'm slow to act because I'm too old? I mean, I didn't mean anything rude. I was just teaching this brat the difference in wisdom that comes from age." "All right, let's start tomorrow then." Keeping her eyes on me, The vampire pointed to me and said, "One more thing, both of you." "What?" Wait, why me?" As I was about to retort, "Now, go away." The world fell apart. That was the only way to describe it. The regressor and I moved backward. No, it wasn't us that moved. The walls, the ground, the door, the corridor, the ceiling, the room, the stairwell, everything in our surroundings moved forward. The world slid right past us as if we were watching the river flow downstream. A dark liquid retraced the steps that we took. Before we knew it, we were at the entrance of the armory. Without having taken a step, with a resounding boom, the now closed steel door brought us back to reality. Holy shit! Magic! I felt as if I had just escaped the jaws of a tiger, quite literally. The armory broken bar was like being inside the vampire's body. She had just spat us out. The regressor, who seemed as if she was used to it, patted her clothes off. "Hey, you look out of it, scared." A broken bar? Not really. I merely just discovered that an insanely terrifying monster was actually an irrationally terrifying monster. When I answered, the regressor smirked. "Let me give you some advice. Don't mention Tikanziaka's age in front of her. That's how you treat a lady properly." The regressor continued to scowl and headed off. I stared at her in disbelief at her attitude. I didn't act that way because I didn't know how to treat a lady. Well, whatever. I don't feel the need to reply. Brushing off my clothes, I stretched my body. Yuck, my back is killing me from all the stress. Let's go and sleep early tonight. I'll check the cafeteria for any leftover cans of food. A broken bar as I was about to head off as well. A woof. I heard a noise that I shouldn't have heard. I slowly turned my head. There sat a dog who had chased my scent and dug through mountains of rubble for the sole purpose of playing fetcher as he. No way, there's no fucking way. Our broken bar. Woof. The ball rolled to my foot, as he wagged her tail as she nudged the ball with her nose. The meaning was clear. Toss the ball, human. Hey, as you broken bar. I attempted an immense act of diplomacy that transcended species and asked for a compromise. From a man to a dog. I'm a little tired today, so how about we a broken bar? You are broken bar. Woof, woof. A broken bar. Push it. Our broken bar back a little. A broken bar. Woof. Promise. Smack, smack. As he waved her forearms, showing her frustration, the winds it generated shook the hems of my clothes. As her paws got closer, it seemed to be a threat, trying to get me to throw the ball. Just when did she even learn the word promise? Who the hell taught a dog something as useless as a promise? Even if she breaks a promise, I can't get anything from her. But if I don't uphold my side, dear broken bar, she can get whatever she wants from me. Broken bar. I sighed, looking up at the unobservable sky. Sorry, shoulder. I'll try to finish in 250 throws today. I gripped the ball. I never thought I'd hate to see a dog smile. There was no sunlight in the depths of the abyss, the innermost depths, cursed by Mother Earth herself. In the land of only darkness, the only thing that announced the arrival of the morning was the rattling sound of an alarm. Instead of the warm morning rays, ear-splitting ringing would force one up. Instead of the deep blue sky, with clouds floating around like ships in the sea, with warm sunshine and a refreshing breeze, which everyone could enjoy on the surface, all the abyss had were angular buildings that weren't quite square, surrounded by rubble and adorned with artificial lights. A poor attempt at replicating the sun's light. Everything that came from nature was soothing, while artificial creations irritated one's mood. Man-made objects were the waste products of a man's body. They kept the best things within and expelled what was deemed disgusting. Perhaps that was why we lived amongst other men and avoided artificial scenery. A broken bar. Fuck, is there no way to make that alarm quieter? Massaging my stiff shoulder, I got up from the bed. My body, which had been exploited by the Dog King for the past 2 days, screamed in refusal to get up. But if I let the dreadful sound continue, it would surely eat away at the little strength I had left. That type of noise actively damaged the body. All alarm clocks designed by the military state were meant to be mounted to walls. This ensured that one needed to get up from bed in order to turn it off. How befitting of a country that had no tolerance for laziness. I staggered my way over to grab a chair, climbing on top of it to reach the gears of the alarm clock to input the correct combination, 1 counterclockwise turn, 4 clockwise turns, and 2 counterclockwise turns. With a chirp akin to that of a cricket, the alarm's ringing grew faint. I didn't exactly want to go back to sleep after that ordeal, so I began brushing my hair and pacing my room. The alarm works, all right, these bastards. The room was small, but it had everything I needed. To put it nicely, it was designed for efficiency. In reality, it meant they crammed too much into too small of a space. I could reach the closet with my left hand and touch the sink on the other side with my right. The tap water could be used for drinking or washing, but the allotted amount per day wasn't enough for both. However, the room next door was empty. There would be daily water in the other rooms too. I took a gulp of water from the tap. I planned to use the other rooms to shower, a tiny room smaller than an arm span, originally designed for workers and prisoners. Tantalus was cramped and lacked space. The sturdy concrete walls only made it worse. Fortunately, the mass prison break meant there were plenty of rooms to go around. Let's tear down the wall and connect 2 rooms. What were the conditions for a great place to live in? The answer was simple: a place with sufficient resources and not too many people. The reason large houses were expensive was because those neighborhoods had a lower population density. Surprisingly, the current Tantalus broken bar fulfilled all the conditions to constitute a great place to live in. Ha ha ha. I'll tear down those nasty walls and live like a king with 5 connected rooms, 5 times the normal amount of water. With that, I could take a bath every day. Actually, I could just go directly to the water tank itself and take a dip there. It's a lifestyle befitting an emperor. I grinned wickedly as I left the room. I slammed my lockless door shut. I was in the middle of planning my happy life. Woof woof. Then, a familiar shadow appeared at the far end of the corridor. A broken bar. Why is this thing here? As he zoomed through the corridor and began sniffing me while circling around me, as if to verify my identity, I felt as if she was ready to hunt her prey. In fear, I shook my head as hard as I could. No, I can't, please. At this rate, woof, I'm hungry. After I heard those words, I let out a sigh of relief. You crazy bastards of the state, a broken bar. This is a food storage. In order to survive, one needed to eat, one needed to consume food and digest it in their stomach, and then break the food down into calories necessary to live. It was a law of nature so obvious that it didn't need to be explained, and the state, which was extremely resourceful in its methods, was willing to manipulate even this law of nature. Tantalus, the mental education facility, wasn't a place meant to keep people alive, it was meant to kill them. It housed those that the state couldn't kill themselves or would require too many resources to execute. Tantalus was a place where they would dump anyone who they deemed too troublesome to handle, and the easiest way to whittle down people in an isolated environment was a method akin to those used by military strategists during war. Shit, we're almost out of canned food. To a broken bar. There was still some food left. Obviously, some prisoners like Tikhan's Yaka wouldn't die from starvation if you didn't provide them with food only. Only those types of prisoners would survive, but that wasn't what the state wanted. Even so, a prison this big has a food storage unit that's only a square meter big. It's actually disgusting how openly they're willing to do such things. They made sure that it was impossible to stockpile food. It was meant to cause fear and obedience among the prisoners, who would need to wait day to day for supplies to be sent down. They did this so that the prisoners would fight amongst themselves to claim more resources. They probably only provided the bare minimum to keep them from dying of starvation. They'd need to kill each other for more. However, as I said earlier, the current Tantalus was a place with few people and sufficient resources. While the storage was puny for a prison of this size, there were currently only 4 residents in Tantalus, including myself. The vampire wouldn't need to eat, and I could feed the dog our scraps. I only needed to worry about the regressor and myself. There was more than enough food for 2, especially since this was the Abyss, which was free of things like bugs or fungus to spoil the food, which meant we didn't need to worry about anything going bad. TSK, sorry, Azzy, you're going to have to eat less. Wow wow, arf, arf, don't bark, it can't be helped since people come before dogs. 3 cans of meat, 23 cans of beans, and some starch and flour, a broken bar. It'd be boring meals, but enough to live off of. They'd also probably send some supplies. All things considered, I could eat plenty. I need to meet the vampire today, so I should eat a filling meal. On the first day, I just ate whatever I wanted, but since I needed to stay here for a while, I needed to formulate a diet. Let's try cooking. I opened a can of compressed beans and spooned it out into a pot. Azzy, do you like beans? Woof, beans, good. Is there anything you don't like? When I turned the tap on, water gushed out. The kitchen only had one flame, but the sink still worked fine. I added water to the dry beans and let soak them. The dried beans sucked up the water in seconds. In the manufacturing process, the beans had already been cooked with vegetables. If you just soaked and boiled them, it would have made decent baked beans. But I wanted something more. Magic. I made a dough from the flour, stretched it out, and covered it with a bowl before leaving it so I could continue working on the beans. Woof, woof, woof. As he skittered around the pot, excited at the swelling beans. It was an amount I didn't expect to come out of such a small can. The change in volume was as big as having planted and harvested an entire can's worth of bean seeds. Woof, it grew. More tasty things. The state sucked at many things, but they were amazing at making rations. They put a few days' worths of beans into these tiny cans. It was only accomplishable because they were always focused on war. Condiments were items of luxury. Obviously, prisons lacked them. The only thing we had was some salt and dried cabbage. The state had even considered removing cabbages from prisons at one point due to their volume to calorie ratio. I washed the cabbage and set it down. Azzy grimaced as she saw the greens. I don't want grass. I wasn't even going to give you any. Don't worry. Alright, let's start cooking. After seasoning the beans with salt, I put the cabbage into the pot as well, and brought it to a boil. Meanwhile, I put the dough from earlier into the stovetop oven. While the stew boiled, I started adding some starch. The vegetables and water slowly turned into something more edible. Now all that was left was to wait for it to finish cooking. As I watched the stew boil, I kept hearing restless twitching near me. Azzy, who was several times more impatient than I was, started chasing her wagging tail around. She was kicking up all kinds of dust and fur. I frowned as I chastised her. Hey, you're getting fur everywhere. Go do that outside. Hungry. Even if you're hungry, we're going to end up having to eat your fur at this rate. She had a human form, so only her head and tail had hair. So where was all this fur even coming from? Azzy paused for a second, but then she began messing around again out of boredom. She was ready to smash her mouth into the pot, unable to withstand the delicious smell. Wait, food. Ugh, she's eyeing me with a strange look now. If I waited any longer, I was going to be the one eaten. I quickly grabbed a ladle and began stirring the stew. The crushed remains of the beans and cabbage gathered in the middle of the swirling pot. It was the scraps created in the production of the canned beans. I ladled all the scraps and dished it out to Azzy in the empty can. Then, I took out the bell from my pocket and rang it. Ring, ring, woof, woof. Azzy seemed to understand what the bell meant by now. Her eyes sparkled as she tensed up in anticipation. I could see her lips smeared with her saliva. I set the can of scraps on the ground in front of her. Here, eat. She immediately bent down and munched on it with delight. I looked at her with a soft smile as she ate. I love dogs. They can eat whatever waste humans don't want to. Pleased, I hummed a tune while I finished cooking. The soup had gained a slightly sweet taste. The starch stuck to my tongue, giving me a sense of satisfaction even before I swallowed it. Now, it was time to eat. I wiped the dusty table and rested the pot on top of it. I also pulled out the almost bread from the oven. It was just canned beans and some flour, but it made a nice meal. Maybe I should get into the mood. I sat up straight at the table, closed my eyes, and gave a prayer to Mother Earth. A thank you for my daily sustenance. and I pray that you look over me even in this accursed land. Now, let's dig in. Woof. When I opened my eyes again, I saw a dog sitting up straight at the table. The fuck? Hey, Azzy, get down. What are you doing on top of the table? Woof. Food. She demanded more food, while sticking out her paw. Didn't I give her food already? I took a glance at the floor and saw that she had eaten it all. This selfish dog was eyeing my food after having already eaten hers. Sigh. Bad habits go far. Now she thinks she's above humans. I sternly told her off. Get down while I'm still being nice. This is a table where people eat. Woof. Slam. When her paw slammed the solid table, everything flew about 3 centimeters in the air. I could see the cooked beans enjoying their time in the air. Thunk, thunk. The falling pot and cutlery made a unique tune as they fell back onto the table. It was like a symphony, except only with percussion instruments. Behind it, a dog was licking her lips, glaring straight at me. With trembling hands, I picked up the can from the floor. She had licked it so clean, you'd swear it had just come out of the factory it was made in. Using it as a dish, I poured some of the soup into the bins. A broken bar. Using it as a dish, I poured a plentiful serving of beans and soup into the can. After shaking the bell again, I slid the can in front of her, as he immediately shoved her face into the can and started gobbling it down. Woof. Tasty. Beans are good. HMPH. This is the last time. Don't expect more next time. Dogs are terrible animals. They eat what people eat, freeloading off of humans like the idiotic, parasitic furballs they are. Does she think she's superior to humans? I'll show her. She may be the dog king, but that means she's still just a dog. One day, sometime, somewhere, when I finally train you, I'll make sure you don't step out of line again. I'll demonstrate why humans are at the top of the food chain. A broken barman. These beans taste plain. Now that we were done eating, I had to do the dishes. This was so unfair. The dog king ate most of my food, so why did I have to do all the dishes alone? What kind of world is this? What terrible lands are these? Oh right, I live in the military state. I forgot this place was a poor excuse for a country. As he was lazing around on the ground, yawning, I finished cleaning the kitchen. She didn't even react to my hard work. At least her dishes were mostly clean thanks to her licking them. I guess he is human. He ate after all. Right on time, I heard a thought from the corridor outside the kitchen. The regressor pressed herself against the wall as she peeked into the kitchen. I grimaced as I read her thoughts. What? You thought I wasn't human? You? Hey, if normal people train hard enough, they can use magic or imbue energy into their swords, or harden their bodies. Some people could precisely observe others, guessing one's thoughts through their expressions and mannerisms. Not as well as I do, of course, but no matter how hard one tries, a human can never turn back time. It's preposterous to think you, of all people, would doubt other people's humanity. A broken bar. Why does Azzy hang out with such a vulgar man like that? They ate together, so she must have opened up her heart to him. Could I also a broken bar? The regressor revealed her presence with a cough as she came into the kitchen. She locked eyes with Azzy, and with a slightly higher tone of voice than usual, she greeted the dog king. It was very awkward to watch. Hey, Azzy, did you enjoy your meal? Woof. A broken bar. They say that the laziest creature in the world was a well-fed dog. Azzy merely wagged her tail in response to the greeting as she lazed around the floor. The regressor appeared to be dejected. She broken bar didn't even react. Is it because I'm dressed like a man? No, she likes that man. Just what did he do? Broken bar? A fetch. Fucking fetch. You saw it too. Play some fetch with her before you go speculating about my secrets. I swear, all the people who claim to love dogs don't actually want to be responsible for the less fun parts of raising a dog. If you want to get close, play with her. Sigh. I can't ignore her, so I should at least say hi. I turned away from the sink and greeted the regressor. Good morning, trainee Shy. Have you eaten breakfast yet? I realized that there was still some stew left in the pot. If she hadn't eaten yet, I should offer her some of the stew. Otherwise, it'd look as if I was mocking her. A single cooked can of beans was enough to feed a family of 4 for an entire day. Unfortunately, some pig ate most of it, so there was barely any left. To think I would need to give that a wire-broken bar nonetheless. It was probably a good idea to get on her good side, so I offered the regressor some stew. If you haven't eaten yet, would you like some of my specialty canned bean stew? Don't worry about me, I get food on my own. What? The cafeteria's the only place with food. Have you been smuggling rations from here? I've got something for myself. Refusing to elaborate, the regressor shot a disgusted look at the bins. Canned beans, a broken bar. I don't ever want to eat those beans again unless it's absolutely necessary. I've eaten so many of them already. Thank God I obtained the bountiful table, a treasure that makes me a full meal every day. It only works for one person, but I can secure food for myself. After I had read her mind, I realized that the poor person being mocked here was me. I had spent my morning wrestling over shitty beans with a dog, but she apparently had some treasure that made her a full meal every day. Fuck this. I may be a mind reader, but the human mind still fascinates me to this very day. Technically, I should hate Azzy more, who was actively stealing my food, but for some reason, just knowing that the regressor had nothing to worry about made me more upset than before. God, I hope she loses it and starves. Is this the selfishness of a man? The bowl I was washing looked even more pathetic now. All I had was some beans in a dingy bowl. Before I ate, I felt like I had the whole world in the palm of my hand. Now, I felt insignificant. Are you done with the dishes yet? Finish up and get ready. While I was staring into space, the regressor spurred me to hurry up. Get ready for what? Obviously, to meet with Tikanzyaka. We need to learn bloodcraft. Why do I need to learn bloodcraft? At my irritated retort, the regressor shrugged. Because Tikanzyaka said so? Fuck. If it weren't for how old she was, I would have broken bar after I tossed the cleaned bowl to the side. I shook the water off my hands. The regressor seemed curious about my behavior. It's an opportunity to gain that power without becoming a vampire. It'd be beneficial for you too. So what? It'll take me forever to learn, and even if I do, it's just a worse version of a vampire's natural abilities. It was an art that the progenitor had only mastered centuries after she became immortal. Especially, since it required you to control your own blood. If you messed up, you might die. It was an art meant for people who had tons of time or extra lives lying around, like a certain regressor, for example. In the first place, my goal was to survive, not to get stronger. Getting stronger wouldn't particularly help me out here. I don't really want to get stronger, I murmured without thinking about what I was saying, but the regressor must have heard me. A broken bar. He doesn't seem like he's lying. I thought soldiers of the state valued strength above anything else. What's up with him? I regretted saying it, but I couldn't take it back. The regressor started thinking as she observed me while I left the room. I don't know anything about him. A broken bar. He acts so frail and vulgar compared to his strength, and he seems to dislike authority. A broken bar. He doesn't treat Hazzy like a human being, but still treats her nicely enough for her to like him. A broken bar. After a moment of thinking, Shai came to her own conclusion. I think he may be a soldier who resisted the orders of the state. He must have been sent here as a form of demotion. He's definitely at least an officer, otherwise, his strength and attitude don't make sense. Occasionally, a thought came up every time I interacted with the regressor. That woman really needed to be thankful for the fact that she had multiple lives. I haven't tried to change the state ever since I demolished the country on my 8th run. Maybe he's the key to infiltrating the state and discovering any secrets they hold. Never mind, if she can destroy a country by herself, she's fine. More importantly, she was able to destroy the military state. Could I do something similar if I figured out how she did it? I'd love to try fucking up this shit country. As I was about to dig deeper into the regressor's thoughts, a strange groan broke my concentration. Yuga broken bar. I flinched at the sudden thought and stared at the direction it had come from. The regressor looked at me, puzzled at my sudden movement, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. The thought I just heard, it wasn't the regressor's nor Azzy's, it was a faded consciousness that I couldn't recognize at all. Did I mishear it? No, somewhere around here Broken Bar there has to be another person. What? Why'd you just freeze up? No, I just a Broken Bar thought there was someone else. Where? The faded thought cut off. Did they die? Or did they go to sleep? It bothered me, but without the thoughts to guide me, I doubted I could find the source. However, the vampire needed to be taken care of first. I put my mind off of the unknown thought and came out into the garden with the regressor. Tantalus was a dark place. Even the rays of the sun, which traveled millions of kilometers to get to Earth, faded in front of Mother Earth's unyielding wrath. The abyss, a broken bar, a bottomless pit, one that didn't even have a defined depth. Light may get through the tiniest of holes, but it couldn't surpass infinite depth. Therefore, Tantalus needed to supply its own light. Remarkably, humans were able to develop a method to create lit planes with mana. They could replace God's grace with human ingenuity. In the courtyard of Tantalus, the spotlights didn't search for people toward the L-shaped building or yard, and its light, while low, illuminated everything fairly evenly. However, the moment one stepped outside these safe zones, the spotlights would chase them down viciously. Tantalus lacked the troops to chase escapees, and it lacked any place for them to escape. The state seemed intent on taking away as much freedom from the prisoners as they possibly could, as if they were emphasizing that they would never be able to leave. Where is Tikanzyaka Broken Barrow, the land that the spotlights were supposed to control? Tikanzyaka was resting there. Actually, I wasn't sure if she was lying down because all I could make out in the dark was that ominous crimson cross. The vampire who hated light kept to a place where only darkness lingered. Normally, the spotlights should be chasing after her for leaving the designated zone, but they continued on as normal. It was as if the spotlights were scared of the ominous aura and pretending not to notice her. A broken bar. I guess we're headed there? Obviously, the spotlights are really bright, so I don't know if I want a broken bar. What? Do you want me to slice the light rays? I didn't even want to know how that would work. I hesitantly made my way over to the coffin that was waiting for us. When my foot touched the edge of the spotlight zone, I clenched my eyes shut in anticipation for the blinding light that would soon follow. However, the lights never appeared. They pretended to ignore me as well, and continued to illuminate random places. Huh? What's up with that? I have blocked your sights. A dark voice resonated across the abyss. I didn't need to explain whose voice it was. Using the darkness to lift herself up, Tikanzyaka continued to speak. I dislike the light, and those things are even more of a nuisance than the sun itself. I assume you two feel the same way. I nodded in agreement. Yes, do as you please. We can see fine as long as there is a dim light. We should let you decide the brightness since we're more flexible. A broken bar. I feel a broken bar strangely insulted. I feel as if I am being treated as a senile old woman whose eyes are growing dim. A broken bar. After I listened to her thoughts, I wasn't sure what to do. Why is she so defensive about that? I mean, I do think she's a senile old grandma, and also that her eyesight may not be the best, but I've been really polite so far. The vampire glared at me in silence before continuing to speak. Anyhow, this lesson will be extremely harsh. To control blood, you need to lose blood. You will put your lives at risk while you learn. Droplets of blood began to trickle through the crack of the coffin as if foreshadowing our fate. But do you still wish to continue? Would you like to overcome this hardship? It was a strange offer, like one you would hear about from old legends in the woods around a campfire. The test that the progenitor inflicted on foolish mortals. Without any hesitation, the regressor nodded. I'm ready. For someone who had died and revived 13 times, the fear of facing the progenitor of vampires wasn't much. Even whilst observing the wavering shadows and quaking blood, the regressor remained as expressionless as ever. The vampire was satisfied with her response. This boy has some guts. He'll be fun to teach. Then, the vampire turned to look at me. What about you? What do I want to do? I couldn't see the vampire's expression because she was still in the dark coffin. The darkness she gathered around it was so thick that I could barely make out the outline. Despite only being 5 steps away, most people wouldn't be able to figure out the vampire's intentions without even being able to see her expression. but I could read her thoughts. A disciple does everything their master says. I shall make him do all kinds of strenuous things, and the vampire had her sights set on making me as miserable as possible. I'll show your insolent mind what the meaning of respect is. You treated me like some hag, so you shall see how a hag handles her students. Even her way of thinking was very old-fashioned. She only wanted to teach me so she could mess with me. Is she childish for being so petty or mature for not having crushed me to pulp on the spot? I didn't plan on learning bloodcraft, and this only reinforced my opinion. I shook my head. I have no intention of learning bloodcraft. A broken bar? What? The vampire was shocked. She seemed so surprised by my refusal that even her voice was trembling. You don't want to learn a broken bar? Despite my offer to bestow my teachings a broken bar? Nope. I have had only a handful of disciples in my life. It's a rare opportunity to learn from someone like me. You really don't want to learn bloodcraft? She asked again and again in disbelief. I really didn't need it. I scratched my head and gave her a more detailed response. Just to let you know, we got rid of the master-disciple thing even before the military state was founded. That system was causing way too much trouble. Why? What do you mean, why? It's because there were many cases of disciples being treated like slaves. They would uphold their masters like kings and queens for years, and all they would get in return was some shitty martial art or magic. Master-disciple arguments caused so many lawsuits that countries ended up banning the whole thing due to how many problems it caused. That's some ancient bogus from the mean empire over 1,000 years ago. The vampire laughed in disbelief. With significant anger this time, she muttered out a threat. It is bloodcraft, the art, the authority that birthed me into this immortal being. You dare treat it as some mere broken bar paltry trick? No, no, I wasn't talking about bloodcraft. I never said bloodcraft was outdated. I was talking about the master-disciple thing. Also a broken bar. I wasn't sure whether I should continue, but I had no other choice. I didn't want to put myself on a leash just to keep her happy. Maybe if the leash had a shining golden collar, I would try it on, but a tattered collar made 1,000 years ago didn't seem worth it. I decided to give my honest opinion. Bloodcraft isn't garbagey a broken bar, but, like, it's kind of really old, isn't it? Rumble. The tremor that shook Tantalus probably wasn't just my imagination. Blood boiled. The vampire's rage was beginning to manifest itself in reality. I was tempted to drop down to my knees and beg her to accept me as her disciple, just so I could escape this pressure, but in that case, the only future I had was one of endless training, just tending to the vampire's needs without any free time. Actually, the lifestyle wasn't too different from the situation I was in right now. The bigger issue was that she would continually test me during her teachings. If I were to reveal how weak I was through the training a broken bar, my bloated image would lose all its air and deflate. The image I had constructed with false bravado would disappear. It would reveal that I was just a normal person. While it was a fact, it was one that I could never reveal. In order to prevent the death prophesied through the regressor's memories, I required authority, even if it meant risking my life. Whether she liked it or not, vampires were ancient. Of course, the elderly say that they didn't like being treated like old people, but you couldn't exactly talk to them like you would to your friends. Thankfully, her maturity was befitting of her age, so even if she got a little angry she wouldn't swing her sword without any provocation, unlike a certain someone I knew. I added to what I said, I mean, it's an amazing art for you, who has practiced it for over 1,000 years. But the technique itself is already 1,000 years old, so broken bar you continue to mock my magic. No, I wasn't criticizing you for it, I just meant that it is quite outdated in this day and age. Wait, a broken bar? Are you saying bloodcraft is rubbish? Crunch, something devoured the space above my shoulder. I slowly turned my head over to look. The sanguine horse was blowing steam from its nostrils, while glaring at me. I wasn't quite sure what it was chewing on, but I was pretty sure I knew what it wanted to chew on. The sanguine horse glared as it spat on the concrete ground. The concrete floor where his saliva landed began to melt. I was wondering, I guess I really can't read a familiar's mind. A broken bar, leave him be, Rallian. Neag. The steed's hooves shook the ground. The red hooves were clearly etched into the concrete, almost like a letter getting sealed with an ink stamp. Ahem, this may be more than I can handle. Maybe I made a bad choice? Alright, then you may just stand there and observe. Don't think you can change your mind if you regret it later. If I say I don't want to watch, will she actually kill me? Alright, I should just accept this. The upset vampire tore her gaze away from me and looked back at the regressor. The large coffin slid smoothly across the ground, stopping right in front of Shy. Boy, what is your name? My name is Shy. Alright, Shy, shall you follow my teachings? The process may be painful, but the end shall be extravagant. I shall teach you wholeheartedly. So are you doubtless in your desire to learn? The regressor didn't even reconsider. Even if she died, she could just try it again. She shrugged before responding. Of course, I'll swear on it. However, a broken bar. The regressor added a few conditions. I've picked up a lot of things from all kinds of places, so I can't be the pure successor you desire. No matter, just swear to one thing. If it's something I can do, sure. What is it? Blood drops bubbled in the air. The bloated orb morphed into the shape of a hand pointing straight at me. That you will crush that insolent brat. The regressor grinned. I was already planning on it. Huh? Me? Why all of a sudden? I blinked at the fact that I had just become the common enemy of the two women. I could only watch as the two women united. Taking my place, the vampire spoke sternly. Before I teach you bloodcraft, I will assess your abilities. As if she had been expecting it, the regressor gripped Channing's hilt. The blade seemingly howled as the regressor unsheathed its edge, eager to demonstrate its strength. When the regressor swung at the air, a clear sound permeated through the darkness. Whoosh! The regressor swung her blade back and forth. My blade is a broken bar special. It'll be hard to gauge my true strength with this. Do you want me to use something else? It doesn't matter. What you wield is a part of what makes you so special, if you say so. So, what do you want me to do? Creak. The coffin's lid slid open. A white hand broke through the darkness, its fingertips aimed towards the ground, and then, a black droplet fell. Drip. The shadow, darker than night itself, began to grow as though it was a sapling. As plants developed through sunlight and air, the black orb found its sustenance from the darkness around it. The wavering shadow quickly manifested itself into the shape of a knight in pitch-black armor. It is an echo of the past. Neither I nor the regressor were really curious, but the vampire continued her explanation. An echo of a knight I met before, a broken bar, the Dark Knight who reaped hundreds of lives. I called him forth from his blood and weaved his plating from the shadows. Your task is to face him. Can I destroy him? If you are capable. The vampire continued to talk, sounding rather prideful of her creation. However, it will not be so simple. It may be an echo of the past, but it shares the same blood of the original knight. His armor that I've made from the shadows bears a toughness harder than steel. He is as close to perfecto. Whoosh! The darkness was suddenly cleaved in two. Along the trail of the blade, the world was split. It was a swing that cut through space itself. The aerial blossom was a pair of scissors that severed the world. Even the black mist, supposedly stronger than steel, gave way to the regressor's lone strike. She said earlier that she could cut light itself. I don't doubt it anymore. After all, she had no trouble cutting the darkness. A broken bar, not bad. The vampire expressed amusement as she witnessed the swordsmanship. However, her real thoughts showed a little more shock than that. Hew, a broken bar? Even if he wields a special sword, a broken bar, a single strike, that echo should have been almost impenetrable to anyone besides paladins. A broken bar, you're surprised, aren't you? The creation of the night wasn't the true extent of the vampire's power, but it should have been more than enough for a skinny boy like the regressor. She had recreated the once infamous Black Knight, and the regressor had taken it out in a single strike. At that age, has there been some gigantic development to humanity while I was asleep? A broken bar? I hope you don't take her as the standard. The regressor has gathered all kinds of secrets and abilities over the numerous lives she's lived. Even if she hasn't regained her true power, some of it is still intact, and to add on to that, she has that ridiculous blade. It's not that humanity made large developments, she stole humanity's future for herself. The vampire quelled her surprise. You don't even seem to be 20 years old yet. Your talent is quite impressive. For someone of your caliber, you would be more than capable of forging your own path. Well, I'm not too talented. I just got lucky and found some secrets that quickly let me get stronger. There are plenty of people in the world with more talent than I have. I'm nothing more than a copycat who follows their tracks, imitating their journeys. The regressor meant what she said. To her, who walked amongst monsters every life, any weakness was a reminder of her inferiority. It may have sounded like she was being overly modest, or even boasting, but she was truly nothing compared to the enemies she had to face. You really are too modest. It's not modesty. Look, the regressor pointed the blade at me. I almost jumped in surprise. Fuck, why does she need to point at people with a weapon? Does she have no manners? Considering the fact that people think even pointing a finger at a person can be rude, a sword is completely out of the question. The regressor smirked at my response. Even he deflected my strike. That blade of yours? Yeah, this chunning, with a single finger too. That brat? Well, it's true a broken bar, but I don't think I could do it again even if I tried. If he deflected this boy's strike with a single finger, he must be at least several stages stronger. Is that normal for youngsters these days? Can children cut steel now? The regressor a broken bar and Naomi, who has been placed above the regressor. The vampire made the mistake of overestimating the average of the entire world after looking at the wrong samples. Don't calculate the average based off the regressor. How will everyone else feel? You need to apologize to the majority of the world that you just deemed less than average, and especially me. My score is too inflated. When he said Bloodcraft was outdated, was he not just being rude? A broken bar. Has time really pushed the world that far ahead? After having unintentionally induced another misconception, a broken bar, so I'll try my best to learn. If that is so broken bar, I, too, shall try my hardest so this boy can defeat that insolent brat over there. A broken bar. The vampire decided to give it her all. Tikanzyaka extended her finger towards Shy. The tip of her finger developed a slight crack. From the newly formed opening, red blood began to flow. It was a little different from the blood that the vampire typically controlled. The blood was normally controlled by the vampire through her authority as the progenitor glistened and wavered with a deep red magical energy, as if it was ready to infect the world. However, the blood that the vampire was releasing now was just like any normal blood. A broken bar. It was to the point where it felt strange. The blood shone a normal shade of red, not emitting energy, with a slight scent of iron. It seemed to propose the hypothesis that the same blood flowed in vampires as the rest of humanity. However, its aura was large enough to fill up all of Tantalus. Even the darkness itself seemed to be retreating in awe. The string of blood slowly flew towards the regressor and circled around her. With great strength comes great sacrifice. However, you have more than enough potential to compensate for that. This ice a broken bar. My original blood, the original blood of the progenitor. If one were to present this to the church, they would instantly receive the position of a paladin and be showered with the highest of blessings. If one were to offer it to another vampire, they would promise great fortune and power, and if one was willing to take a bigger risk, they could put the blood within themselves. If they were to successfully eliminate the hyenas that lusted for the blood of the progenitor, an extra seat would be added to the table of 12 elders. In any case, it was something that could completely change a person's life. What's this for? Do you want me to become a vampire? I don't really know if I want to do that. Facing such a treasure, the regressor, past being uninterested, had an expression of dislike on her face. The vampire was shocked once more. But it's a broken bar. My original blood. A broken bar? The blood that shook the world with merely its existence? He doesn't want it at all? With a quivering voice, the vampire continued, trying her best to hide her emotions. A broken bar number. I do not wish to make you a vampire either. I cannot make the same mistake again. Then a broken bar? I shall engrave the original blood onto your heart, the blood of a predator. With it, your instincts in controlling blood would become honed to their maximum potential. Oh, like that? Then sure. The regressor spread her arms wide open. It was clear that she wasn't interested in the blood itself, but was willing to use it as a supplement to aid her in getting stronger. The vampire was upset by how little the regressor had wanted her blood. It was originally supposed to be just a test. If he had wanted to become a vampire, he would not have been worthy of receiving my teachings. A broken bar, but I did not expect such a cold-hearted response. Are vampires no longer idolized by humans? The vampire stretched out her hand. The original blood headed to the regressor's chest and formed a red gear-shaped symbol above her heart. A broken bar. If you do end up mastering bloodcraft, you should be able to remove my blood yourself. You can return it to me then. Alright, you sound a little tired though. Did giving me that blood tire you out that much? A broken bar. I am alright, do not worry. A broken bar, but it was my original blood. A broken bar. Have vampires been pushed out of the center of the stage already? I guess I have been asleep for 300 years. A broken bar. It was a cold-hearted world. The vampire sighed, dejected at the idea. Now I shall bestow upon you my teachings. While the vampire was explaining things to the regressor, I stayed somewhat close to them. The reason was simple: the original blood, the blood heralded in legends for the last 1,000 years. The blood that could afford me a fortune. A broken bar. The blood that would allow me to live like royalty for the rest of my life. That blood that had engraved itself onto the regressor. It was a tattoo more valuable than gold. However, I had already refused to become the vampire's disciple. I couldn't even dream of asking her for her original blood. She wouldn't have given it to me in the first place. That much was clear after reading her thoughts. She only used it so that the regressor would be able to master bloodcraft because I had aggravated her. ATSK, the vampire was overthinking things. If she wanted me under her wing, all she needed was to give me some original blood as well. If she had ordered me to kneel, I would have bowed down and licked her feet like a dog. However, I still had a chance. The vampire was still confused from the passage of time during her long slumber. As evident by her thoughts, she was still adjusting to the current world, and if that were the case, maybe, if I talk things through well, I might get something. Ma broken bar, what are you trying to do? Did you not say that you were uninterested? I withstood her hostile gaze. For some reason, she seemed to have taken a dislike towards me. I am an official of the military state, and Tantalus is a place of disciplinary correction. I have a responsibility to oversee the actions of the trainees. Observe for my sake, someone like you will oversee me. Responsibility doesn't always fall in line with one's ability, as you know. As much as I trust in you, I still have a duty to watch and observe what you are doing. Responsibility and ability. A broken bar. I guess that could be a form of chivalry in these times. If he says so, I guess it is understandable. The vampire seemed to accept my explanation filled with false confidence. Few, who knew claiming to be from the military state could help out so much. Despite that, the vampire still had some qualms. However, I am in the middle of teaching a disciple. The secrets of such crafts need to be shared privately, do they not? Just how long ago are you talking about? These days, a single teacher teaches as many as 50 students. A different teacher is chosen for each subject ranging from combat and magic to strategy. Students themselves pick the classes they want to take and learn together in public environments. Lies, what idiot would share their precious secrets so easily? The state, the country collects and controls all knowledge. They sort it out and distribute it to the people for no cost. All knowledge was power, be it swordsmanship, magic, or strategy. At least, that was how it had been in the vampire's times. There was a reason why the system of masters and disciples existed. The master was clearly above the disciple, and the disciple would work like a slave for the master, hoping that they could gain some of the former's knowledge one day. Yet, to think of a time when such secrets would be open to everyone. The vampire couldn't even close her mouth at the revelation. Unbelievable. Students also have many teachers. They go to private academies and take classes from top-of-the-line, state-managed schools. The teachers don't think badly of them for doing so either. It's now the age of enlightenment. Knowledge is no longer transferred secretly. It awaits subjective judgment, open to the rest of the world. The vampire asked the regressor if I was telling the truth. Shy, is that true? Yep, it's the sole good thing the military state has done. I see a broken bar. After staring at the vampire, who was still in shock because of the change brought about by time, the regressor turned back to me with a pout. It's not like you need to listen to that bastard. He's just worried we might be plotting something. No, if the world has chosen its path, then I too must conform. Resistance to that flow is meaningless. I should not stop him from watching us. The regressor's face soured. After throwing her a light, teasing grin, I settled down nearby, ready to see if I could gain anything from their training. The vampire continued her lesson after giving me permission to stay and watch. A broken bar. So, blood is life. It gives you energy as it flows through your body and allows you to draw out your power. You need to become aware of every single drop of blood in your body. You need to be able to sense where every vein flows. The session continued with the vampire's droning voice. I'd have fallen asleep already, but the sight of the regressor completely focused on the vampire's words made me think otherwise. Does this even help? She sounds like she's just talking out of her ass. Should I try concentrating too? I focused on Tikanzyaka's words and the thoughts that form the words. You have so many powers hidden in your body. Understanding your body is the first step to wielding that power. Feel the pulsing hot streams that branch out throughout your body. I am a mind reader. Nobody is capable of understanding the words of people better than me. Even the worst teachers can be the best references to me because I understand the intention behind the words. All I require is for the teacher to be knowledgeable in their own field. I closed my eyes and concentrated. I could feel the beating sensation of my heart and the pulsing of my arteries. I can feel it. Is this the power of blood? Blood is like a river. Rivers may seem like they flow elegantly, but water seeps into even the tiniest holes within the earth. The water the earth absorbs would moisturize the soil and eventually make its way back to the ocean. What you need to feel is not the river that everyone can easily feel. The blood that seeps into every part of your body. You need to understand that power. Or, maybe not. Well, even if I am a great learner, things such as talent and compatibility certainly exists. It's not like someone can do everything they read in a book. It's not like I'm an idiot or anything either. Bloodcraft just isn't for me. Good thing I didn't learn it. The most I would have been able to do is stop a cut from bleeding anyway. The biggest obstacle to bloodcraft is the heart. The heart is what binds your soul to the world, and yet, under normal circumstances, it moves blood regardless of your intentions. That is why a broken bar only the dead can truly master bloodcraft. The regressor seemed to realize something, so that's why vampires are considered undead. Indeed, vampires learn to move their bodies solely through bloodcraft. In order to become a vampire, you need to die. You made the right choice in refusing my offer. Your beating heart is proof of your existence as well as the essential ingredient in going even beyond. The heart, after all, is a privilege of the living. A broken bar. As if she was reminiscing about something, the vampire paused briefly between her words. I lost myself for a second. Moving on. In order to learn bloodcraft, you need to control your heart. You need to make it stop momentarily or cause it to beat even faster. Do you understand? Vaguely. You're asking me to control the pace of my heart when I can control my blood a little, right? You're a fast learner. Remember, the heart is the root of your existence. It moves your blood, purifies it, and draws magic energy from its very essence. It is the core of your body, so always a broken bar moves blood, purifies, and draws out magic. A broken bar? Wait, that's not right. Hold on, Draini Tikanzyaka. I stood up. The vampire seemed annoyed at my disruption. A broken bar? What is it? Sorry, but the heart isn't the magic core. It was probably because she was from older times. Most vampires turn their hearts into their magical cores, so you may think that's the norm. However, using the heart is actually extremely inefficient and dangerous. Additionally, in order to properly use the heart as a magical core, you need to calm down your breathing as well. These days, People make their magical cores elsewhere. A broken bar. That was how it used to be, but ever since the magical revolution 4 centuries ago, people stopped doing that. We have found ways to draw out magic without linking it directly to an organ in our bodies. This is the most basic lesson you learn in middle school these days, so it'd be useful to have some knowledge about it. Our broken bar. Oh, sorry, did I interrupt too much? You can continue. A few. Another good deed done. With that, she'll probably be much fonder of me. Is he actually crazy? Contrary to my beliefs, the regressor was glaring daggers at me. Huh? What happened? I just corrected a mistake. Magic. You think I don't know that? Why would you interrupt someone in the middle of their explanation without waiting to listen to the whole thing? It was infuriating to see the regressor acting as if she was the sensible one. It was a given that you should always correct mistakes. The vampire was ancient after all. It was best if we could communicate to our elders properly. A broken bar. Anyway, trying her best to ignore me, the vampire continued speaking. Even if the heart stops, the blood inside must continue to flow. Blood that stays still pools and rots. Blood that makes its way through the body eventually loses its magic. A broken bar. I mean, this is in the case that the heart is the magical core. Moreover, impure blood purifies itself at the heart, so it is imperative that blood constantly flows to prevent the tainting of your internal body. Hold on. Actually, it's not at the heart, it's in the lungs. There were a lot of holes in her knowledge, probably because of how old-fashioned she was. This would undoubtedly cause problems if you tried to interpret it directly. Actually, what people considered impure blood was just blood that lacked oxygen. Oxygen is inhaled into our body and burns the energy we have to keep our body moving. This process isn't a matter of purity, but rather consider it more like a fire burning. Just as a burning log stops burning when you cover it with a blanket, the fire of the body stops burning if you close the passageway to the lungs. That's called dying. Wait, that's how it works? I never knew that. A broken bar. I get why the vampire wouldn't know, but how do you not know this? You learned this in middle school. A broken bar. Oh, wait, you're an orphan, you didn't go to middle school. My bad. Then a broken bar. Is it possible that I am the most educated person in Tantalus right now? The thought made me feel a little better about myself. Anyways, now that you know, you may continue. A surge of goosebumps raced across my skin, warning me of impending danger. Without hesitation, I immediately leapt to the side. Moments later, the sanguine steed's hoof obliterated the ground I was standing on. The concrete floor shattered as though it was glass. Chunks of stone hammered my back. The horse trampled the floor once again, as if it were disappointed that it missed. The concrete ground gave way like sand each time the hooves reached it. I screamed out, "Hey, I almost died. Stop making such a fuss." I'm not making a fuss. Any normal person would have been annihilated from that attack. Good thing you are not any normal person, then. If I couldn't read minds, you'd have been a murderer. Murder is a death sentence here, you know? Yes, I'm old. I have never been able to fit in with the rest of the world. So what? Huh? When have I ever said you're old? Like that? Your attitude, you think of me as some ancient crone. I never said that, so you thought so? Oh, oopsie. She caught on. She appeared to have caught on to the fact that I had become aware of her realization. Blood boiled. I felt an ineffable emotion surge up from the vampire's heart. Wait, is this emotion that I sense now a broken bar? Perhaps a broken bar? I asked carefully. Are you perhaps slightly angry? PSK, a crimson orb hurtled towards me with great speed. I rolled along the floor in an attempt to dodge it. After narrowly missing by a hair's breadth, the orb decimated the concrete floor behind me. You think you would be any different? You were just lucky that you were born in such nice times. Should I make you a vampire? Do you want me to trap you in my immortal display case that nobody will visit for the rest of your life? The attacks continued. Multiple crimson orbs were hurled at me. They didn't have any desire to kill. The emotion attached to them was as through the progenitor was a child throwing around her toys. The problem was that the things Tikhan's Yarka was tossing around were not toys. Toys would just sting if you get hit by them, but these crimson orbs would mean certain death at a single touch. I'll actually die at this rate. I need to draw her attention somehow, but how? If you are so smart, why don't you teach her yourself? All right. At my exclamation, the barrage of attacks momentarily ceased. Relieved at the sudden respite, I raised my body back up. Trinitic Hanzyaka, I have seen your social potential that exists deep within. Are those your final words? I'll really die if I chicken out of here. I ignored the vampire and continued to explain. What really matters in rehabilitation is the desire to live and integrate with other people in a society. I see that desire is prevalent within you. That is definitely an ideal that matches the flow of current times. First things first, a broken bar. I spat out random words I had glimpsed from the vampire's mind. Hopefully one of them would calm her down. Mesh with the times? Thankfully, she calmed herself down and began listening more carefully to my words. So, I've come to a conclusion today, that you all have the potential of reintegrating back to society. A broken bar. And who are you to judge that? You are all currently being held in the re-education facility, Tantalus. You are all trainees, and I am your trainer. I lead all of you in this small society. The vampire probably didn't even know about the re-education part of this facility. I pointed towards myself with my thumb. I shall teach all of you how to fulfill that desire to live normally so that you may all become respected members of society again. So please don't kill me. Hiding my true thoughts, I finished my speech. A broken bar. The vampire lowered her hand. The dozens of crimson orbs that had been floating in midair, all dropped to the ground. The orbs that had destroyed the concrete floor so easily, melted back into blood and seeped into the ground. Phew, I'm alive. As I was about to bask in my relief, the vampire muttered under her breath, I wondered what you might say, but it was just words you would not be able to take responsibility for. How'd she know? A depressed voice crawled out from within the coffin. It was the voice that had given up hope many times, the type of hope that this time would be different. I am a vampire, a predator who lives off of human blood. Humans either avoid me in fear or wish to be me. Regardless of my desire, our very existence can never mesh properly. A wolf cannot live in a herd of sheep, can it? The way she keeps making metaphors really reminds me of old people. Wolves and sheep, huh? So what if she's a wolf? There's barely any wolves around these days, but she'd freak out again if I mentioned that, so I decided to respond with another metaphor of my own. Of course, they can. That is something easier said than done. Should I show you proof? Try it if you will, the vampire thought in a rather pessimistic manner. Reading that thought, I pulled out the bell from my pocket and rang it. Now, with a familiar roar, something burst through the second-floor kitchen window and ran outside. Crash, after having torn through the steel bars of the windows like candy, as he landed on the floor and dashed towards me. This here is a wolf that can live with a herd of sheep. As he skidded to a stop next to me, with a mouthful of saliva, she looked at me with anticipation in her eyes. I extended my arm and petted her head, with a satisfactory bark, as he closed her eyes as she enjoyed my touch. Dogs used to be wolves. Even the dogs that are raised to ward off wolves from livestock used to be wolves a long time ago, but sheep are not scared of dogs. Dogs do not eat sheep either. Well, they might gnaw on a sheep bone the farmer tosses them from time to time, but that's about it. Both predators and prey could change. Beasts have become tamed by humans. Dogs, for example, is a case where an entire species was tamed. The vampire was now lost in her thoughts. It didn't seem like she'd respond for some time. Now's the time. Woof. Food, where? I'll give it to you in a bit. Let's head to the kitchen. Woof woof. Didn't you eat earlier, and you want to eat again already? Are you sure you're not the pig king? Bark. No, not pig. Dogs and pigs, what's the difference anyway? But because of how strongly as he responded, I needed to let her have her way here. Alright, don't bite me. Naturally leaving the scene, I headed back to the building with Azzy, leaving the vampire alone with the regressor. That bastard a broken bar after I was decently far away. I heard the regressor's thoughts at maximum range. He left me alone to deal with her after causing this entire mess. Oops, she caught on. Let's run. Azzy, run. Woof. I sprinted towards the building with Azzy trailing behind. Meanwhile, the black coffin floated in place unflinchingly, raying. The alarm felt more like a persistent ache rather than just a mere loud noise. Would a cricket made of steel make a noise like this? It felt like a razor-thin blade was chopping away at my ears. Unable to resist, I lurched out of the bed and silenced the clock. Waking up with a throbbing headache every day was hardly a pleasant routine, and I gritted my teeth, trying to dampen the ringing in my ears. Ugh, that fucking alarm clock. The state allowed setting the alarm earlier, but never later than 8 o'clock. No matter how late you tried to set it after that, the piercing screech that always followed suit was almost like an attack. It was said that the fastest way to find a corpse was to look for a house with an alarm that didn't turn off. Only the dead could bear that noise. The only way to guarantee a peaceful slumber was to smash the alarm clock to bits, but the consequences of oversleeping were just as dire. In the military state where everyday life needed to tick perfectly like a cog in a machine, being late was almost a crime. You bastards, at least wake us up more peacefully. After stretching my body, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in a mirror above the sink. The broken mirror reflected my face, distorted from the cracks. I was wearing a standard shirt. It was the same clothes I had been given before being strapped in a straitjacket. The shirt was already heavily creased from having worn it for several days. I need to wash my clothes soon. I can't keep wearing the same clothes every day. There must be some clean clothes left somewhere. After washing my face, I headed out, looking for anything else I could wear or woof, and then immediately closed the door again. I held the handle tight and pressed my back against the door. Why is that furball waiting outside my door? Does it plan to drag me along on a morning walk? Woof, woof. Nope, absolutely not. I have so many things on my plate already. I need to cook for Azzy since nobody else will. Now I need to walk her on top of that. At this rate, I wouldn't have any personal time to do what I need to do. What's wrong with just a little walk? That's the Dog King. They take walks like a king as well. Woof, woof, woof. I could hear her front paws scratching on the door. The residence for workers had no locks, so the door rattled alongside my body every time her paws touched the door. Although Azzy wasn't trying to break the door yet, it felt as though a battering ram was smashing its horns against the door. I would tire out before the door could break at this rate. In times of siege, the defenders often charged out of the castle, even if their forces were much weaker than their attackers. They didn't do this because they were stupid. Instead, they would rather try to do something before they starved to death. I had the same mindset as I clutched the door handle. It's time, you damned beast. I was scared. Who wouldn't be scared to fight a monster that could tear flesh from bone with a single bite? However, dogs were loyal to humans. The Dog King had infinite loyalty towards humans and would likely not attack me. There was a possibility that she might bite me in her rebellious struggle, but she wouldn't tear me to shreds. I treated her well until now to gain her trust, but no more. Humanity will no longer kneel. We shall not meet the demands of mere animals. I will fight, even if it means death. With a newfound determination rooted firmly in my heart, I opened the door to see Azzy staring up at me from the floor. What have you come here for, foul beast? Woof. If she even dares to ask me for a morning walk, I'll collar her up. If she wants food like a pig, I'll add in extra spices she can't handle. It doesn't matter that I can't fight her head on. It's about the mindset, the thought that makes you want to fight. It's time, mutt. Woof. Azzy crawled to my feet. She then fell to the floor again, yawning. Huh? She doesn't want a broken bar walk? Not even whining for food either? I waited for a minute, but all Azzy did was wag her tail against my legs. She's just here. Phew. The Dog King was still a dog at the end of the day. They required interaction with humans. However, the other humans here weren't exactly suitable for giving Azzy what she needed. The regressor was too busy, and the vampire wasn't even alive. The only person Azzy could really interact with was me. I relaxed and lowered my hand in front of Azzy, yawning, as he rubbed her face into my palm. Now this is more like a pet. You've finally realized your place. The rulers of this world was humanity. That was precisely why the Beast Kings adopted human form and spoke the human language. As the representatives of their respective races, they needed to be able to communicate with the rulers of the lands. Azzy was just like any other dog in how active and energetic she was, but at least you could always communicate with her. My lips twisted into a sly grin as I patted her. He. Yes, good girl. I don't even need to use my hands to communicate with you. Nothing is better than an obedient dog. Well, I think I can make this work. It's acceptable. Follow me, Azzy. Your nose will be useful in searching the offices. Arf. I headed to the management offices, and Azzy got right back up to follow me. If this were a normal prison, a towering watchtower would be built next to the facility. That tower would rise about 2 stories higher than the rooftop of the prison, watching over the inmates like they were ants in a colony. If even a single prisoner was unable to be located, they would whip out their glaring searchlights and figure out a way to locate them anyhow. Magic. Regardless, Tantalus was full of prisoners that the state couldn't handle. In order to continue properly maintaining the facility, the state needed to make the corresponding investment. Tantalus needed an army or someone with the combat skills of a general to keep the prisoners in check. Of course, that was impossible. Spending that many resources on a prison warden was something nonsensically wasteful as far as the state was concerned. Realizing that abandonment was cheaper than trying to find out some way to control it, they dropped the prison into the abyss and cut off all support. They had essentially left the prisoners to their own devices down here. Instead of a watchtower, Tantalus had a square building that resembled a storage unit. It was a container building that was separated by a small concrete fence. The building was in a state of disrepair, and as I climbed over the fence, I winced. Phew, the insides are completely a mess. Huh? One wall had completely collapsed, evidenced by the gigantic palm-shaped indentation in the rubble. It seemed that someone had toppled the wall down by slamming it with their palm. On the steel plates reinforcing the outer walls were many small holes, as if someone had done target practice on it. The holes had traces of having melted. Just what were they shooting? Even fire arrows can't do something like this. The roof had collapsed halfway down. The reason was obvious. A gigantic metal beam, similar to the ones you'd find at construction sites, had been smashed through the roof. One of the corners of the building had also completely disappeared, leaving teeth marks in its trace, as if something had bitten it. But there's no creature that has a mouth that big a broken bar, right? Just what happened? As I crouched down, advancing carefully, the ground suddenly shook. Looking down, I saw that someone had cleanly cut the concrete floor as though it was cake. This was likely the work of the regressor. Something clearly must have happened. But all I could do was read minds. I couldn't tell what happened here in the past. All I could guess was that some massive wave of violence and chaos swept through this place. I scratched my chin as I turned back to Azzy. Azzy, do you remember what happened? Woof. Everyone fought. So who? Why did they fight? Can you tell me exactly what happened from start to finish? Arf? Never mind. I shouldn't have asked you. Azzy probably hadn't picked a side. Her loyalty to all humans meant that she was equally ignorant of all humans. Even if I gained her trust, she probably wouldn't help me out if I fought against someone else. The thought pissed me off. What was I doing all of this for? Ugh, all my efforts are worthless. No matter how many times I feed you and take you out for walks, a broken bar. A dog is just a dog. I like walks, I know, but I don't. Arf? Azzy widened her eyes in shock. Had the fact that someone doesn't like walks been that much of a surprise for her? As if she had become worried about our future walks, she hopped up and down, speaking with remarkable fluency. Woof, walks are great. You see so many cool things. It's so fun. Yeah, walks are really, really good. It's wide open everywhere. You can run all you want. So what if it is? Is she trying to convince me? Even if I have become a prisoner, do you think I'd be so easily convinced by a mere dog? As he used some high-level vocabulary skills to convince me about the positive aspects of walks. She looked at me expectantly, with shining eyes. "You don't like walks?" "I don't mind them." Woof. Unfortunately for her, it was too early to rejoice, watching her spin around in joy. I added to my previous statement, "But I prefer laying down and taking a nap." Woof. "We've wasted too much time, let's get going." A broken bar. "I'll have to figure things out on my own." After indulging Azzy for a while, I walked past the broken door and into the control room. Just what did they do to rip through this door as though it was paper? It was still a metal door. Should I head back? The building was completely dark due to the lack of lighting. If the roof had been intact and the walls still standing, it would have been too dark to see. Fortunately, the newly added gaping holes in the walls allowed enough light to seep in to illuminate the outlines of objects. As expected of a control room, I saw many things that used to be parts of different machines. The reason I said "a used to be" was because they were broken to the point where I could barely recognize them. Scattered bolts and nuts, split gears, half of control panel, a golem missing most of its limbs. The machines and magic golems that had resided here were completely eliminated during the raid on the building. They must have broken everything during the jailbreak. I understand that sentiment. I agreed with their mindset of revenge. Muttering meaningless words, I rummaged through the mountain of scraps in front of me. I hoped to find something useful that the state hadn't retrieved from the heap already. The room was shrouded in darkness, and the piles of rubble were overwhelming. I wasn't sure where to start, and I ended up sweating as I dug through the piles. The weight of the rubble made it even more challenging, and I struggled to lift it, letting out groans of exertion. Even if there was a treasure hidden in the trash, I wasn't really capable of finding it. TSK, nothing. As I was about to head back, Azzy perked up and dove into the pile. As she dug with her bare hands, gigantic scraps of debris flew everywhere, causing me to retreat to a safe distance behind the sunken roof. After tossing aside a concrete block impaled by a steel beam and a large antenna, Azzy pointed to a small cabinet. Realizing what it was, I forced my body back up. "This is the valuables cabinet, right?" "Nice job, Azzy." "I did good?" "Yeah, good girl. You're the best doggy." Woof. After appeasing Azzy with the compliment, I pulled the cabinet's handle as she hopped around it in circles. However, the cabinet had a deep indentation in its side, and it refused to budge. It seemed like something inside had broken or bent the wrong way. It was definitely not because I wasn't strong enough. But who am I? A human with wisdom, and human wisdom shines in their tools. First, second, and third class. What type of lever do we need here? Woof. Walks. First class. Idiot. Woof. I'm not an idiot. I shoved the metal beam into the bent opening of the door and pushed hard. A broken bar. It didn't work. But who am I? A human with wits, and when my strength isn't enough for broken bar. Azzy, can you help me out? Woof. I'm not an idiot. Yeah, alright. Just doggy punch this. Doggy? Yeah, just slam this part with your paw, hard. Woof. Like this? As soon as I saw Azzy raise her arm, I turned and ran. Her arm swept through the air, boom, with a gigantic noise. The cabinet flew 3 meters into the air. The tight door flew off, spinning in the air until it lodged itself into the ceiling. The metal beam that had been used as a lever was now in the shape of a UAV. The cabinet landed headfirst on the ground. That doggy punch was strong. Good girl, you're the best dog in the world. Best? Yep, the best. Woof, me, best. Leaving Azzy behind, I looked inside the cabinet. There were a few crystal orbs, likely made as spares, and some paperwork. Is that all? Continuing to search, I saw a lead-colored round object in the corner of the cabinet. I had missed it initially because of the darkness. I shoved my hand in and took it out. Then I let out a gasp. Holy, this is still here? Now there's a broken bar. This was something I could use. Hunting and gathering were some of mankind's oldest instincts. The sensation of reward that was gained from finding something was a primal instinct that had been passed down through generations of human history. I felt the same way. Having found something useful from my expedition, I felt as if I could sprout wings and fly. Even the fact that this was the abyss, the furthest place from the sky, could not deter my joy. Fortunately, it wasn't even much work. It was quite literally akin to a dog finding a bone on a morning walk. Thank God this is still around. Under normal circumstances, this is subject for immediate disposal as a classified level 3 national secret. In a good mood, I dug my fingers through Azzy's hair and pet her. "You're so cute, how can you be this good?" Woof, woof. A normal person would probably be wary if someone suddenly hugged them and called them cute. However, Azzy was a dog who knew nothing of doubt or suspicion. She felt happy even at empty compliments. Barking happily, Azzy turned back towards me and asked a question. "Do you like walks now?" "Just for today, I love walks." Woof, love? It means you really like something. Woof, me too, I love walks. Lovey a broken bar? They said that a full belly was usually a cause for generosity. I felt even more benevolent with my heavy pockets. Even this good-for-nothing dog looked rather adorable today. Smiling happily together, we walked out of the ruins. "Yeah, keep acting nice like this in the future too." "I'm always nice, don't lie. Every time you do not like something, you would bare your teeth and growl." "Growl?" Acting as if she had never done so, Azzy pretended not to know what I was talking about. No, she might have actually deleted her memory of doing so. Dogs are shameless animals after all. Ha! It's a good thing that there is a human like me who remembers everything clearly. I showed my teeth at Azzy and made a growling noise. Azzy cocked her head and raised her tail, and followed my actions. "Ggr. Yeah, don't growl like that from now on, and don't use your teeth either. Don't try to bite me as well. Even if you have a problem, use your tongue. Got it?" Woof. I'll take that as a yes. Don't use teeth a broken bar, only use your tongue. Ear broken bar? Is he a broken bar? As I was having a serious conversation with Azzy, I felt a rush of bloodlust directed towards me. Light clothing. Has he already a broken bar? No, I followed them as soon as I knew, so there mustn't have been enough time. Magic. The regressor was glaring at me with murderous intent. Bloodlust? Why? As I was in shock and unable to react, the regressor clutched the blade behind her. Anyway, he attempted it, right? Yeah, I'll kill him. Wait. I grabbed Azzy's shoulders and thrust her forward, placing her between me and the regressor, ignorant to the fact that I had just used her as a shield. Azzy just blankly stared at the regressor. Cowering behind Azzy, I shouted out in a panic, "I don't know what you're thinking, but it's all a big misunderstanding." "What's the misunderstanding?" "Everything, starting with your dirty mind. Everything is a misunderstanding." "Dirty? I'm the dirty one, not you?" "Yes, you're a pervert who thinks everything is about weird stuff like that." She took out her blade. I stood behind Azzy as best as I could and continued shouting, "People who are perverts think everyone else is a pervert just like they are. Just what kind of a person do you think I am?" With a cold gaze, the regressor replied, "An animal." That's just not true. The regressor was having some really weird thoughts right now. The accusation she was throwing at me was so outrageous that I felt more confused than angry. I mean, I've been framed for a lot of things in my life, but all my years, I had never been accused of bestiality. Regardless, she's immediately going to kill me for that? She's even worse than the military state. As the regressor slowly approached me, I screamed with all my heart, "With a dog? Don't be so weird. What kind of sick individual would even consider having a sexual relationship with a dog?" The regressor delved into her memories, recalling a couple of people in her mind. They were probably people who had attempted such vile acts. Fuck, I guess the end of the world will erode human sanity, you shameful subhumans of humanity. I put my palm to my head and retorted, "I know, there are people in the world who have twisted desires that cannot be understood with the normal human mind, but not me. I'm a normal guy with normal tastes." "A broken bar you keep treating Azzy like a dog." The regressor pointed at Azzy whose shoulders I was still holding on to. "Are you doing that on purpose, or do you actually think so?" "What? Azzy isn't a dog. She's the Dog King, a beast king who adopted the form of a human. As he looked towards me and the regressor with an empty look on her face, her large shining eyes and a face full of curiosity, panting as if she had just finished a race. She was a girl with luscious blonde locks. She resembled a healthy girl who was a little hyperactive. At least that's how she looks. However, at Shy, do you understand now? You kept treating her like a dog, but she's actually Thea. Are you crazy? As the regressor flinched at my outburst, I shoved Azzy right in front of her. Azzy had her eyes wide open as I moved her around. Why don't you say it, Shy? Is Azzy a human? What are you, a broken bar? Answer me. Is Azzy a human? Is she beautiful? You a broken bar. At my relentless interrogation, the regressor started murmuring in a defensive manner. She has the form of a human, doesn't she? Did I ask you that? So what if she has the form of a human? Do you get horny when you look at Azzy or something? No, oh of course not. If you think that way, then why do you think I would be any different? Are you disregarding my basic morals and dignity that much? Well, a broken bar. Why, you are overly close to her and also the only guy here. Broken bar. So you're accusing me because I'm a guy? I was at a loss for words. Before Azzy is considered a female, please remember that fundamentally, she is a dog. Wait, you're supposed to be pretending to be a guy as well. It was so outrageous that I couldn't even get mad. I usually tolerated insults, but to disregard my basic human dignity was going too far. Shy, listen closely. I found myself at a point where anger had turned into tranquility. After letting out a deep sigh, I directed my sermon at the regressor. Let's say there's a person who tries to play fetch with another human, and another person who asks how their day has been. Who is the normal person here? That's a broken bar. The person who asks how they've been. So you know, now, between a person who tries to play fetch with a dog and another person who tries to ask a dog how its day was, who do you think is the normal person here? Well, a broken bar. She's a dog. So you've admitted it yourself. Why are you getting mad when you know the answer yourself? I glared at the regressor. Yes, exactly. It's normal to treat a dog like a dog. You don't ask a dog, hello, how was your breakfast? Beauty. Is it because Azzy has the form of a human? Oh, so that means I can assume you think of Azzy as a human, right? With your perverted eyes, you're pretending to treat Azzy like another human, trying to get to her body? No, Emma, you're a man as well, just like me. Actually, you're even more suspicious than I am. Why are you always talking to dogs like they're people and stalking me? Are you getting jealous? Is that it? Of course not. Anyone can say that. Have you seen your own actions? If only I wasn't cross-dressing. A broken bar. The regressor, who was currently pretending to be a man, was not able to come up with a rebuttal. I took a step forward, confident of my victory. Azzy, whose shoulders I was still holding on to, just seemed to think of the whole thing as a funny occurrence. Do you understand? You're the weird one here. Logic always professed the truth. Even the regress knew it. She knew that I was right, that I was the normal one here. Faced with my attacks involving facts and logic, the regressor had no choice but to take a step back. Woof. Of course, Azzy, who couldn't understand sentences which were longer than two phrases, was just staring between me and the regressor. However, even that just proved she was innately a dog. Dogs were dogs at the end of the day. To the regressor, who had forgotten such a simple fact, I let out a finishing blow. You're the weird one for thinking so much about the small talk you have with a dog. Do you understand now? I could tell Azzy 100, or even 1,000 times that I love her, even if I don't actually have emotions like that towards her. However, at that moment, I had forgotten a very important fact. Azzy was not only a dog, but the Dog King that the world itself had appointed as a representative of their species to communicate with humans. She didn't really understand what I really meant, but she could still hear my words. You don't like me, huh? With suspicion swarming in her bubbly eyes, Azzy stared up at me from the ground. Her usually playful tail was now lying limp, and her perky ears were drooping downwards. Were broken bar hate me then? Oh, Azzy, That's not what I meant. It's hard to explain. Oh woof. Wait. Let's think about my next course of action. The Dog King is a dog. I can't use any complex words. Even if I try to push this off for later, she wouldn't accept that answer. So, whatever I say to the regressor as a part of my argument, as you will consider it my actual thoughts. With all that in mind, I had a few options. Do I push the regressor even further so I can tease her at the risk of Azzy liking me less, or do I retain a nice relationship with Azzy and let the regressor go? A broken bar. Well, the answer was quite obvious. I am not stupid enough to give up on the future for a moment of fun. Making my decision, I opened my arms wide and made a huge smile at Azzy. Of course, it's a lie. I like Azzy a lot. A lot? Yes, a lot. You're the nicest and cutest girl around. I wasn't lying. With the scary vampire and the bloodthirsty regressor around, Azzy was infinitely more helpful. If she could read the mood better and had a little bit more self-control, a broken bar, it'd be optimal. But dogs were dogs. Her behavior was something that I would need to accept. A broken bar like me? I do like you. I don't know if she's just naive or stupid, but her mood changes so easily with a few words. Oh, it's probably both. And yet humans love dogs exactly for their purity and stupidity, so it was a little ironic to berate her for it. While I was still grinning, a broken bar. Woof, do you love me? A broken bar. Love? Why did you have to ask me this now when someone is watching? Did someone do something to you? In the first place, who taught a dog a word as meaningless as love? Oh, they're both because of me. Shit, I'm suddenly being pressured by my past actions. Trying to ignore the cold gaze that the regressor had suddenly regained, I slowly nodded and answered Azzy's question. Yeah, broken bar, I do. I could tell a dog that I loved it 100 times. I mean, some people love their dogs more than they love other human beings. However, a broken bar, it was something hard to do in front of the regressor's cold, judgmental eyes. A broken bar, but it was inevitable. I gulped as I sensed the suddenly rather serious mood and opened my lips once again. I love you, a broken bar. Hearing that made Azzy's tail wag. People said that words held no weight. But Azzy took even the smallest things with no prejudice. She smiled and thrust her arms towards me. Leaning onto me, she allowed me to support her weight. It was an indication of trust that dogs only showed to people they were really close to. Pure happiness filled her face. Grinning like an idiot, Azzy's eyes were smiling as well. Woof, I like you too. I love you. Yeah, broken bar. I never thought I'd end up whispering words of love to a dog in my life. Azzy hopped into my arms. With a trembling hand, I stroked Azzy's head, and like always, broken bar, need to keep my guard up against that man. The regressor's wariness had only intensified. Man, stop looking at me with those judgmental eyes, and stop fidgeting with the handle of your blade. I'm not that kind of person. I just like her as a pet. If he is an official of the military state and volunteered to come to Tantalus, a broken bar, it would certainly explain his strength. That's why I need to stay conscious of him. I mean, I can relate to those feelings. If I heard someone bragging about how they had intercourse with an animal, I'd be disgusted too, and although I don't have the power to do so, I wouldn't immediately try to kill them even if it were true. Don't you think executing someone for loving an animal was a bit too harsh? A broken bar, an organization in the special forces of the military state, the secret society that tried to control the Beast Kings and bring them under the military state's will in order to topple nearby countries. Wait, what? A secret society? The human regime, experts in training beasts, and racists who despised beastmen more than anything else. He's likely one of them. A series of images flashed through the regressor's head. In a past that had not been recorded, the regressor stood in a vast plain. Her blade was lighter than a feather as she held it in her hands, yet her heart felt as heavy as stone. The guilt that she wasn't able to stop the apocalypse weighed heavily on her, the feeling of helplessness that she wasn't able to change anything. She had failed in this life as well. Everyone around her would perish yet again, and she alone would open her eyes once again, a broken bar, so that she could go forth to find another future. Next to the regressor, dozens of people had been lined up, Cowering in fear, cold sweat dripped from their hands, and their eyes rattled from fear, but they couldn't even dream of escaping what awaited them. If their adversary was human, they could beg for mercy, plead for their family's safety even if they themselves perish. Eat a broken bar. However, what they were facing now was not bound by human rules. They had the form of a human, but they were not humans in essence. The horizon quaked. A rampage of frenzy, led by a couple of stray leaders, were the harbingers to thousands of beasts, enough to be described as a layer that coated the earth. They had some differences. Some were two-legged, while others had four. Some of them were closer to humans, but had ears or tails of different animals. Beastmen. They were the offspring of a sin committed long ago by humanity. The offsprings of beasts are born as humans yet treated as outcasts, used everything they received to try and annihilate humanity. In front of them, human figures that produced an extraordinary aura led the charge. The Beast Kings, the leaders who each represented an entire race. The Beast Kings were mighty, but they did not seek violence. They were ultimately those who reflected the will of their whole race, diplomats who were meant to convey the will of their people to humans. However, if the species they represented had decided to rebel against humanity, if the will of the species was clear and or broken bar, then the kings would enact the will of their people. Those who could no longer bear the persecution and hatred, driven by their fierce instincts, stood at the front lines. Blood, fire, cinder. The beasts armed themselves with steel and fire to attack humanity. A broken bar. The combination of their wild instincts and weapons was almost like a calamity. Furthermore, those who made up the majority of the beastmen that had revolted against humanity were the Beast King who had gathered the largest army to slaughter humanity. Was of the creaking past then faded away, and I was brought back to reality. What I had just seen was so vivid that I could still see traces of it in my mind's eye. The event that I had witnessed was the future, and at the same time, it was the past as well. The same past that the regressor had experienced, and the same one I would go through if nothing were to change. I rested my trembling hand on Azzy's head as she leaned into me. Her ears fluttered like the wings of a butterfly as they raised slightly at my touch. The Dog King, who had her mouth shut as she embraced me, the leader of the trusty, lovely dogs, sir, was smiling while covered in blood in a future that would arrive soon. The existence of Beast Kings is preordained by the world. Even if I killed her here, another one would be born elsewhere. Why did I overlook the regressor's worries? There is no way the concerns of someone who had experienced so much would be overboard. As long as he seems emotionally dependent on that man, I can't remove him, and it's also hard to verify if he's part of the human regime. But right now, he's the most likely candidate to cause some rampage. I'll need to keep my eye on him. Makes sense. Azzy's body was warm to the touch and soft. Her hands, which had slightly bent backwards to prevent her claws from hurting me, provided insight into her desire to not hurt anyone. She definitely didn't do that consciously, so that desire to be nice was likely just deeply ingrained into her very instincts. Just what caused that thoughtful hand to lead the way towards bloodshed? It seems the future was much harsher than I had initially expected. Despite the regressor's cold gaze, I managed to convince her using all sorts of words. She was still wary of me, but it seemed like she had decided to wait for now, seeing as how she loosened her grip around her sword. After heaving a sigh of relief, I suddenly became curious about something. By the way, Traineesha, broken bar, what are you here for? Did you follow us? I didn't follow you. I just a broken bar happened to come here looking for you. The regressor tilted her head to the side with her arms crossed while Chuneng floated above her head. Tikanzyaka asked me about what you said. That thing you said about teaching her about the times, what time it would be at. Huh? We're actually doing that? You suggested it? The regressor looked bewildered. I felt guilty, so I nodded along. All right, I'll go prepare for it now. Try your best. I hope it goes well. As she turned away from me, the regressor added one more thing. Of course, I'll be listening in as well. Ami, teach. I've been living off the streets. I don't have the knowledge to teach someone. I may be one of the most educated people here, but at best I'm a graduate from a standard public elementary school and dropped out of military middle school. I did get more education than a typical security level 1 citizen the moment I entered military middle school, but that was only because I read the mind of the kid with the second best scores. If it wasn't for my mind-reading cheat ability, my education would have ended at elementary school. Oh, by the way, the reason I read the mind of the kid with the second best scores instead of the first was because I was the person who had the highest scores in the school. It wasn't done with my own studying, of course. I just borrowed a little help from everyone during tests. Oh students, lend me your strength. I'd like to thank and apologize to every student who had their rank pushed back by 1 because of me. However, because of my insanely high test scores, all of my instructors thought that I would be the genius to drive the military state forward by an entire generation, but I completely failed the practical portion of the entrance exams to military high school, so I dropped out, trying to run away, and now, I ended up like this, as any person who wasted their life often did. I reminisce about my school days. Maybe those days were the golden age of my life. I missed the days when I lived so freely just with the ability to read minds, albeit the issue is that I still can't think of what I'm going to teach Tikanzyaka. As I unconsciously fidgeted with my pockets, I realized something. Oh, I'll just choose this. This will do. The first 3 floors of Tantalus were the cells meant to hold the prisoners. Typically, those words would remind you of an atmosphere that felt confining and cramped. However, as a prison with prisoners but no guards, Tantalus was a little different from the typical stereotype of prisons, in the sense that the stone walls were broken and the metal bars were bent in all kinds of directions. Walls and bars didn't suffice as an obstruction for the prisoners that were sent here. The metal door was now in the shape of a metal croissant, and the bars that were bent whichever way reminded me of wet pasta. One of the walls had an intricately made spear, 3 metal bars twisted together embedded into it, and another cell had a perfectly smooth square hole cut out of it. Fuck. It seems that the prison was nothing more than a bunch of toys to the criminals placed here. That's terrifying. Just how did the workers that had to live amongst these criminals survive? Oh, right, they didn't. Having solved the mystery, I made my way up the stairs. The 4th floor was where the workers resided. It was also where I was staying since I had nowhere else to go. The doors didn't lock, but they opened and closed properly, and there were still a few amenities like a kitchen and a place to do laundry. I headed to the worker training room at the end of the 4th floor hallway. Welcome. There, the 8 trainees were waiting for me. A coffin, having pushed aside the chairs to make room, was floating in the air. The regressor was hunched over on a chair, while she crossed her arms and legs. She glared at me the moment I walked in. As he was lying down on the floor playing around, I doubted she actually came to learn. With everyone's focus on me, I headed to the lectern. It was a small class consisting of a dog, a corpse, and a person, but I couldn't help but be a little nervous as I stood in front of them. I took a deep breath before I began to talk. It's fine. I've done this plenty of times. It's not any different from swindling people into buying worthless things. I'll start by establishing the goals of this class. From what I've seen the past 2 days, all you superhuman beings severely lack some common sense. If we were to release you as you are into society, you'll have a hard time fitting in, and if that happens, you'll end up back here again. So broken bar, just a moment. An eerie voice creaked out from within the coffin. The vampire seemed rather annoyed. Broken bar, why do you wear such casual clothes when you've come to teach? Huh? What's wrong with my clothes? The standard supplied button-up shirt and a pair of shorts that had built-in underwear. I was casually dressed, but this was fairly common. However, to a 1,000-year-old boomer like the vampire, even that was not formal enough. Teaching is like a river. It flows from a high place to be received at the bottom. So the one who teaches must always maintain a certain air of authority and dignity. How can anyone be inclined to learn from someone so poorly dressed? This is ridiculous. I can't believe I'm being criticized for my attire by someone who lives in a coffin. Broken bar, that I know, it's like your wheelchair. I get it. I'm not going to berate you for that. Cough, cough. The regressor's face grew red as she violently coughed in reaction to my statement. A broken bar, a wheelchair? You're saying something I don't understand. Again a broken bar, but what is this, a wheelchair? I feel as if I am being insulted. Alright. Note to self, never explain what a wheelchair is. I gripped the lectern with both arms and shouted towards the coffin, and trainee Tikanzyaka, there's a clear reason as to why I came here dressed like this. Please do not doubt the teacher when the class hasn't even begun yet. Alright, show me. I hope your words serve more purpose than just excuses. Don't get too surprised. I'll show this outdated vampire the greatness of modern technology. I stretched out my left arm. Citizens of the military state undergo a recording of their biological statistics when they reach the age of 18. Height, weight, body shape, bone structure, and even the length and width of our limbs. All of these things are recorded and engraved into our bodies. I turned my wrist to face the class. A peculiar hole was in my left wrist. The dip made from digging out flesh looked as if it were meant to hold something. Because of this, the military state has the most advanced identification system. Utilizing it, they've made a few useful inventions. I dug out the object Hazzy and I had found in the control room. The small dark blue marble was just the right size to perfectly fit the hole in my wrist. I hooked most of them by now. The regressor who already knew what it was, and the vampire who had questioned the strange hole in my wrist. They had a rough idea of how to use this marble. The military state's science is the best in the world. This is the pinnacle of alchemic technology, the clothing technology of the military state. With those words, I fit the small marble into my wrist with a resounding click. Instantly, blue filaments began to cover my body. Along my skin, firm, strong fibers made the base structure. Thin blue strands weaved together to form layers in between. A garment was instantly tailored based on an alchemic pattern. Strands became fabric, and fabric became a clothing material that piled on top of itself. Step by step, I did a quick twirl in place because I felt like I needed to. On my third way around, a warden's uniform perfectly tailored to my body had covered my entire body. Quickly taking the form of a trained warden, I saluted. According to the state standard, the clothing packet, it only took 10 seconds for the stiffly ironed suit to cover my entire body. The invention of the century used the information recorded in your own biological data to transform into perfectly fitting clothes. Even if it ripped or got messy, all you needed to do was change it back into a marble and wipe it clean. It was one of the best inventions, even among the 7 great inventions of the military state, I boasted as I lifted up the collar of my brand new clothes. With the invention of the clothing packet, citizens of the military state were freed from the curse of laundry. Also, they spent less money on buying new clothes. A person only really needed a couple clothing packets, and they could keep reusing them. Interesting. Magic now. Do you understand why I came so lightly dressed? I wanted to show you the clothing packet in action. It's better to just wear the standard underwear beneath. Hums of amusement echoed from the coffin, but I could hear the vampire's thoughts clearly. That's amazing, a broken bar. The world really has changed so much. I knew she'd love it. It was a stereotype that old people disliked new technology. In reality, they were often willing to spend more time exploring it. Curiosity was something that existed within everyone, regardless of age. The only issue was that, for some reason, old people tended to revert back to analog ways, saying it had a nicer feel to it. However, the vampire's attention was now solely focused on the clothing packet, a warden's uniform, a broken bar, HMPH. Shy's expression soured after seeing my outfit. Then, the vampire asked the regressor, "Child, you didn't have any hole like that on your wrist. I won't ever get that kind of stuff." The regressor shot back in a moody manner. "That's for surveillance. It's a product of authoritarianism, made by the desire to track and control every single citizen. Authoritarianism, it means they monitor every citizen. You need a bioreceptor to enter major roads or buildings, and if someone goes into the wrong place, the authorities can use it to arrest them immediately." A broken bar. What is the issue with that? The regressor, who had only experienced the future, probably didn't understand, but the vampire was from a totally different time. one with absolute monarchy. Do you think human rights were a thing back then? If they were, the vampire probably wouldn't have died at such a young age when she was alive. After the regressor realized that, she clicked her tongue. Besides, there's an even bigger issue with the bioreceptor, the regressor continued speaking as she glared at me. Once you carve the bioreceptor into yourself, your body becomes tied to the state regardless of your will. They will be able to monitor your every move, and the other nations will be extra cautious of you. When going into nations that are hostile to the state, like the Empire or the Federation, you could be put under constant surveillance. I don't think that really matters unless you're about to defect to another country, I replied while glaring back. The regressor kept glaring daggers at me. It's all right to throw shade at the state because it's a place where the innocent are thrown into the abyss by baseless accusations, but I won't stand having my bioreceptor talked down like that. I don't use the bioreceptor and clothing packet because I'm patriotic to the state. I only use them because they're convenient. A broken bar and the bioreceptor in itself is a liability. A magical device that can affect my whole body is no different than branding a slave in the past. What? Are you trying to say that I'm a slave? That ticks me off. I'm a guy who also wants the state to perish. Countless curses directed at the state were plastered onto my lips as soon as I was chucked into Tantalus. If I counted up the number of laws I've broken just from living in the back alleys, it would be way more than the number of laws you've broken. Scamming, gambling, embezzlement, blackmailing, bribery, etc. Yet you treat me like a slave of the state. No, I'm the state's #1 criminal. My crimes might be slightly different from yours, but I've got the quantity on you. I snapped at the regressor and started ranting. That's a bit too much. If you say it like that, nothing in this world is truly safe. You could say that a tight suit is a suffocating prison or that a necktie is a leash on my neck. If you can say things like that, then we should also confiscate every fountain pen in the world because the pen is mightier than the sword. The regressor settled back down in her chair and just glared daggers at me. Her scorching animosity stabbed me. It was an unchangeable disdain, an annoying but ever-present shadow that hung over 13 deaths. The stains of living in the darkness of the state could never be washed away. A broken bar, you should know. The regressor shot an icy gaze filled with the emotions of her many regressions. Her heart was so cold that it seemed as if it would never warm up again. Her gaze scared the life out of me that I mumbled inwardly. Oi, state, what on earth did you do that the regressor would hate your very existence? You should be careful. It's a big world out there, and you could meet an individual capable enough to single-handedly destroy countries. For example, a regressor with infinite lives. You should try to not torture everyone too hard and be nicer to them in the future. You're a broken bar. The first thing the state did with the bioreceptor was a broken bar torturing people. A faint trace, a short but bold flashback. I read her mind as she reminisced about her past. Once upon a time, on her first regression, the fragmented memory of those times was recalled. All that could be felt were fragmented moments of suffering. The only thing in her mind were two words: it hurts. It covered the last page of her memories like a nasty piece of performance art, along with an old and weathered scar. I gulped. Hey, state, I think it's too late for you. I should get out of this country ASAP. Adios, see you never. The bioreceptor is an archaic avatar that was forcefully opened via alchemy and magic. It's a clone of my body. If you forcefully open the bioreceptor and insert specialized poisons a broken bar, then you could stimulate the feeling of pain without any drawbacks. When electricity touches your body, it flows all throughout it. The metal rod was definitely placed on my wrist, but my foot would start convulsing. HMPH. The state didn't just invent a plain old convenient item. With haste, they first and foremost invented weapons, a broken bar and torture devices. Magic. The air felt extremely heavy, to the point where the vampire forgot what she was about to say, and even the dim-witted dog as he looked up and raised her tail. The vampire stayed silent. However, it was clear where her thoughts were. If one's mind were like a compass, hers would be pointing at the regressor. The regressor, feeling dejected, laid out her painful thoughts. Everyone who's been through that has died. Even I couldn't handle it and took my own life. After that day, I've always carried around poison so that I could die a painless death every time. I'll never forgive the state a broken bar I fucked up. If I had known this earlier, I would have never impersonated a warden. I didn't read such painful thoughts like this before. I was wondering why she swung first and asked questions later. I should be thankful that I'm still alive. The regressor clenched her fist to the point of having her hands tremble. She clenched them hard enough for her hand to start leaking blood. You still think the bioreceptor is useful? If this man is fully aware of the state's evil but still sides with them, it would only be a matter of time before we clashed. The regressor was assessing me right now. If I made any hasty decisions, I could be confirmed as an enemy and receive the suffering for all of eternity. After all, this wasn't her last life. She wouldn't believe me if I said I was only acting as a warden all this time now, would she? If that's the case, broken bar I'm putting on a voice. I'll change my current cheery voice in an instant like I'm flipping personalities. Through the rapid change, I reset my mindset. With a snap, I forcefully cut the conversation off just like that. If conversations were living beings, one would be dead right about now. I'll pretend that the previous conversation just didn't happen. Thus, I ended the conversation and started another. After preparing myself, I started from the top. When the bioreceptor and clothing packet were first created, they weren't in the list of considerations, I said with a confident but calm voice. I told an old story that I made it sound as profound as possible. The first person to come up with the clothing packet was an old woman with a daughter-in-law. The old woman, who was trying to run a small clothing shop, looked upon her clumsy daughter-in-law with pity as she did the laundry and sewed till she started getting blisters. The daughter-in-law's bright smile always carried some concerns, but to help her son continue on with the family business, she had to sew and do the laundry. The old woman tried to think of a way for her daughter-in-law to get used to all the housework, but couldn't think of any decisive ideas. In the meantime, the old woman got a clothing request from a noble. From a distance, even steep hills and sharp rocks were small details that built a grand and beautiful scenery. No story could capture all the suffering and tears shed. However, by capturing just some of the emotions, any story could be moving. The noble ordered the fanciest and the most beautiful clothes the old woman could make. The old lady was dumbfounded by the order, as the clothes they wanted her to make were so full of different ornaments and embellishments that you wouldn't be able to say that it was something you could wear. She knelt down and answered, "I am not skilled enough to create something like that." "Make it. The cloth and threads will tangle like that of dogs in a fight. Because of this, you wouldn't be able to take it on and off." "Not a problem. Make it. The threads of the cloth are so fine that, if it got damaged, even a child wouldn't be able to fit their hands in between to fix it." "Not a problem. Make it. The different silks and cloth are intertwined into one that, if it was soiled, you wouldn't be able to wash it with water, nor can you wash it away with a wet brush." "Not a problem. Make it. So you would want clothes that you could not fix, wash, nor wear again? Only once. It's to be worn only once. After that, it will be taken off, torn, and soiled. Your concerns are unnecessary. That is not clothing, it is a sewn abomination." "Not a problem. Make it." It was a fickle noble's crazy order, a difficult order for anyone in the world. It could have been rejected because it was too bizarre or because it was impossible to fulfill, but the old woman who was thinking about her daughter-in-law saw this as a golden opportunity of inspiration. At first glance, the clumsy daughter-in-law had no aptitude for laundry or sewing. However, the old woman held back tears as she looked at the blood-stained cuffs. If the clothes are disposable, then neither laundry nor sewing would be required. It was the perfect solution. It was impossible, right? A new pair of clothes made every time you needed to wear something, having to take them off when you needed through alchemy. That is absurd. It can't be easy. It would be way too difficult. The old woman would have had to spend the rest of her life developing it. She would have had to keep sewing until her sight blurred out. Even with her talented hands, her age was catching up. Her shaking and weakening hands were full of needle holes. She was no longer in her prime. There was no time for even the blood to dry. I intentionally took a breath and looked again at the hole in my wrist. To tell the story of this tiny hole, the essence of the bioreceptor, it's the wound from the needle. The clothing packet is the one invented for the daughter-in-law. It's just that the state had engineered it into a magic tool. All evils of the world were created by the state. However, such evils in the past were from a much smaller but precious heart. I walked towards the regressor and took off the clothing packet. It broke apart and was sucked into my left hand as if someone had pulled apart all the fibers from the clothes. Just as larvae created cocoons or spiders wrapped their prey, the slender fibers came together to form a small marble. After a couple of steps, I was back to my standard shirt and shorts. The clothing packet popped out of my bioreceptor. I took it and stood next to the regressor's desk. I can't represent the state, and you wouldn't be able to speak for all who were tortured, but even so, I would like to ask for your forgiveness. I didn't do the deed, but I am a part of it. I will apologize for the things I have done. In that sentiment, I grasped the regressor's hand to find her bioreceptor. The regressor sat in silence as she watched my every move. For the world's noblest of deeds, born of boundless compassion, for the committed sins that are set aflame in the scorching depths of hell. With that, I got her finger where her bioreceptor would be. There's nothing there. There's no hole, only her smooth skin. Puzzled, I asked, "Hey, you don't even have a bioreceptor. Why isn't it there?" "That's strange. I thought for sure I saw her getting tortured in her memories." As I was wondering, the regressor pulled her hand back in a panic. No, wait, I only got tortured on my second regression, when I didn't know a thing a broken bar. I didn't even get one this time around. Oh yeah, you only got tortured in a past regression, huh? I had forgotten because the memory itself was so vivid. After assessing the situation, I looked at the regressor. She looked at me slightly awkwardly. Wait, that makes me the clown. I decided the mood purely off reading her mind. I assumed that the regressor had been tortured. No, she did get tortured, only in a past regression. Even though in this regression, she lived through it willy-nilly. The story suddenly got complicated. The regressor couldn't explain her lie without revealing herself, and I said something only a mind reader could know. What do I do? What if they find out that I'm a mind reader? After a moment of hesitation, I flailed my arms and started screaming, "You liar, you made it seem as if you have actually experienced it yourself. I thought you'd actually been tortured." Gaslighting. To show that I really felt deceived by the regressor, I stomped my feet and shouted, "Tortured? You don't even have a bioreceptor. What are you saying they put in your smooth-ass skin, huh? This so you really wanted some attention, huh? Or are you trying to steal the pain of those who were really tortured, to turn it into your personality? What impudence. I feel bad for those poor people who've had their pain and suffering stolen from them. Wait, I've definitely a broken bar, definitely." As I pressed hard on the interrogation, the regressor's lips pressed against each other in frustration. However, she couldn't afford to speak her mind. "Yeah, broken bar. I can't let them know that I'm regressor yet." Of course, you can't. That's the last thing you should be revealing as a regressor. But how are you going to explain yourself now? How will you escape this situation that I've gotten you into? The answer was surprisingly simple. Bang, the regressor disappeared through the door. She literally escaped the situation. Damn, I didn't expect her to actually run away. I got done in. That was quite an interesting story. The vampire who had been carefully listening to my story came closer, as if she was satisfied with my lesson today. It was worth coming out of the coffin today. However, I am yet to hear the end of the tale. So what became of the old woman? A broken bar. A broken bar. Why do you laugh? No, it's just that you're calling her an old woman. She was around not too long ago. If she were alive right now, she would only be around 200 years old. Way younger than you, Trainitic Hamziaka. So maybe you should be calling her a little girl. Wow, to be able to treat someone like that as a child, eh? Crash, the vampire tore through the building and left. She had also run away. Damn, Just by running my mouth, I made a girl and a corpse run away. Someone would be proud of me for that. But that coffin's made of wood, right? How can it break through the concrete and be perfectly fine? My sense of reality is degrading. This is destruction of property, a broken bar whatever. It's not like I'm part of the state's financial division. They'll take care of it themselves. I just need a place to sleep. Now in a broken bar I walked towards Azzy, who was trying her best to stay awake. As I got closer, her tail started wagging. Then, her ears perked up, and as she lifted her head, she figured out that I was approaching her and jumped to life. Seeing as how she was drooling freely, she was living her best life. I spoke as I dodged her attempts at wiping her saliva on my hand. Hey, Azzy, were you listening to my lecture? Woof. Can you tell me what you learned today? Woof. Ah, you want me to lower my expectations of you? Yeah. A broken bar. I'm a little angry at the fact that you're only responding to that. Angry? Yes, I'm angry, you fucking mutt. Just try to listen to what I say. Mutt? Bark, bark. Yuck, what do I ever do with this mutt? She'll usually follow human instructions well, but from what I've seen from the regressor's memories, she'll turn into a human meat grinder in the future. I don't know why that happens, but I need to prevent that. I thought putting some common sense into her would be good. I'm crazy for even thinking that would work. Even the guy who made the saying that experience is the best teacher would lose his shit upon facing a real dog. As I was scratching my head, Azzy sat up straight and fiercely barked. Woof, woof woof, woof. Azzy was looking straight at my left wrist. Maybe, just maybe, did she actually listen to my lecture and understand something? I half-doubtedly showed her my left wrist. Do you actually remember? Sure. Look, this is called a bioreceptor, and if you put the clothing packet here by it, with the sensation of her sharp, hard fangs digging into the hole, I lost consciousness. The state had this funny saying. The state's research lab undertook all of the world's research. The bioengineers who researched the human body and the material engineers who researched the properties of different materials used the same building. As a result of that, they would sometimes accidentally go into each other's labs without realizing that they were using the wrong lab until it was time to leave. Actually, it's not even that funny. Raying, the painful sound assaulted my eardrums. The fact that my ears were still fine after every morning meant that either my ears were more resilient than I thought or that the state's engineers did a good job at making the alarms to bend without breaking. That was the state's material engineers' motto. I wonder how much effort was put into just creating that one sound. A broken bar, you know what? I don't even want to think about it. I hate that so much. Broken bar. Why must that alarm greet me every morning? Why do I need to start every day in agony? I felt like I was going to lose my mind. I yelled as I buried my face into the hard pillow. Someone please turn off that fucking alarm. Woof. Huh? I wasn't expecting an answer, but who was that? As I lifted my head after yelling some nonsense, I saw Azzy flying through the air. She jumped up in the blink of an eye, leaping toward the wall. She then raised her front paw and struck the annoying alarm clock. Crash. I've said this before, but that alarm clock was like a steel cicada. The steel cicada that harassed me every morning was trampled under the feet of the four-legged beast. Its gut-like mechanical insides flew everywhere, and the thin plate responsible for the noise cried out for the last time before it was crumpled. The alarm was pressed so flat against the wall that it had merged into it. In order to take it out, you would need to dig out the wall itself. The gears and metal pieces spread throughout the air. After doing her deed, as he came towards me, she wagged her tail, as if she wanted to be praised. A broken bar. What, do you want me to praise you? Woof, woof woof. Yeah, sure, you did well. You destroyed the evil alarm clock that harassed me every morning. A broken bar to the point of no restoration. The core component was completely obliterated. Unless there's a smithy somewhere here, I don't think it's ever going to be salvaged. I combed my hair back before grabbing Azzy's shoulders. But did you know, Azzy, the thing tormenting me every morning isn't that alarm clock. That's only a front. My suffering lies in the morning that tells the alarm to ring. Woof. Yeah, the real problem is the morning. The fucking morning that makes you repeat the day you just barely got through. I thank you for your virtuous deeds, but this doesn't change anything. The first thing Azzy said after my long rant was, "Dummy, a broken bar?" What did she say? I was standing with my mouth agape, dumbstruck as he looked up and continued, "Can't see the sun, dark here, no morning, well, number. Even if there is no sun, it's still morning, woof, can't see the sun, no morning, saying that there's no morning if there is no sun." I didn't know whether to call this optimism or literal dog talk. I sleep when tired. I like sleep, yeah, I also want to sleep whenever, but there's work to be done, so it can't be helped. Woof, work, stuff like cooking or cleaning. You know, if I don't wake up in the morning, there would be no one to feed you. As I said that, Azzy's ears perked up. Then, she jumped onto the bed, and started to bite and tug at the hems of my clothes. My body was unwillingly dragged out of bed. "No, wake up. Food. Food. Okay, I'll feed you, so let go. Wait." Azzy ran all over the place as I made preparations. After pushing the broken bits of the alarm clock to the side with my foot, I wiped my face with a wet towel. How a broken bar? How am I going to wake up tomorrow now that the alarm clock is broken? There's only one reason why I didn't break the alarm clock myself even through all the suffering it put me through. If I don't have it, I won't be able to wake up. It's a sunless, roosterless abyss, a place that was isolated from the outside world, one where time holds no meaning. As there's no visible morning, there's no way to gauge the time, and it doesn't help that the alarm clock, the only thing keeping time here, was destroyed by the dog. Is there anything remotely similar to an alarm? A broken bar? I wanted to hit Azzy on her forehead, but I refrained and let out a sigh. Well, she did do it out of consideration. Honestly, I did feel relieved when it was smashed. The hand that initially moved to hit her changed directions to scratch her chin instead. Azzy made a big smile and put her weight onto my hand. How naively innocent. A broken bar? There are absolutely no concerns on her face. I guess it's only possible because she's an ignorant animal. I suppose these are the pros of a pet. I recalled the clothing packet I was currently wearing and pulled out a new one. The recalled clothing packet could be washed with the laundry or in a tub of water. Electric pulses could make the clothes good as new, but you would need a special device for it. The former method would take longer to dry but could be done anywhere. After changing into new clothes, I removed my hand from Azzy's chin, as if she were attached to my hand by glue. Azzy's face followed my hand up for a short moment. She opened her eyes wide, as if asking, why did you stop? As if to tell me to keep going, she lunged her chin toward my hand. It seems like she thinks I'm either a petting machine, a ball-throwing machine, or a feeding machine. Sigh. Just my luck. Why am I being the dog's babysitter? Well, it can't be helped. She's my dog. The least I could do is feed her. Woof. Let's go and eat. Woof. If there was a world's nicest dog, it would be Azzy on her way to eat food. I went to the cafeteria with the dog, who would only become good 3 times a day. I should heat up the leftover bean stew for breakfast and have something else in the afternoon. Maybe I should cook. It has been a while after all. Last time, to win over Azzy, I stove-cooked some meat, but to be honest, meat is an ingredient that gives a better feeling of satisfaction when prepared differently. A broken bar? Huh? Why is the pot empty? I swear there were some leftovers in here. I turned my head. To my irritation, Azzy was looking at me with clueless eyes. I stand corrected. Azzy has never been a nice dog. This mutt with super strength is a scourge upon this world. Oi, you ate the last of the leftovers, didn't you? Woof woof, woof, don't play dumb. There's no one else here who could have done it. Woof, you get nothing this morning, nothing. Woo. The howl of the starving dog rang out for a long time. Today's lesson is about dealing with an ungrateful dog. Woof. Azzy, who was lying down in the back of the classroom, barked loudly in defiance to what I said. When I glared at her with flaming eyes, she turned her head with UAHMPH. AHMPH, you think I care? Animals have never known grace and don't even have the intelligence to recognize it in the first place, so there's no need to do anything for them. They're just suffering a loss. Let's just tell them survive on their own. Woof, woof, G-R-R-R-R-R-R. The regressor who had been watching me and as he go head to head asked with no interest, "What's the problem?" "It's probably nothing as usual." I couldn't care less, but I'll pretend to ask. I could hear her impertinent thoughts, but I couldn't help but vent my emotions. I thumped my chest with my fist and responded, "That fucking mutt ate all the leftover food from yesterday." Bark, grow woof. As he barked, as if she was retaliating, she had the appearance of a human, but all that came out was the bark of an animal. That was some serious dog noise. Ugh, come on, if she wasn't a dog with a dog's mind, I would have easily read her mind and came through with unavoidable evidence. It's at these times where not being able to properly read her mind is a problem. However, the regressor asked, seemingly missing the whole point, "So what if the dog eats some food?" Some food? Some? I pinched my forehead and let out a deep sigh. Seems like you're missing something here, Drainishai. The only reason dogs and humans are able to coexist is the fact that it only takes some leftovers to feed these guys every day. Besides, it doesn't take a lot to feed a dog. However, I pointed my finger at the glutton and yelled, "That thing eats not only the same amount of food as me, but twice as much, and it has the audacity to eat on the same table. Feeding her just a bit is fine, isn't it? Stop being so stingy." Stingy? Stingy? You only say that cause you have fucking everything from money to items after taking everything for yourself. How can you say that to someone like me who has to work every day just to put food on the table? Didn't you say something about Azzy being a piece of the apocalypse? Why aren't you the one taking care of her? Isn't that your responsibility as a regressor? Why don't you take with great power comes great responsibility to heart? I was about to say all that, but since I couldn't reveal that I was a mind reader yet, all that came out of my mouth were plain old complaints. "Then why don't you feed her?" Sorry, that's not possible. I tried feeding her some food from the bountiful tably broken bar but she didn't eat any of it. It's overall plentiful, but each portion of food is so small that it would never be able to fill her. The thing that came up in the regressor's minder was the bountiful table. Every meal would produce tons of food that could fill a table. Magic. There were so many little portions of food that with a single stroke of chopsticks, would all disappear in an instant. It was designed so that each meal could provide a great variety of food to taste for a limited stomach. It was the ultimate luxury item. It was filled with the most high-end foods just to ensure no one mistook it for anything other than the bountiful table. It definitely isn't just some dog food, since it's so precious that the dog can't even eat it. I wrinkled my forehead and let out a sigh. Anyway, I don't like eating on the same table as a dog. I'm going to leave it here. I won't even pretend to see Izzy anymore. Class dismissed. Wait, that's the end? Yes, I just wanted to share with you all my grievances. Now, you can have the rest of the day off. You won't get every day off, so enjoy this time while you can. The one thing students love is a day off. The crazy thing is that even the teachers love rest days. Maybe a day off is the world's greatest good. After announcing the world's greatest good, I quickly headed to the door. Today's class was good as well. I was about to head out the door after stretching my body when the vampire's voice stopped me in my tracks. "Is there nothing today?" "What? I'm asking you if there is something interesting planned for today." The story yesterday about the needle and the clothes was quite interesting. He has quite the talent in storytelling. Does he have any other stories? I wonder. A broken bar. It seemed as though the ancient vampire, who had shut herself from the world inside her coffin, had been very touched by my story yesterday. She was holding on to me like a lonely grandma. No, even if you are looking forward to my stories, it's not like they're all as interesting as the last one. I don't even have good stories in the first place. I scratched my head as I spoke. Something interesting. A broken bar. Well then, do you want to learn some magic? Magic? It was just a thoughtless idea, but both the vampire and the regressor seemed interested in it. I'm feeling the pressure all of a sudden. Don't expect too much. The only magic I know are the standard spells that were taught to me when I was in military school. TSK, I thought it was some high-level magic. The regressor lost interest straight away. Her head was so high up in the clouds that none of my normal skills could possibly interest her. Hey, if you were around them, you'd be sentenced for the crime of abusing your talents. HMPH, Miss Zero Skill All Items Regressor, I would like to see you even try. On the other hand, the vampire's response was much more exaggerated. Why, you can use magic? Since their inception, humans would look at beings above themselves and gain inspiration from them. Conversely, they would look at those below and gain a sense of security. The one below me right now was the curious old vampire. My self-esteem is really building up. The modern genius theory is real after all. The ancient vampire is proving it to me right in front of my eyes. Feeling the rising confidence in my heart, I started speaking. Yes, I can indeed use magic. Then, the regressor scoffed at me. It's just some basic state magic that even cows and dogs can use. Thinking he's got something going just by knowing those useless magic spells. A broken bar you couldn't even compare to cows or dogs in your first life. Does dying under a cow's feet make you a rat? Just leave already. Why are you still hanging around and listening to me? If you're going to stay and listen, you should at least follow the vampire's example. It's better to teach people when they are curious to learn. Magic can be called the fruit of the mystics that only sages with profound knowledge can hope to obtain. Someone like you can use the magic I could only dream of using. Someone like me? Hey, I was a hard worker even with these looks. Even though I had been just a criminal to the state barely making it through, I was the military middle school's #1 student. There were none who didn't know the back alley magician. Although, my fame was more that of an entertainer than a great Sagia broken bar, and I'm not even that special. There are so many others who can use magic. You use magic whenever you want from the time you get into middle school. I had only told her some common knowledge, but the vampire was completely shocked as if the world itself had ended. You can use magic a broken bar whenever you want? Of course. How many of them are there? The one I went to had around 200 people in a single year, and there are 10 schools like that in total. A broken bar, so that's at least 2,000 people who can use magic. To broken bar, 1,000 a broken bar. The vampire was shocked to the point where her tongue was sticking out. 2,000 magicians, that is greater than the population of some cities. Nowadays, 2,000 isn't even that much compared to most cities. The human population has exploded. Only the most remote areas have a population of 2,000, and there seems to be a misunderstanding. 2,000 in 1 year. Oh, wait, the concept of schools and years didn't exist back then. I should clear up that misunderstanding. 2,000 isn't the entire population of magic users, it's only the number of 13-year-old kids who go to military middle school. There are just as many 14-year-olds in the year above and just as many in the year above. A broken bar impossible. If that is the case, do you mean to tell me that there are 100,000 magicians in the world? Well, they aren't really magicians, it's more like they're just people who can use magic. Also, there aren't many who specialize in magic among them. Even so, 100,000 a broken bar. Back in the day there were many countries that didn't have even close to 100,000 people living in them, so this would definitely be a surprise to her. I felt quite prideful. What, that's what surprised you? There really is a big gap of knowledge in 1,000 years. I sincerely thank you, civilization, and the precious history of man that has placed me 1,000 years after the vampire. As I was in the midst of feeling real good about myself, the voice of someone who couldn't read the room at all came through. Stop giving her such misleading information. The people who actually have magical aptitude are extremely rare. The regressor left after some petty nitpicking on my explanation. Unbelievable. Why is she even attacking me when she has learned magic as well? She's telling me off as if she can't stand not harassing me for even a second. If you ask people to use magic on the spot, most of them wouldn't be able to do it properly because a large part of magic is talent. There are many people who just learn the basics and leave it at that because they think learning battle tactics would be a better use of their time. Looks like the regressor was just trying to depreciate my explanation. Unfortunately for her, the vampire still seems quite intrigued. To give up at the prospect of mastering magic. A broken bar, is that even acceptably broken bar? It's a long story, but, my broken bar this time, I cut in. When knowledge becomes as common as pebbles on a road, it is to be expected that people would treat knowledge the same as pebbles, even if it is certain that they would gain power. Power is definitely one of the rewards of educational knowledge. If it wasn't precious, no one would seek to gain it after all. These are quite strange times. A broken bar. Well, isn't that what a changed world is? Then, perhaps you're right. Since I had glossed over it like it had been nothing, the vampire just mumbled in her coffin, like a greedy man who wanted something he should never wish for. No, a broken bar, like a little girl who scolded herself for being greedy just at the thought of wanting something. If someone like me asked to learn a broken bar, would you teach it to me? Trainetic Hansyaka, surely you do not want to pick up magic, do you? It is not that I want to use it, I just want to try and learn, in that place called a school, as others have a broken bar are. You want to become a late learner. People who had never had an education had this lingering feeling inside them, even if it didn't look like much in the modern era. This lingering feeling was something that built up as time passed. I scratched my head. If you want to attend school, you would have to solve the problem of residential registration. A broken bar, that would be difficult because the state's residential registration was quite strict. Well, as a vampire, it shouldn't be a problem to get a standing even in the strict state. If you just want to learn, school isn't the only option. If you have the money for it, you could learn at a private institution. Knowledge definitely had become common, but it still held more value than mere pebbles. The state had a tight grip on third-level strategy magic, but any other institute could teach up to second-level battle magic. As I was feeling proud of myself, if that's the case, could you teach me some magic? Me? Yes, as you and Sha are the only ones who have been in contact with the outside world. A 1,000-year-old vampire whose every move has been recorded in legend. A broken bar, and I'm supposed to teach her magic? Me? Nonsense. My theory might have been perfect, but my practical skills were absolutely trash. In fact, I had to drop out because I couldn't even use zero-level illusionary magic even after searching topic by topic through the teacher's mind. I'm not being humble, although my talent isn't in magic. If I reveal that I am barely able to cast zero-level magic, she would definitely doubt my abilities. I had to avoid that at all costs. As I was about to refuse her request to have the money, you say, that wouldn't be an issue. There's gold to spare. A broken bar money. It had always been like that. The metal that blinded people. Gold, a detestable spoil of war that sat atop a man's head, made him spill his blood and then moved on to another's so that the cycle could continue. Even a righteous man who despised fortune kept money close to him, even for one as dignified and considerate as I. Changing my attitude in an instant, I put my fist on my chest and spoke. I could teach you, Trainetic Hansyaka. I then held my index finger and thumb into a circle and slightly shook it. But you see, even as a teacher, it's a bit too much to give away this information for nothing, and as we get to a higher level, the security level starts to rise as well, so maybe some kind of payment can be offered. Do you want me to give you gold? Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be gold, it should just be enough to give me some motivation. I was saying my thoughts out loud. The regressor clicked her tongue at me. An officer of the state would surely scold me for thinking about filling a different pocket than the state ''s. Magic. But you know what? A few hundred years ago, bribery was common sense, so gold is enough. I understand. Krieg. The lid of the coffin slightly slid open. From its dark interior emerged a pitch-black hand with something on it and floated towards me. Whoa, really? You're actually giving this to me? There really is opportunity and danger. The danger of living with a vampire who's slept away for 1,000 years allowed me an opportunity to get gold from a senior who does not know anything about today's exchange rates. I controlled my agitated emotions and peered at the object that the Black Hand had brought out. It was a broken bar, an extremely precious-looking crown. A jackpot. I coughed to cover my excessive joy before I spoke. They look like tomb relics coming out of the coffin like that. Ouch. Stop with the nonsense. Yeah, but you didn't have to throw it at me. What if something as precious as this got a scratch? I received it with my sleeves to try and not get any fingerprints on it. Oh, damn. This feeling, a broken bar, an authentic crown? If all of this was real gold, even if the price dropped because of alchemy, it would be worth a broken bar. Wait. Alchemy, a broken bar 1,000 years ago, broken bar, the gap in technology and that strangely negligent attitude, a broken bar, there's no way. I scanned the crown with a slight doubt in my mind. How is it that my bad hunches are always right? This is fake. A broken bar? Now that I think about it, this gold is from before the alchemic revolution. It's fake gold. Damn it, how could this be? The vampire was sincerely surprised. Gold is gold. How can there be fake and real gold? We defined that 100 years ago. What? It can't be broken bar. Is it perhaps a broken bar? Was there another significant change in the world that I am not aware of? Another one? I was thinking of letting my anger out at the feeling of being scammed, but after reading her mind, I only felt bad for her. Sure, I had lost some possible payments, but the vampire had lost everything. This was one of the instances where mind reading was not so great. If I hadn't known anything at all, I would have lit her up to the moon and back. Sigh. Just my luck. Just as I was thinking I could get some money out of Thesa, you'd be arrested for counterfeit gold. But back when trainee Tikanzyaka lived, knowledge about alchemy was non-existent, so I'll let this one go. Now, look at this. I drew a star on the gold with my finger. If it were real gold, there wouldn't be any residue. However, for some reason, it rose up and turned red, as if it had been touched by fire. A real gold crown is recognizable by its shine and weight. It's probably the third and fourth corners. It's definitely a result of old alchemy techniques since its alchemy level is very low. Even I could undo it. I tapped the third and fourth corners of the crown and then traced around the front and back of the crown with my fingernail. Thunk. As I pushed some mana into the last line, the gold on the crown flowed off as if it was melting. Soon after, the crown started to change color, revealing a dull and dark metal. It was a material that was more useful than gold, more frequently used, and an excellent mana conductor, a mithril. It was definitely better than gold. A broken bar. It was unfortunately not a precious metal because of it as well. I placed it on the lectern. Mithril is an amazing metal with high mana conductivity. It was so much that you could have it mimic any other metal in the world through alchemy, and obviously, it was mostly made to mimic gold, but mithril itself was just as rare at the time, so you could get away with mixing it into real gold. That was how back then, the infamous fake gold mithril was released onto the world. Then one day, a money-hungry alchemist had a brilliant idea. As making real gold was difficult, he thought of making mithril and turning it into gold before selling it. However, since mithril was just as difficult to make, it looked like his efforts were in vain. Unfortunately, my efforts succeeded. The alchemic pattern was revealed. It was approximately a third-level alchemic construction. Any semi-competent alchemist sought out mithril, although it was at the level of a cottage industry. The steady supply eventually dropped the prices of the ore. Anyone who possessed gold feared this change. They hadn't even done anything, but their net worth started plummeting incredibly quickly. Those who received the news early were enraged and tried to analyze the situation to the best of their abilities, and as soon as they realized the truth, they shut their mouths and started to sell all the gold they had. Why did they do that instead of condemning the alchemists who were creating the fake gold? Because they had to get rid of all the fake gold before everyone else found out. If they condemned them, everyone else would know as well. The gold they possessed was fake. They sold it despite knowing that. They sold it because they knew. The wealth they had been collecting was evaporating in front of their eyes. They would be stupid if they did nothing about it. Selling it all was an obvious choice for them. What about the people who bought the fake gold thinking it was real? They surely wouldn't have stayed idle about it, correct? Her ambition to learn is overflowing. She is definitely worth teaching. I had a broad smile on my face and opened my arms wide. It's hard to explain exactly what happened after this. The buyers were enraged. The sellers tried to back out. The two sides fought and war ensued. Apparently, it was no small one either. One historian recounted that the amount of blood that was spilled was as much as the weight of the gold that went around. Anyway, I played around with the mithril crown and continued. In short, mithril nowadays is dirt cheap. If you can bargain well enough, you could sell it for the same price as a pile of wood, which meant that most of the vampire's wealth was now worth jackshit. I lamented at the unfortunate conclusion and looked at the vampire with sad eyes at the same time. Items such as wine, pickled foods, or antiques could rise in price if enough time passed. However, just like Providence, should too much time pass, it would all rot. 1,000 years was too long. After delaying for quite a while, the vampire spoke. From history to alchemy, a broken bar. How do you know all these things? Is it a broken bar? Yes, I also learned these at a school. Again, it's not just alchemy, mathematics, biology, natural science, languages, magic, mechanical engineering, ballistics, etc. They teach you all of this in middle school. What is this, a school place? Is it a place where all the talented children from around the world come to learn? Like a sage's tower? No, from 14 years old to 17, anyone who's graduated from primary school with good grades can choose to go. That ice a broken bar. Insane. The shock was so big that the voice from the coffin had become slightly quieter. Maybe the culture shock was too much. I guess she lived in an era where being able to learn something was only available to the upper class. The road of education was thin, rough, and steep, and alongside that, it was short and closed. Even while reaching the end, most lamented at the tightly shut door. I wonder how much better it's gotten now compared to then. Anyway, do you understand now? It's quite unfortunate. Phew, that was tiring. I'll also have today as a rest day. Yuck. Wait. As if the vampire couldn't accept the changed world, she also asked the regressor to try and get confirmation. Shy, is that a broken bar true? A broken bar, it is all true. But a broken bar, even if they do get an education, there aren't many who can learn as proficiently as that man. The state seeks specialization. They discover those who have the aptitude in a certain field of study and make them dig deep into it. It's abnormal that he can deflect my sword while also knowing alchemy and magic at the same time. A broken bar. She's over-evaluating me just because I deflected her sword. Damn, imagine if I hadn't. I would have been treated like an insect. Oh wait, number. My arm would have been gone. I would have actually turned into a crawling insect. A broken bar. It's not as great as he makes it out to be. You would be very disappointed if you actually went there. The regressor made everything I had said sound trivial. Well, some places really weren't that special, so I didn't refute it. The amazed vampire suddenly thought of something and asked, Shy, did you also come out of this military middle school? Are you perhaps acquaintances? No, I only graduated from a local primary school. Ah, is that so? Broken bar. A broken bar. There is a definite difference in the way they talk. There does seem to be an educational gap between them. A broken bar. As if being sympathetic, the vampire dragged on the conversation. As the regressor realized the pity behind the vampire's words, she quickly protested, I only graduated from a local primary school because I was an orphan and couldn't afford further education. How unfortunate. No, I mean I didn't have to go to middle school. My education was good enough without it. I understand. Do not worry. I will teach you bloodcraft to the best of my abilities. I'm telling you that's not what I mean. Sigh. I wasn't trying to show off, but it just turned out like this. I slid my thumb across my nose. Technically speaking, I, too, was an orphan, but I had earned a scholarship. After all, I was number 1 in the entire year. You just shut up. As grains ripen, they bend down, and full pockets stay silent even as they sway a broken bar. If you really want, I'll be quiet. What part of a shut up do you not understand? Sigh, uneducated bums. I let out a quiet sigh and didn't speak just like she instructed, but the regressor didn't seem to like even that. She huffed and puffed in anger before pulling out something from an invisible space. After shouting at me, the regressor stretched out her hand. Simultaneously, it seemed as though her arm had been cut off from her elbow. No, it wasn't cut off. Looking at it more carefully, she had cleaved a hole in space and was putting her hand through the fissure. The upper half of her arm was still visible, but the lower half had just disappeared somewhere. It was just like sticking your arm out the window. The only difference was that the window in question was a literal hole in space, a personal spatial dimension called a pocket. It was the only one in the world, and the regressor was carrying it. She rummaged through the spatial fissure and pulled out a round and hard object. Yeah, let's see how well you teach now. Tink. The object came flying at me. I extended my arm in anticipation, and my wrist was forcibly pushed back by the weight of the object. The excessive force sent tremors throughout my body. I think I overstretched my ligaments. I stared at the regressor for the near-death experience she had given me and then looked at the treasure that was now in my hands. I doubted my eyes. Oh shit, it's alchemic gold, and it's a hyper-pure sample with an alchemic value of over 10,000 alkees. How did you a broken bar? Back in the day, alchemists would often transmutate different materials as per their liking. This wouldn't just change the material's properties, but their value as well. Hence, people would never be able to know how much their material wealth was actually worth. Even gold couldn't keep its value, so it was a time in which everyone doubted and feared the worth of the currency they possessed. It was then that alchemic gold made its appearance. The resource that was vital in alchemy itself had been turned into a currency with absolute value. After giving such a valuable item in a helpful manner, the regressor replied with indifference on her face, "It's an asset of mine. All personal belongings should have been taken away when you were arrested. It's my spatial dimension item. Since it was in my pocket, they couldn't have known about it." The regressor flatly dismissed it. The pocket, it was a treasure that could store all sorts of other treasures that couldn't compare to normal pockets. It truly was such a regressor thing to be carrying around. I pressed my nose against the alchemic gold and sniffed it. It's not fakey a broken bar, right? Why would I be carrying it around in the pocket if it was a fake? That's true. The pocket itself would be worth over 1,000,000 alchemic golds. I wasn't actually doubting it. It was just an expression of surprise. Also, alchemic gold itself is already hard to replicate anyway because of the value the material inherently had. After alchemy became widespread, on the surface, all nations used the same method to keep counterfeiting in check. Obviously, the easiest way to mitigate the issue was to give the material itself value. The most common example was alchemic gold, which was made up of materials which in themselves had great value. Alchemic gold was used commonly across the world and could be used to create magic circles. If someone had some knowledge about alchemy, they could break it down and use it to make magic tools. It was the ultimate currency with both modern economic value and material value. Alchemic gold. If it does have an alchemic value of 10,000 alkees a broken bar, I could probably recreate all my magic tools the state took away. So, what's your answer? I put the alchemic gold in my pocket and then I proceeded to forget about it. Once alchemic gold went into a pocket, all feelings of gratitude would disappear. That was the rule of the back streets. The saying greed knows no bounds didn't exist for no reason after all. Oh, to think that this prideful warden of the state is going to fall to bribery. You are sorely mistaken. According to the Act of Misconduct of Bribery, I will be confiscating this now. After scoffing at Mia as if she had heard some nonsense, she grabbed 2 more from the fissure and waved it in the air. If you teach Tikhanzyaka properly, I'll give you 2 more. To be honest, ever since I woke up this morning, I wanted to teach you all some magic. It just felt like a magical day, you know? So let's learn about magic today. There was too much money on the line to say otherwise. I immediately stood in front of the lectern and finished my preparations. During the entire time, the regressor was constantly trying to convince the vampire of something. A broken Bartik Hansyaka. I've said it before, but I really chose not to go to middle school. It's not that I couldn't. Look at him. Even after graduating middle school, he's easily swayed by a little money. It doesn't matter what you say, I just need money to go into my pocket. I swallowed my pride, steeled my face, and started the lesson. Basically, magic is the act of overwriting the fundamental laws of the universe. Broken bar. You probably didn't understand that, did you? All I needed to do was satisfy the vampire's curiosity. It wasn't going to be a boring lesson that started from the theoretical basics. I'll try to explain it as simply and concisely as possible. The most important thing in magic is to establish one's own world, but that's easier said than done, right? It can be said that the spiritual and physical body are completely separate worlds. This is the reason why most middle schools teach magic that mediates the body and unifies the spiritual and the physical. I held my finger up and channeled magic into it. I could feel the mana flow up through my veins. I raised my right hand up and then did the same with my left hand, before finally tapping my palm, as if I were playing a drum. You will now witness a demonstration by a proficient teacher. Now, watch, set, and check. The appropriate movements and the chants, combined with the fruits of the state's rationalism, could manifest magic with just the proper preparations without needing any extensive knowledge in the field. Zero-level magic. Bolt. An electric current sparked from my index finger. After releasing the spark, I rubbed it against the back of my arm to discharge it. Fahrenheit. A flame formed on my middle finger. The flame didn't keep its shape and spread everywhere, so I had to extinguish it by waving my finger around. Across, my ring finger became covered in ice. It was originally supposed to just gather moisture, and even a slight mistake could freeze my finger. I grabbed it with my other hand to thaw the ice off. Pascal, air burst off my pinky finger. Phew, my life achievement of being at the top of my year in middle school isn't failing me anytime soon. A broken bar. Even though I used mind reading to achieve it, I extended my arms out and proudly proclaimed, "These are just the basics, unifying your body to shoot magic out of your fingertips." A broken bar. The best part of this type of magic is that you don't have to use mental imagery to perform it. A broken bar. Your fingers are bleeding, the vampire said as she pointed at my hand. I looked at the fingers I had used to perform the magic. The index finger I had discharged electricity from was cramping up. The middle finger I had shot flames from was charred black. The ring finger I had frozen had now swollen up, and the pinky finger I had shot air from was now red and wrinkly. Now that I think about it, this hurts more than I thought it would. 4 kinds of pain are pulsing through my body, so it's kind of hard to accurately express it, but I can't reveal that I'm in pain, otherwise, my bluff would be called out. So I kept up my act with no change in expression and continued speaking. Like I said, magic is the act of overwriting the fundamental laws of the universe, so that's what you did. I just overwrote the laws by using my body as the medium. On my index finger, the law that static electricity would be more powerfully discharged on my middle finger, the law that fire would burn at a way lower temperature on my ring finger, the law that objects are more hydrophilic on my pinky finger, the law that wind blows stronger than it usually would in the world around us. It was basic magic that manifested at a local level, and that was exactly what zero-level magic was. I opened my hand to show the evidence. These are the results. The vampire showed great curiosity. It is definitely interesting, but must you always hurt your fingers while performing the magic? It can't be helped, as I am using my body as the medium. It just so happened that the place where the laws of the world were overwritten were at my fingertips, so it's only natural that my body takes the sufficient backlash. I hid my injured fingers behind my back and kept explaining, magic using your body as the medium is incomplete, as you have witnessed firsthand. So normally, people look for mediums other than their own body, such as a staff, a wand, or even a familiar. They say that once you reach the peak of magic, you would be capable of molding the laws themselves. but I have never seen it firsthand. Also, they say that the more skilled you become, the wider your range of magic gets. It would be around this stage when you will be able to manifest miraculous feats. As I finished my explanation, a broken bar, it's only middle school level. I'm getting used to the regressor's sharp comments. I shrugged before speaking. Well, that's because it really is just a middle school level topic. Yeah, it's just some useless information with an even weaker delivery, because it's the basics. Compare it to the multiplication tables in mathematics. Sure, you covered all the basics, and it's impressive speed and completion for zero-level magic, but for someone like you who can only use body mediation magic, I don't think you can show us anything more than that. There was a sense of superiority complex in her childish smirk. No, it can't be. Is the regressor really feeling challenged by me? This is ridiculous. You're a professional life liver with 13 lives under your belt. I'm just an amateur when compared to you. If you really do want to compete against me, why don't you come at me fair and square on your first cycle? Magic isn't my profession or specialty. HMPH, magic isn't my specialty either, but I can use strategy level magic. Oh, can you, now? And you're just done with illusionary level magic. Hey, I wonder if this is a difference in talent. Aren't you embarrassed of yourself? Pretending like all the magic you've gathered through your multiple lives was a result of your A talent? Does she even have a conscience? If you really achieved that yourself, then it would definitely be due to a difference in talent. Saying that, I shot a cold glare at her. Then, she shrank away and decided to stay quiet. A broken bar, sure, these are skills I got from dying and regressing. But regressing is also a skill, so it should be okay to boast about it. Yeah, regressing is an ability. It's part of my skill set. Thankfully, she does seem to have a conscience since she's trying to justify herself. People who don't have a conscience don't even try to justify themselves, so in that sense, it seems that she does no embarrassment. The regressor stopped and turned to the vampire. Tikanzyaka, I'll teach you magic. I'd definitely be more competent than this guy. Hearing that, the vampire carefully asked the regressor a question. It was more so because she had no choice but to ask this unfortunate question. But didn't you only graduate from primary school? I told you, I didn't go to middle school because I didn't need to. Yes, that is right. It is fine, child. I don't really mind. The vampire was trying to be nice. However, she was trying so hard to be nice that the person on the receiving end could tell what she was thinking. The regressor's hand quivered. Yeah, broken bar. I'm starting to realize why that man was treating her like an old woman. I told you so. She's an elder. It doesn't matter if you take it in a good way or a bad way. The vampire kept glancing at me and continued the conversation. Do you really have to graduate? Can't you just show us here now? A broken bar magic is a secret weapon, something I built for myself from the ground up. While it is my strength, it is also my weakness. I can't just show it to anyone. But did he not show us his magic? Don't compare mine to something like that. That was some standard state magic. It's magic that anyone can use under the right requirements. My magic is unique. It's high-level magic that only I can use. I understand. I understand. Now, let us go. The regressor stomped out of the room, with the black coffin floating along behind her. The vampire kept glancing at me as she left. Magic that anyone can use. A broken bar. Is that not more incredible? I do not know. I do not know any of it. She really spent her years well. She was quite wise. Even so, for a dead woman like me, a broken bar, I wouldn't be able to use even that kind of magic. A broken bar. Well, I hope you two try your best. The regressor is probably overjoyed to teach you magic, so even if she does disappoint, I'm just glad my workload has been reduced. A broken bar, huh? Wait, I feel like I've forgotten something. A broken bar. Oh yeah, my money, my 2 pieces of alchemic gold. I hurriedly ran after them and shouted, "Trainee Shy, where's my payment?" But all that came back was a tired response. Tikanzyaka's going to learn from me now. Why would she pay you? You said you'll give me 2 pieces of alchemic gold. Are you going to break your promise? Promise? The regressor spun around, looked at me, and smirked. "Let me give you a piece of advice. No matter who you dealt with or how much you were supposed to get, until that money is in your pocket, it isn't yours." "What kind of nonsense is that? If you say that you'll give it, you should give it. Just be satisfied with the first piece. That's worth a fortune on its own." "A broken bar? Well, for you, that is." The regressor left with a smile, walking off cheerfully. If I were to express her thoughts just then as simply as possible, it would be akin to blowing a raspberry. Quite aggravated, I huffed and puffed back into the classroom. How dare she trick me? I've always tricked people, but never have I been tricked myself. I even thought about giving them the other half of the content for free, but they changed their minds after hearing all that. I hate fickle people like this the most. People like them who don't plan ahead and make things up as they go. How can I know anything if your thoughts keep changing every second? Predicting a stormy wave on the ocean would be easier than reading that. Magic for me to be hearing those words. A broken bar, damn it. I don't know why, but I was royally pissed off. As I slammed the door shut. "A broken bar? Woof." "A broken bar?" I heard an unsatisfied bark. I turned my head to see Izzy, who was sulking and shaking her tail while lying on her belly in the back corner. It was her way of telling me that she was getting bored. I didn't even need to read a dog's mind to know what they were thinking. I extended my hand in frustration. What do you want?" "Woof. That's it for today. Go back to your room." "Woof. Why, you think you're the only one who's angry? I'm also quite angry. Also, my fingers hurt, so I'm not in the mood to play with you right now. Go." "A broken bar," as I was bluntly replying to her, as he stood up and slowly came towards me. She kept showing her dissatisfaction as she got closer. "This animal, you're trying to tell me I want to apologize even if I've done nothing wrong, huh? You think I'll accept that? Can't you see my fingers? I told you they're hurt." I scolded her as I showed off my multicolored fingers, as he looked at them in a weirdly sympathetic way and started to lick them. "Huh? Are you licking them because they hurt?" As he kept licking without an answer, her slick tongue licked one of my fingers. A warm and soft feeling massaged my digit. As I tried to scrunch my face, I saw her kind gesture and relaxed my face. Broken bar animals often licked their injuries. It was to stop infections, because it itched, or sometimes because it was the only thing they could do about it. However, for a conceptual being like a beast king, the act of licking oneself carried a generalistic healing power. It may not be effective on all injuries, but it was said to be more effective than applying a potion. "You're healing me." "Woof." After quietly replying with a bark, as he thoroughly licked my remaining fingers. Even though her nature was that of a dog, she had a human form. Her fleshy tongue dug through every nook and cranny. People compared anger to a fire. It seemed that they had some basis. As the fingers got wet, the anger within me got extinguished. Sigh. Yeah, what do I even get from being angry? I pulled my hand back, creating a string of sticky saliva stretching between us. The fingers that were now slobbered in spit had healed back to normal in no time. The greatest enemies of humans were each other, and dogs were their greatest ally. I let out a smirk. "All right, so what if you eat some food in secret? It's natural to eat when you're hungry. Food was made to be eaten, right?" "Woof. Right. Let's have some meat today." "Meat?" Azzy's eyes sparkled. She got up instantly, as if she had never been lying down at all. "Yeah, we'll have meat for lunch." "Woof. I like meat. Let's go to the cafeteria." I followed behind the gleefully running Izzy. Let's forget about the lost money. If you can effectively break down a piece of alchemic gold, you could try to make a card. If you're lucky, maybe even a piece of enchantment. And the regressor's going to fail teaching the vampire anyway. I'll just accept some payment with interest when that happens. I started cooking up a storm in my head while cheerfully heading to the cafeteria. "Just the you fucking mutt. Don't just take the meat." "Woof. I've come to a decision. The dog food from now on is strictly going to be beans." Press. While having the best sleep of my life, I felt a heavy weight on my waist. Something was interrupting my sleep. As I scrunched my face and flailed my arms, the pressure on my body disappeared. Finding comfort again, I fell back to sleep. Press. Something heavy laid on my waist again, but it disappeared when I flailed my arms aggressively. Once again, I made a satisfied face and went back to sleep. Press. It's really pissing me off now. What kind of asshole is getting in the way of my beauty sleep? I should teach them a lesson. I twisted my body in the direction of the culprit, grabbed the foot weighing me down, and pulled at it so that it couldn't go anywhere. Ha! Why isn't it moving? That's strange. I'm pulling as hard as I can, but it's not budging at all. Where have I felt this thing before? The state was a land of concrete and steel frames. All of its elements were made up of hard materials regardless of whether they were buildings, people, or ideologies. There was a time when I walked under a bridge and touched its supports, a very strong pillar made of steel frames and concrete. It's still clear in my mind, the feeling of a structure that can easily withstand numerous people and giant carts going over it. It didn't even budge slightly when I kicked it. It was like we didn't even exist on the same plane. The leg pushing me down was akin to a pier made of steel and concrete. It wouldn't budge. The only difference was that this one felt warm and squishy. Other than that, it really felt the same. As I was grabbing the leg while still half asleep, a broken bar, the leg moved along with my hand, like an adult being pulled around by a child. It wasn't due to the fact they were weaker than the child, but because their heart moved with them. Following the same logic, the fluffy and squishy foot moved where I pulled it. Then, a large shadow came over my bed. What appeared in front of my eyes was a girl whose eyes were full of curiosity. It was hard to miss the messy blonde hair along with the huge face that came along with the leg. I had my shirt reach below my waist, but I wasn't sure if it was to conceal my chest or to keep that under control. A tail was swaying lightly, half wrapped slightly below my belly. As the girl looked at me, she smiled and tapped my chest with her hand. I was taken aback by the amount of trust and affection the hand had towards me. What's this? There's a girl being flirty with me while waking me up. Is it an assassin? Or is my rent due a broken bar? Feeling threatened, I was about to read her mind until I remembered. No, it's a dog, the Dog King, Azzy. I combed my hair back as I got up from the bed. After waking up, I start regaining my senses, my quiet head filled with white noise as my sight widened like a spreading fog. As I moved to get off the bed, Azzy swiftly got out of the way. You've come to wake me up? Woof. After listening to what I said about how I was going to wake up without the alarm? Magic woof, woof. Sure, thanks, you're a good girl. Me, good? So good, woof, woof, I'm good. From the way she barked and rolled around on my bed in joy after getting a compliment, it was evident that she really was no different from a regular dog. If you considered her nature, she was closer to the ape dog species than the human one. Yeah, that's right. She's a dog, not a girl. I washed my face and got changed. The standard supply shirt was absorbed into the bioreceptor, and I inserted a new clothing packet into my wrist. For some reason, I had the urge to douse my head with cold water. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to enjoy such a luxury with the limited rations I possessed. Since the rationed water ran out in my room as I was washing up, I had to move to the other room with my hair still dripping. While the room's bed was folded and the cabinet was destroyed, the tap was fine, so it had become a habit to use this room every time mine ran out of water. After I finished washing, I lifted my head and saw Azzy still prancing around beside me. I wiped myself down with a towel before checking the remaining water. There's still a bit left. A single person's worth of rationed water is too little, but the quantity for 2 people is a bit too much. What a state-like thing to do. I poured the remaining water into a cup and gave it to Azzy. She dug her face in and started to lap it up. Even though she was acting as usual, for some reason, something seemed kind of off, so I needlessly criticized her. Come on, Azzy, you have the biomechanical structure of a human. Please use your hands when drinking from a cup. Woof. Azzy innocently reacted to my words with a confused head tilt. Woof. You call me? If she had understood my words, she wouldn't have been a dog after all. I let out a sigh as I sat her on my thighs, put the cup on her mouth, and carefully tilted it. She seemed to be quite perplexed by the liquid trying to gush into her mouth. Stop moving away from it. Fortunately, as I grabbed her firmly and slowly patted her to calm her nerves, she started to relax and drank the water normally. Yes, you're doing good. How much easier is that? From now on, try to drink this way, okay? Woof. Now we're broken bar, you understand now, right? I carefully put the cup on the ground. Immediately, without any hesitation, she knelt beside it, dug her face in, and started lapping up the water again. I looked at the wagging tail above her raised backside and mumbled, "That was really stupid of me," as he stopped drinking and turned her head as she heard my voice. As we made eye contact, she made a gleeful face and barked, "Woof, woof." A smile escaped me. How do humans find comfort in seeing a pure and simple animal? Was it by feeling superior at the sight of lower life forms, or was it by reminiscing about their lost purity? Whatever, the reason doesn't matter, the emotional aspect probably comes before the logical aspect anyway. In the end, if it's good, then that's that. As he finished drinking, I put the cup back on its rack and headed out. Let's go get breakfast. Woof. Today's menu was the leftover meat stew from yesterday. There wasn't much meat left, but there should be enough for one breakfast, and for dinner, we would have a broken bar beans. I was getting sick of eating stew, but it was currently the best option we had got. Don't they provide any commodities? I was hoping to get some fresh ingredients. It wasn't like there are tens of thousands of people here. There were only 2 people, a dog, and a corpse. You could at the very least provide us with something better. Besides, only one of us was only providing for themselves. It's not like they don't know this place exists. Supplies and communications are broken bar they're both quite delayed. I headed to the cafeteria while complaining. The 4th floor, I wouldn't be able to say the workers' living spaces were remotely fine even if I was exaggerating. The concrete walls had numerous cracks and it seemed like a continuous force had created a pattern similar to growth rings in a tree. A number of doors with no locks were spread along the narrow corridor. If you were to suddenly put your weight on the wall, either a door would fling open or the wall itself would crumble down. At least the cafeteria was spacious and stable. The cafeteria was way more spacious than the normal rooms and was equipped with all the necessary tools, standard-sized pots, along with many plates, and even trays to carry them in. They probably thought of making the workers deliver food to the inmates. They shouldn't have needed a tray to carry the food. They would have just needed to walk down a couple steps with the food to deliver it. I shrugged and headed over to the closed pot, and as I went to lift the pot lid, I felt something unexplainable. Is it DA tilde copyright AVU? Maybe it's closer to foresight. No way. Again? Can't be. We fought over it yesterday already. There's no way. I smiled and tried to shake off the foreboding feeling I was getting and took off the lid. A broken bar only to be met with a sight of emptiness, as if I was staring into my past. You fucking mew you are art. My cries resounded through the cafeteria. Do you have the inability to learn? What's the difference between the Dog King and a dog? A dog that's well known for a few tricks in a forgotten town would be 100 times smarter than you. It not me. Woof, woof. That was the moment when a sacred war was waged between a human and a dog. The regressor ran over at the commotion only to pinch her forehead before asking, "What is it now?" It's probably the same old thing again. A same old thing? Clothes, food, and shelter. The one thing that decides the fate of a person is food. In other words, this is a problem between life and death. I grabbed the pot and stomped over to the regressor, showing her the empty compressed can in the pot before yelling at her. You see this? Usually, you could feed a man for 4 days with 1 can. There's that much food concentrated in there, but because of this fucking mutt, it disappears in a day. Azzy's sullen voice could be heard from far away. It not me. Liar, who else is here aside from you? Not me, not me. If you really are a beast king, stop repeating the same words over and over again. You sound like a parrot that's struggling with its vocabulary. I'm not parrot. Then convince me otherwise by saying something different. The regressor pretended to cover her ears and interrupted our exchange. Stop, both of you, be quiet. Azzy and I looked at each other and growled. The regressor let out a sigh and then mumbled, "How can you be so sure that Azzy is the culprit? It might not be her. Then are you the culprit, Trainee? I stared at her with twitching eyes and continued, Trainee Tikanzyaka is a vampire. She only drinks blood. The remaining humans are you and me, but it wasn't me. I'm not so shameless as to eat it myself and blame it on a dog. And after all, I'm the one who manages the cellar. Do you know that you're shameless? If the culprit wasn't Azzy, then logically, it would mean that you, Trainee, would have stolen the food. Do you understand? What you said only made me doubt you more." I chucked the pot into the sink and yelled, "You even have a personal supply of food. You told me that you don't need to prepare any meals, but even after eating your personal luxuries, were you enthralled by the state's soul food that you had to go through the pot in the middle of the night? Is the soul food spawned by poverty only a prize to be shown in your display case? Prize? That's nonsense. I wouldn't eat it even if you offered it to me." "Then be quiet, you proletariat. It is imperative that I settle this life or death dispute with the mutt." "Just wait," the regressor spoke in an annoyed tone. Chuneng, moving by Shai's will, was slowly turning towards me while floating above her head. I shut my mouth. Even if it is a life or death dispute, I can't afford to die a dog's death. What I'm trying to say is that there might be someone else here that we don't know about. The idea that there is another person hiding somewhere in here without any of us knowing about them is too opportunistic for my taste. A broken bar. So he's telling me that, while I usually make sound arguments, sometimes I spout nonsense. I really can't understand this man. I'm saying that whether you like it or not, the possibility still exists. Well, it might sound reasonable. Buta broken bar. Her conjecture had so many holes in it that it had become quite difficult to point out exactly what was wrong. "Are you only capable of this much, dear aggressor? I shall enlighten you, that amidst a seemingly complicated situation, the truth is always the simplest answer." I pointed my finger at the regressor and made a declaration. "Trainee, your deduction is quite wrong. Why, this is the Abyssal Prison, Tantalus, a completely isolated space in which no one can easily enter or exit, and you're telling me that in such a place, there is someone who neither I, you, Azzy, nor Trainee Tikanzyaka know about that comes out in the middle of the night just to steal some food?" I let out a deep breath and unraveled my perfect logic. I'm dumbfounded. Such a person would not and should not exist. I get that it's hard to take in, but what do you mean by a should not? If there was such a being, wouldn't it most likely be a ghost? So? That'd be too scary. I don't want to believe that. The regressor slowly processed what I just said, and then her jaw dropped. That stupid face really fits you. So you're telling me, a broken bar, that you don't even want to consider that possibility just because it's too scary for you? I swiftly nodded. Yes. What the broken bar? Are you actually out of your mind? Or are you doing this on purpose? On purpose? What are you on about? Think about it. A regressor with all sorts of tricks, a vampire who could smell your spilled blood from miles away, the Dog King with the nose of a dog, and my mind-reading abilities that could see through the regressor's camouflage. You're telling me that there's some being in the cafeteria that none of us can detect? And one whose mind can't be read by me? If there was such a being, we should be running right now. You've made a miscalculation if you think there's nothing here. Tikanzyaka and Azzy becoming a pieces of the end was the result of the interference of an outsider. Additionally, the fact that she is going to come for that under the abyss, there's also a possibility that they are still here somewhere. How do I explain these? A broken bar. A broken bar. Why is that all so true? No, I can't accept such a future. I'm already losing it with the people already here. Now you're telling me that there is something else that is on the level of these monsters still lurking around here, and that there will be an outsider breaking into Tantalus. You know what? Nah, I don't need to explain. It's my first time coming into Tantalus anyway. What's there to explain? Let's just leave it to when it happens. It's got to be a lie. It has to be. There's no way. I flicked my attention back to Azzy. Hey, Azzy, did you really not eat it? No, You say no, Buta broken bar sigh. Why am I even trying to talk with you? I strongly felt the ever-present gap between humans and animals and just shook my head dejectedly. It wouldn't even matter if I could read this mutt's mind, she would deny it till the very end. So there really was only one option left, to catch her red-handed. I've got to catch this mutt the moment she puts the pot in her eyes, then, I can pull it over her. Let's open one more can. The operation starts tonight when the lights are out and the night lights cover the area. At that moment, I'll have this mutt by the collar. I twisted my lips dismally and looked down at Izzy, proceeding to lock eyes. Both our eyes had fire in them. I can't tell if they're getting along or not. The relationship between a human and a dog wasn't that simple. There were good times and bad times. You just wait and see, mutt. As I snarled at Izzy, the regressor glanced at me, narrowed her eyes, and started staring at me. Chaneng made a slight humming sound, as if indicating her caution against me. Wait, I can sense something over there. Oh, please, don't. It's actually scary. When you say it like that, it really feels like something's there, and it's a perfectly dark and small place for a ghost to appear. That's the same level as my bedroom. What do I do if I get attacked in my sleep? I don't have a trip alarm. I'm a broken bar. I don't have an alarm, but I do have a guard dog. I looked at Izzy and spoke rather softly. Hey, Izzy, you want to sleep with me tonight? Bark. I guess not. Chapter 20. Then the culprit would be in here. In the abyss, it wasn't the setting sun that signified nightfall but the flickering daylights. Whenever the state-issued clock hit 6 p.m., the artificial lights that attempted to imitate the sun glowed red, as if to mimic how the sun set. Imitations were often constrained by the very structure that made up the original. Throughout Tantalus, the rays from the daylights slowly fade away, mimicking the setting sun. Shortly after, the night lights that were scattered around the abyss would start glowing faintly, lighting up the sides of the buildings. Copies would undoubtedly differ from the original. The night lights that lit up Tantalus were lacking in comparison to the real night sky. Instead of a navy sky dimly lit by the scattered light, the abyss was lit by weak imitations that paled in comparison to the original. It was an unsettling light that created a shade in the dark rather than the normal nice shine of moonlight and starlight through a fog. It pales in comparison to the real rays of the sun that would cover the world with its grace. As the daylights turned off, the corridor's visibility dimmed. Now, the mirror that I had set up on the doorframe now reflecting nothing but the darkness outside. Apart from that, the light in my room had also gone out, so I couldn't continue working. I stopped my work and got up from my desk. On the desk, there was a deck of cards. I had worked most of the day to make these cards with the alchemic gold that I had received from the regressor. I am a magician, an alchemist who uses cards and manipulates pushovers to create money. A deck of cards is my weapon. I swiped the desk with one hand. The 52 cards that were scattered across the desk swiftly came into my hand in one fell swoop. They were square, strong but still flexible. The familiar sensation greeted me. I halved the deck and proceeded to shuffle it. The flexible cards knit nicely together. I shuffled, flipped, twisted, then shuffled again. Smack! I placed the well-shuffled deck onto the table. Ace of diamonds. I flipped the top card over. It was the ace of diamonds. It was to be expected since I had shuffled it that way. It had been a while since I had touched a deck of cards, but my skills were as sharp as ever. They had just been waiting to be revealed again. Magic. I nonchalantly picked up the ace of diamonds. The single sharp, red shape displayed itself on one side of the card as if it were claiming it for itself. I pinched the card between my middle finger and thumb, then flicked it over. As soon as I opened my hands, the ace of diamonds was nowhere to be found. The card's quality and condition weren't bad. I took a deep breath and steeled my heart. Now, shall we go? I would like it if it really was Azzy who stole the food, but if it wasn't a broken bar, I must carry at least a weapon of choice to give myself the ability to escape. I carefully opened the door so as to not make a sound. The corridor that was enveloped by darkness seemed to swallow even sound. In the day, even if it was quiet, there was a vibrant atmosphere. However, It was dark and quiet at the moment, befitting the name Tantalus. I walked through the spacious corridor. I felt that I shouldn't make any sound with my footsteps, so I unconsciously tiptoed across. It didn't take long to reach the cafeteria. I focused my mind to see if I could sense the thoughts of any minds present. I can't sense even the slightest thoughts. That means that no one is thinking, at least where I'm currently at. Well, we'll have to see if there's a thoughtless man or not a man at all in there. I stealthily went into the corner of the cafeteria and grabbed a seat. I just need to wait here and jump at Azzy once she tries to eat out of the pot, or run away if a ghost appears. Hunting was the art of waiting in the first place. Even the most glorious hunters were formed by their endurance in patience. I held my breath and stared in focus at the direction of the pot. A long and boring time passed when my focus started to wane. My head was bobbing up and down, about to fall asleep. I wonder how long it's been. I felt a presence outside. You fell for it. See? I told you, it's an intruder. What are you on about? Someone being on the inside? I won't ever believe such a baseless conspiracy theory. I tensed up, as I waited for the perfect opportunity where my prey would be caught in the trap. As soon as they put their hand on the pot, they would be stuck between a rock and a hard place. When that happens, I'll get out there swiftly and catch this thief. The silhouette that came into the cafeteria scanned the area with glowing yellow eyes and spoke. What are you doing over there? They came towards me. Just because I can read minds doesn't make me a master of hiding. I got up from my seat and pointed at the regressor. So it was you. I had expected this outcome. What? If you were that curious, you could have just asked for a bite. Did you really have to sneak in here in the middle of the night to do that? Because of your deviation, distrust has spread amongst us. Distrust is the evil that eats away at society. It is like the rust between gears that creates screeching noises, a distraction, a hindrance. Do you realize the gravity of the deed you have committed? Seriously, what are you talking about? The regressor ignored me and turned away. If you have nothing better to do, at least keep quiet. You smelt it, you dealt it. How can you feign ignorance after shitting all over this place? What kind of vulgar language is that? The regressor looked at me with a gasp after reflexively refuting me. Do you seriously think that I came here to steal some food? Just a bit ago, yes. In that case wait, no, just a bit ago? You really saw me as your equal? Yes, you're my equal. We are trapped here together. Anyway, I just read her mind. Unfortunately, the regressor wasn't here to steal the food. She had come back to the cafeteria at night to check out the presence that was bothering her, which wasn't here before she left. I scratched my head and talked to her. Then is there really some kind of hidden being in here? Probably. We can't be sure, but it doesn't hurt to find out. I gathered my belongings. When I got up from my seat, I looked at the regressor and nodded. I hope you do well. A broken bar. Where are you going? I'm scared, so I'm running away. The regressor looked at me with a stupefied face before asking, what happened to I'm a warden of the state, an overseer with the responsibility of looking after the trainees. Trainees doesn't include ghosts. What about me? Are you going to just stand there and watch as I investigate the prison alone? Who told you to investigate? And are you going to stop if I ask you to? Do you really need me to tell you off if you're going to do it anyway? Come. He still talks in an irritating way. Anyway, is he for real? No, there's no way. He's surely got to be planning something. I'm not planning anything. If there really is a ghost, I can't read its mind. Therefore, I can't do anything. I'm less than an insect against inhuman beings. I walked towards the cafeteria door without looking back. Now, I'll be taking my leave. Don't forget the ex post facto reports, and if possible, please submit a report according to the sample one. Then why don't you just watch? Sorry, but it's lights out, so I should go to bed. Stop your nonsense and watch from there. Huh? Why? Someone powerful enough to parry my blade is warrior. Broken bar. Is there really something that strong lurking here? Or is he trying to throw off my caution? Whatever the reason, let's try going against it. Not that I'm scared of anything a broken bar, but just in case, let's leave him in the rear. Fear is contagious, so when I showed how scared I was to the regressor, her vigilance went up just as much, so much as to even consider leaving me in the rear in this situation. The regressor paused her thoughts and started concocting excuses. There could be an intruder in there, feeding off us like a parasite. Then the responsibility of eliminating them is on you, since managing the prison is your responsibility. You should be watching out as well. That's true. If you confirm that it is an intruder, please submit in post-report. Until then, I'll be in my room. Go break a leg. I'll be going now. However, just as I was about to walk out the door, a broken bar. Hey, I told you to stay. TSK, let's just throw Chuneng at him for now. Please don't. I'll die. I spun my body around, walked back into the cafeteria, then stuck closely behind her. The regressor was grossed out by my sudden change in behavior. What are you doing? I can't say that I was scared she was going to persuade me by force, and to be honest, if there really is an intruder like she said, wouldn't it be far safer to be with her than to be by myself? Currently, as he is mad at me, and the vampire wouldn't care because she's an inhuman being herself. If I exclude the regressor now, the only one left to defend me is myself. Even if she is quite untrustworthy, now, take the lead. We're going to go and defeat the ghost. We can't let a mere ghost harass us. We're broken bar beauty broken bar. It is reassuring to have someone behind me. TSK. Even though it's a problem how the person behind me is that mana broken bar anyway. The regressor let me stand behind her as she scanned the area with her glowing yellow eyes, the third of the 7 colored eyes, golden eyes, the fiery golden eyes that let you see the unseen. You really wouldn't be scared of something much like a ghost if you had those eyes. What can I do? Nothing, except for having some popcorn while watching. You want moral support or something? You can do it. Ghosts are just remnants of mana that are left behind after death. Don't be scared, let's move forward. Trainee Shy, your sword can surely cut even ghosts. Broken bar, can you be quiet? I can't hear anything because of you. You're only using those glowy eyes right now. Just concentrate on your vision. I'm also listening. The regressor thoroughly went around the cafeteria. She even checked the storage unit on the shelf that was a bit deeper into the cafeteria. Then, she tilted her head, confusion on her face. I don't see anything. Oh, well, there really was nothing there. That can't be right. My gut feelings are usually correct. Your gut feelings don't seem too trustworthy. After all, it couldn't see through my bluff. Anyway, I couldn't say anything because it was that gut feeling that kept me alive. If you can't see anything with those shiny eyes, then there's likely nothing here. That's strange. Broken bar, just give up. There's nowhere to hide in this tiny cafeteria. There's only a table for 2 and a storage unit the size of a small box. Where else are you going to look? It might be different if they could pass through walls. Walls? I obviously said it sarcastically, but the regressor took it seriously and started to think. Yeah, the walls. There's that place. The state's concrete is thick. If it bid there, I wouldn't be able to know. At this rate, the conspiracy theory is turning more into an illness. I let out a sigh and waved my finger in front of her. Hey, so what now? Are you going to break the wall down? That's vandalism. I won't break it down, I'll only cut it. The regressor lifted her head, raised her finger, and poked her eye with it. One of the primary color eyes from the 7 colored eyes, jade eyes. This eye that emitted an ominous green light could see through objects, although, seeing through metalsa, especially leather, was much harder to see through. Harder to see through meant it would take up a fair bit of space in a field of vision, which meant that she could use it to easily find metals underground. I used my mind-reading ability to take a look through her eyes. I could see in black and white. It was dark and light, as if the world was made up of thin strings that overlapped each other multiple times. The penetrative sight could see through to the inside of objects, and when the regressor's vision fell on me, I could see the white bone in my body. It's strange how you feel embarrassed when you're naked, but when you strip away the skin, there is no sense of shame. The regressor's sight moved toward the wall. The concrete wall looked like a white strapboard, and the steel frame inside it stood out, looking like a net. The regressor carefully searched the wall and then found something. In a section of the wall, there was a small doll-like silhouette. It almost looked like someone had accidentally left a doll in the wall while constructing it. However, the identity of the doll was a broken bar. Found you. Still some more of you left, right? A broken bar, a magic golem of the state, a miniature model. The regressor stretched her hand behind her head and grabbed Chuneng. At that moment, the blade had already been drawn. The rapid true strike cut a thin slice off the wall in a flash. The concrete that was cut like a bark from an old tree unraveled like a scroll, covered in dust from top to bottom. A gap appeared. The regressor pulled the skewered magic golem as it was. The golem's body twitched. This individual is strongly requesting that you cease your destructive actions. A dull and monotone voice flowed out of the golem. It was the same voice as the one I heard when I first landed in Tantalus. Captain Abby was it? The radioman of the state, an emotionless trumpet blower of the state. The regressor scoffed at the request. You should have requested that before spying on me while hiding like a rat. Taking into consideration your destructive and sensitive personality, I concluded that this individual would have already been destroyed even if it had revealed itself first. That conclusion is still valid. Additionally, when this individual determines you are nearby, it stops all functions. You could conclude that you were not being spied on. Yeah, your decisions and requests are all right. Just as expected from the state, always logical. In saying that, a broken bar, the regressor raised her blade again. A spark shot out of its end. Then, a part of the golem's circuit burned, and it made static noises, as if it were screaming in pain. I'm going to destroy you now. See you. Hiding in the wall was kind of clever. Cease your destructive action immediately. Cease of communications leads to a lack of efficiency. Hey, it's in a hurry. The golems must be nearing their end. Well, it wouldn't matter if there were more. I'll just go investigate every wall here with jade eyes. The regressor seemed awfully joyful for once as she toyed with the golem. So I couldn't read its mind because it was a golem. Phew, that's a relief. It was a golem, not a ghost. There's nothing as uneasy as a ghost when it comes to not being able to read minds, but the regressor's here to destroy them for me, so there's no problem. I should just keep watching. At that moment, a broken bar. I repeat my request. Cease your destructive action immediately. Because of your actions, communications which include supplies and other related matters won't be possible. I repeat my request. A broken bar. Supplies. That word triggered my thoughts. As long as we're trapped here, our resources will eventually run out. If Azzy keeps eating away mindlessly, we'll run out of food in no time. The regressor doesn't need anything with all her treasures, but I, on the other hand, need supplies. A broken bar. Now that I think about it, I can't afford to have this golem destroyed. I hurriedly went behind the regressor. Repeat, that's a word I despise, but I could do it as many times as I want. The regressor didn't notice my approach and continued to be absorbed in her joy in tormenting the golem. Me destroying this golem won't do anything to your real body, but the state becomes slightly inconvenienced. That's all I need. Warning: hostile actions will see you. Thunk. At the flick of Chuneng, the golem flew through the air. The regressor retrieved her blade and prepared to obliterate the doll. She was in a preemptive stance, full of potential energy. I approached her from her blind spot, afraid of getting stabbed, and reached out my hand. Wait, stop for a second. It was then that my hand touched the regressor's shoulder. I could see something jump in the corner of my eye. I felt a sudden push that I couldn't react to. Something large was coming at me. No, it's the opposite. The world was upside down and my vision followed along with it. It wasn't anything else jumping, but me, Sky Turner. What? A counter? A counter that doesn't need cognitive action, but one that is automatic? As I read that, my body was already heading toward the ground.